live in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we do have both feeds up. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Believe I've come on the air before all of my equipment is set up, so bear with me. I want to ask you guys a couple questions though while my equipment is setting up, and I do apologize for not having everything up in time. But first question I want to ask is, this is in regards to President Trump making what many are suggesting. Once again, let me just start out by saying, once again, Trump is in the news for something that is incredibly controversial. In other words, same shit, different day. But Trump is indeed in the news yet again for something that's fairly controversial. And we will talk about that. I'm going to play you the clip, and I want to hear from you folks. There we go. If what Trump stated is something that you may agree with, because as controversial as what I'm about to play you is, when Trump stated it, he received a large round of applause. So there's a hell of a lot of folks that may favor this, but I want to play it for you because I think it is incredibly controversial, and we're going to vote in 12 days. I think this is something worthy of discussion. But before we get to that, the secondary topic is indeed, why is Kamala Harris so unpopular? Now, I understand many of my folks on the left are going to, respond, well, what the hell are you talking about? There's a lot of love for Kamala Harris. I'll submit to you this. I don't believe that's totally true. I believe Kamala Harris could be replaced with a mannequin, and she would still get probably at least 60% of the votes she's getting now. I don't believe there's a lot of love for Kamala Harris. I believe there's a lot of disdain for Trump. I believe most of the votes, over half of the votes, in my humble opinion, you guys can certainly correct me on this, but I believe over half of the votes Kamala Harris will receive are anti-Trump votes. Keep in mind, there are traditional Republicans, the Nikki Haley supporters, the Liz Cheneys, the Mitt Romneys. All of those folks are not voting because they love Kamala Harris. They're voting out of disdain, disapproval, dislike of former President Trump. So I'm asking that question, why is Kamala Harris so unfavorable? And I'm going to reference it by saying this. Kamala Harris' favorable numbers have dropped since she entered the race in August of this year. If you can see on the monitor behind me, this is on CNN, by the way. This is not something coming from Fox or OAN or Newsmax. This is coming from CNN of all places. This is what they posted today. What they posted literally today. Favorable numbers for Kamala Harris, 45%, 48% for Trump, which leads to the obvious statement. Trump is not very favorable either. But considering all of the negativity orbiting around Trump, certainly recently with General Kelly coming out and saying the guy wanted to have generals similar to Adolf in the 1930s, why is Kamala Harris, favorable-wise, not running away with it? Trump has higher favorable numbers than Kamala Harris, according to CNN at least. In fact, Trump's favorable numbers have went up. Kamala Harris started out pretty damn strong when she first announced when Biden stepped down, and ever since, she's been kind of on a decline. Yet there's been a ton of negative publicity, testimony, and everything else around former President Trump, and yet he continues to survive. His survivability is unmatched, kind of akin to a roach in a microwave. He will survive any damn thing. Shout out to Irene Cara. So what I want to show you also, you notice the unfavorable numbers. 53% for Kamala, 50% for former President Trump. So make no mistake about it, as I said before, these are two very unpopular candidates. But Kamala Harris doesn't even have one eighth of the scandals orbiting around Trump. Yet for some reason, Trump is, according to CNN at least, liked more so than Kamala Harris. Can somebody explain that to me? Why is Kamala Harris so unpopular? Other than the perceived failure at the border, Kamala Harris as VP hasn't done anything. Well, I take it back. There are some folks from her legal career suggesting she pulled some underhanded tricks some 30, 40 years ago and kept some people incarcerated that should not have been. But that is several decades ago. In regards to former President Trump, there are negative issues involving Trump that are from 30, 40 years ago and 30, 40 days ago. Far more scandals involving Trump, yet his favorable numbers are at least somewhat better than Kamala. Why is Kamala Harris so unpopular? That is our first topic. Second topic I want, and as I said, like I said, this is on CNN, so we're not getting this from a network that is normally that critical of Kamala Harris. That was on CNN. But I want to play this for you because damn if this is not wow, this is going to be very controversial. But I'll key up my speaker. In fact, one more clip I wanted to give you before I get to that. This is Joe Biden. This also made the news and drove the right, particularly MAGA, drove him nuts.
He is talking about doing away with the entire Department of Education. He's talking, he means it. This is not a joke. This is a guy who also wants to replace every civil servant, every single one. Thinks he has a right under the Supreme Court ruling on immunity to be able, if need be, if it was the case, to actually physically eliminate, shoot, kill.
Quick clip.
Someone who he believes would be a threat to him. I mean, so I know this sounds bizarre. It sounds like if I said this 5 years ago, you'd lock me up. We gotta lock him up. Politically lock him up.
Now, he said this yesterday. That's President Joe Biden suggesting that we have to lock Trump up. He quickly cleared it and said politically lock him up. So in other words, vote him out of office and lock him out of the White House. The right went nuts about this. The right went nuts about Biden allegedly threatening to lock up, I suppose it would be his adversary. I mean, at the end of the day, Biden's not running again. So Trump is an adversary, but only by a small margin, because Biden's about to ride off into the sunset. But what I want to ask is the obvious question that everybody should easily understand. Why is the right going crazy over someone threatening to lock Trump up when Trump was doing the same thing to Hillary Clinton, his adversary, in 2015, 2016, and beyond, by the way? Once Trump became president, he was still talking about locking up Hillary Clinton. So I want to ask the question, what is the difference? What is the difference of Biden using the phrase lock him up in reference to Trump? What's the difference between that and Trump using the phrase lock her up in reference to Hillary Clinton? Both parties believe the other one is a criminal. So what's the difference? Because the right seems to have a major issue when someone is suggesting to lock up Trump, and they seem to have met Trump demanding Hillary Clinton be locked up with nothing but applause. So we'll throw that in there for a sad topic. Before I go to the box and start taking calls, I promised you something that I thought was rather controversial. And I believe I'm going to live up to that promise. I think many of you may have heard this. I can't believe it. Now, I understand a lot of you folks do not have any love, any tolerance for MSNBC. Forget the network that is shown on. That's where I found the clip. Forget the network, because it's Trump on stage and the words are coming out of his mouth. Wouldn't matter what network is showing it. The network is not comment. You're not going to get any commentary from the network from me on this. You're going to simply hear what Trump had to say, and we're going to talk about it. So the network is irrelevant here. The fact is, it was caught on camera. This is Trump. And if I'm correct, he certainly said it within the last 24 hours. I don't know if it was to this calendar day or yesterday, but he said this in the last 24 hours.
Deliberately dismantled our border and threw open the gates. He threw them open. The gates to an invasion of criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions, from all over the world, from Venezuela to the Congo in Africa. A lot of people coming out of the Congo, not just South America. They're coming from 181 countries as of yesterday.
181.
Right, and we're a dumping ground. We're like a We're like a garbage can for the world. That's what's happened. That's what's happened to our, we're like a garbage can. You know, it's the first time I've ever said that. And every time I come up and talk about what they've done to our country, I get angrier and angrier. First time I've ever said garbage can, but you know what? It's a very accurate description.
So what I'm going to ask is the obvious question. Do you believe immigrants that come to America, perhaps seeking a better life, are comparable to garbage? Comparable to garbage. Now, he said 181 countries. I mean, that basically covers the entire fucking globe, essentially suggesting that anybody that comes here is under the umbrella. It's not. I've looked it up before going on air. Different publications give a different number of how many total countries on earth. I've seen as high as 193, but he said 181. So that's just about every country on earth he tried to name. But I'm asking that question. Do you believe that the immigrants that come to America, perhaps seeking a better life, are comparable to garbage? That's what we're going to talk about today. As always, you know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You know what I say on every program. We are MAGA friendly. We've always been MAGA friendly. We always will remain MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. Understand you can disagree. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section and including yours truly. That's how free speech works. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with QAnon. Everybody gets to speak here. That's how we work it here. So going straight to the box, real quick in the comments, you say they are seeking a better life. Where's proof? Trey the Lion. You want me to show proof that immigrants come to this country seeking a better life? So in other words, they may not be coming to America to seek a better life. So what are they coming here for? Hell, I would submit to you this, hell, even if you were MS-13 and you were coming here to run a criminal enterprise, you're still going to be better off in America because there are more wealthier people to take advantage of. What do you mean? They're not coming here for a better life? That doesn't make sense. Let me go straight to the box. Wow, you need proof that they're coming here to seek a better life. I didn't expect to hear that. Theodore, good evening. Welcome to the program. You didn't get to the part when he said the ones from prison and ones from mental illness. I didn't get to it because it's not coming out in this video, maybe well down the line, but he didn't seem to put a separation on it there. Theodore, good evening. Hang on, I think I got the volume turned up. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Thanks for having me. I'll keep it very brief and short. So
sure.
You're asking what's the difference between Trump saying lock her up and Biden saying lock him up? Well, the difference is, Handsome, you know that Trump has 91 charges and 34 convictions. The man's a felon. And
yeah.
The irony is that he had to stage a political stunt at McDonald's. He shut it down to pretend to work at McDonald's. Now, why am I saying the word pretend? Because McDonald's does not hire felons. So it's ironic that he even did that. And I'll drop with that. Thank you, Mr. Hanson.
All right. I can't disagree with you. 34 felonies, you're going to have a hard time being a fry guy at the average of McDonald's. Appreciate you coming on. That was a short and sweet one. And he is right. I don't think any McDonald's, if you were, and certainly with them being as recent as they are, maybe if you had 34 felonies from 10 years ago or something, you might find a sympathetic owner of a McDonald's franchise, but Trump just was convicted earlier this year. So no, I mean, in fact, he has not been sentenced yet. So you're going to go apply for a job and say, look, I got 34 convictions. I'm due to be sentenced in November. Do you mind giving me this position? Yeah, you can watch him tear that application up right in your face. Looking in the comments, and I see somebody, Toya says, yes, he could not work. Yeah, you're not going to get that job at all. Since the Trump tax scam, the 748 wealthiest people in the U.S. have increased their wealth by 77%. Wow, rich. YouTube says, since the Trump tax scam, I'll leave it at that. That's his words. Since the Trump tax scam, the 748 wealthiest people in the U.S. have, interesting he would say that. I saw a news clip on television today stating that Elon Musk's stock with Tesla went up. I forgot how much, but he made double-digit billions in the last 24 hours. So I'm talking like 20, $30 billion that guy made in the last 24 hours or so. It's insane that one man could be worth that. But we'll continue on with the program. 33 billion is what somebody put in the comments. S. Fry Daddy, good evening. Welcome to the program. Asking that question, are the immigrants that come to this nation, S. Fry Daddy, are the immigrants that come to this nation comparable to garbage?
Handsome, it's been a minute, but I don't think that's what he's saying in any way, shape, or form. Trump's been very clear about this. You know, a lot of time he references, the new report. It's not new anymore, but the report that came out recently about the amount of people that were detained at the southern border and released knowing that they had those serious, SA charges.
Mm-hmm. So what exactly is he saying, though?
He's just saying that they're not sending, people with master degrees, and you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of people coming into this country that we should not be allowing inside the country, and it's that simple. And you go back to why is Trump more favorable? And
wait. I'll let you tackle that one. Let's address the first one. So when he says garbage, like he equated us to being a garbage can where people were. What type of people are being dumped in this country that it would be rightful to refer to them as garbage? Give me some examples.
Exactly what I just said. The report that just recently came out about the 13,000 that were convicted of murder, the ones that were, convicted of, it was like 400 and something thousand people that had serious.
Okay, now Trump
let into the country.
Fair enough. Now Trump says we have 18 million illegals in here. Now you're saying 400,000. So what about the other 17,600,000? What are they referred to as?
Right on, and that's what I'm saying. When he says that, he's not calling every single person that comes into the country garbage.
What is he? Okay, I get that. He's not calling them all garbage. What is he calling the other ones? Give me what he's calling them. I'm not hearing that.
Yeah, I mean, you got a point. I guess, he never came out and said, the other ones are scholars, Yeah, he didn't come out and say that, but...
So how do you know so if he's only calling out one type, how do you know there is another type? He's not labeling them. I mean, you got to admit 400,000 is going to be a very small portion of the immigrants in this country. So if he doesn't label the large portion, how do we know he don't think the entire group is garbage?
Well, we don't know how many people are.
We know it's a lot more than 400,000. S. Come on now.
Right on, but I'm saying you don't know the criminal history on the ones that we never detained. That number is only based on who we detained and released into the country. Like,
I get it. I get your point. I get your point. But what I'm still trying to find out is, we know in this large group of immigrants, there are immigrants that are not rapists, murderers, and I'm asking you, what is he referring to the good people in that group as? I'm not hearing anything about anybody good.
I said he doesn't come out and say the rest of them are, scholars. Like, yeah, he doesn't come out and put a good light on the rest of them. He only talks about the bad ones, and it's to paint the picture. It's to try to, show what this administration is trying to hide, is to put a spotlight on it. And you and I spoke a million times about this.
Yeah, but okay, yeah,
Trump always makes things seem worse than what it really is when he don't have to. Just be honest and be real about the numbers. Yeah. The numbers are bad enough.
So if someone was a layman like myself, I'm going to plead ignorance and say, if I'm watching this and I say I believe he hates all immigrants coming to this country, where is the evidence to prove me wrong? I hear him talking about bad people that are garbage. I don't hear him saying anything positive. I mean, I heard him say 181 countries in the same sentence with garbage. That's the whole planet. So how do you defend him if someone says he hates all immigrants coming to the country?
Well, he doesn't, because he came out and said many times that we need immigration. He wants immigration, but he wants it to be legal.
Where are they going to, if he's pointing to 181 countries sending garbage, where are these immigrants going to come from? Mars? Where are they coming from? He's named the whole planet as garbage.
We're just going to keep going in circles. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that all these countries are sending what he calls garbage here, but not everyone that comes here from these places are garbage. He's not saying that everyone's garbage.
And
He's
you
just
know
saying
that
they're
because
saying-
what? I don't hear it. Go ahead.
It would be like if I came by and I threw five bags out my car. 4 of them had, PS5s in them, and the other one had garbage in it. Hey, he's coming by. He's throwing garbage out at my house. Well, why didn't you say, hey, he also threw 4 PS5s out?
Yeah. So for immigrants coming to this country, should they feel confident that Trump likes some of them and he feels some of them are favorable? I mean, after all, you're admitting he's not saying anything good about them at all. How should an immigrant coming to this country think of Trump?
I don't know, man, because like I said, I know a lot of immigrants that are here. My wife's Hispanic. I lived in Maryland. I know a lot of people that are documented. I know a lot of people that are undocumented. And to be honest with you, a lot of them support Trump. A lot of them, and I don't know why. Because if I was in their shoes, I'm not gonna, I probably wouldn't like the guy either. So I don't know. I don't know why they like him. I don't know why Trump has such a high support number for Latinas and Latinos. I don't know.
Yeah. I would agree with you. Now, obviously, there are some Latinos in this country that have, developed a pretty strong American life, lived the American dream, and they may be voting for Trump because of the economy. They also, a lot of Latinos, that population is often conservative in terms of religion, and some of the woke and LGBT issues might have another, be another part of that as well. But I'm going to agree with you because most of them came here the same way Trump is referring to the folks as garbage came. I mean, for the most part, maybe he's not talking about you because you were born in America after your grandma got in here, but he's talking about your grandma. I mean, it does sound like he's not very favorable to these people.
My wife, her parents were immigrants. They came here on visas. They got their citizenship from being here. Her abuela, she's been here. She, got her citizenship last year. And they all support Trump. They all like Trump. And, I hear the same thing from most of her family and most of the people that they associate with. I hear the same thing. It's not fair that we had to do it the right way, but now you got people just flooding across the border that don't have to go about it the right way.
So what about the Haitian migrants that came here legally and he's threatening to kick them out too? They did it the right way. He's talking about kicking them out.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that one. That one. Yeah, he's got to bite his tongue.
Yeah. I mean, so we know he's speaking negatively, as we both discussed already, with referring to them as garbage and not saying anything positive. Now we got some immigrants who are here legally. He's talking about kicking them out too. I gotta say, I don't know. If you don't have a green card when Trump becomes president, I don't care how the hell you got here. If you haven't gotten, if you haven't gotten locked into the system with residency, I don't think you're safe, whether you came here legally or otherwise.
I mean, were they safe the first time he was president?
Yeah, I believe so.
So what's going to change? What's going to change the second time?
Well, wait. I can respond to that.
We hear the same thing about everything. Like any issue you want to bring up, we've heard the same rhetoric the first time he ran, and the stuff just was never true. But now we're hearing the same rhetoric from the left about what's going to happen if Trump becomes president again. And it's like the same question we keep asking the left is, if you're afraid it's going to happen this time, why did it not happen the first time?
Well, I've been asked that.
Give a good answer.
Well, the answer is simple. It's politics. Just like we could easily ask, Kamala Harris has been in power for 4 years. Why hasn't there been anybody losing their gun rights? That's what they're accusing her that she's going to do. They're saying if she gets elected, she's going to take away everybody's guns. Well, she's been in power for 4 years. Who's lost their guns? So I get your point. It's politics. But I will say this. Trump is in a different position now than he was the first time. I'll give you a quick clip, and I want you to hear this. This is Trump the first time,
Yep.
And it didn't work. But I want you to think of the secondary Trump we're about to get now if he wins. Listen to this 20-second clip.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
And he goes on to say we have no choice. But what I want to ask you is this. When he tried to do that last time, the Supreme Court stopped him, suggesting it was unconstitutional. It's a different Supreme Court now. Do you feel confident that this one would stop him as well?
But what's the reason? I mean, what's the context? Why is he saying
You
that?
can't. There is no context to ban people based on their religion. There is no context. That's like banning somebody that's black and saying, "What's the context?"
Why does he want to ban Muslims? Like, what's going on, or what was going on when he said that? Or, I don't know what he was talking about, or because this happens a lot, Handsome, and you can't deny it. You know, people play clips of what he says. It makes him sound bad, but then when you go and look at the whole script and you realize what he's talking about, it's like, oh, well, that's not that bad.
You couldn't ban Muslims even if it was the day after September 11th. You can't ban people based on a religion. There's nothing that's going to go on that's going to justify that. I mean, there's a hell of a lot of blacks that commit crimes in my old neighborhood. You can't ban all black people from entering it. There's no the context don't matter.
I concede to that point. You're
Yeah.
right.
All right. So the point I'm asking is, do you think the current Supreme Court, in which he's already picked 3 of them, and if he gets to replace Alito and Clarence Thomas, which I think everybody believes he would, meaning that 5 of the Supreme Court justices could be handpicked by him, do you feel confident they would stop this the second go round?
I do. I mean, because the Supreme Court hasn't always, had Trump's back on every case. Roe v. Wade gets overturned and everybody acts like the Supreme Court is just completely on his side. And, the Supreme Court's got a job to do, and they're going to do their job to the best of their ability. They're going to make decisions based on what they believe is constitutional and what's not.
You believe that if Trump gets to privately interview 5 of the 9 Supreme Court justices and get a chance to ask them any questions he wants and pick them based on their answers, that those 5 will still be unbiased towards him?
100%. I think they're going to go in and do the job that they were elected to do.
Let me just say this. If I was to pick 5 Supreme Court justices myself personally, I'm going to be damn sure that they're on my side. No way. You get one guy pick more than half of the Supreme Court and you believe that they'll be unbiased against him. Really? Okay, that's a surprise. That's a surprise.
But it comes down to what's constitutional and what's not. So it depends on, there's going to be a lot of things like, for example, pro-life and not pro-life. That's a topic that, and I'm just using that because it's a good example. That's a topic that there really isn't nothing in the Constitution that says that it's a right to have an abortion. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that. So that is something that if you believe that it's a woman's right, then you're going to roll that way. If you don't believe it, then you're not going to roll that way, And there's certain topics that are up for debate when it comes to the Supreme Court voting on, but a lot of things are covered by the Constitution. And I think that,
Yeah, but you do.
Not being able to discriminate based on religion and race and all that good stuff. That stuff's always going to be protected. I don't care if you have far right or far left.
I don't know why you would say that. You said not being able to discriminate based on religion. That stuff is always going to be protected, no matter if you're far. I don't know why you would believe that, considering that most of this country's history, that stuff wasn't protected. It's only been protected for like the last 20% of the entire time we've been a country. I don't understand why you would think that. We've had numerous generations in this country, like dozens of generations in this country that lived when that stuff was not protected. In fact, in my family tree, I'm the first one that's born where that stuff was protected. It wasn't even protected when my mom was born. So I don't get why you would think it's always going to be protected. I got to move it on, S. You know how the program works. I'll give you the last word, though.
So I just want to touch on, why is Trump more favorable than Kamala?
Sure.
Kamala.
Sure. Kamala.
The reason why is stuff like this, Kamala don't get called out on her BS. I mean, you look at the Brett Baer interview, she never answered half of the questions. She gives a runaround. When we talk about, well, why didn't you do it your first 4 years? Or why did you wait 3.5 years to pass a bill for the border? How come that wasn't day one? No, we did it on day one. No, you didn't. Day one, you guys tried doing an asylum, a pathway to citizenship for the undocumented people. You didn't try to solve the issue at the border day one. You guys didn't decide to do that until 3.5 years. Now you're mad because the Republicans went against that bill. But the Democrats don't get called out on that stuff. Kamala don't get called out on that stuff.
I mentioned it on my show several times. I thought her interviews on The View, 60 Minutes was crap. I brought up that she didn't get fact checked on the CBS interview when she stated that officers died on January 6th. I had a show on here and pissed off a hell of a lot of liberals. I think that they do call her out on it.
And I'm not talking about you specific. I'm talking about actual media. The people that have the power to influence one, or I'm not saying that you can't influence somebody.
I've seen CNN cover shit like whether she's black or not. I mean, that Trump brought up, so I don't know if I would say they don't cover it. Maybe not to your liking, but it's covered. I mean,
all I'm saying is when you look at how they cover Trump in such a negative light, Harris don't get 5% of what Trump gets.
Yes, wait a minute. Harris don't get 5% of what goes on Trump because Harris don't say 5% of the controversial shit that Trump said. We're talking about comparing immigrants to garbage. We're talking about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. Give me Kamala Harris's greatest hits. They're not even in the same universe with some of the stuff that Trump says. That is why you don't get her being covered like Trump says. Trump says controversial shit that really bites to the core. Kamala Harris, well, I was raised in a middle-class family. Big difference in what Trump is saying. Last word, go.
No, that was my last word. I just think, everybody acts like it's a surprise that Trump's more favorable than Kamala, but I don't see why it's such a surprise to people. She can't answer a single question. I say here, I've watched everybody on TikTok, whether it's Harry, whether it's Parker, Dean, you can watch any. People do a better job on TikTok explaining what Kamala's going to do than Kamala does herself. She says that, she wouldn't change nothing and that she's proud of what her and Biden did, but yet she's saying she wants to, do better in her second term, but she can't even tell us what she would do different. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. I don't see how or why anyone would be surprised that Trump's more favorable than Kamala. I don't see what would give anybody a reason to like her more than him.
All right,
at least when it comes to politics.
All right.
I can understand as a person because I don't think Trump's that great of a person. But when it comes to being a president, I don't see why anybody would pick Harris over Trump.
All right, fair enough. Appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you. And I will say in regards to what he said that people on TikTok do a better job of explaining Kamala Harris. Look, I'm talking about locker room talk. I'm talking about he just, compared immigrants to garbage. And my last caller was explaining that he didn't mean them all. People on TikTok explain away a hell of a lot of things that Trump says, too. I still have yet to see a dog being eaten by a Haitian migrant, yet folks all over TikTok are trying to send me photos of people eating dogs in Cambodia and Port-au-Prince, Haiti, to defend Trump. So I think that happens certainly on the Trump side as well, where he says wild things and people are trying to defend it. Clearly, what he talked about immigrants being garbage is going to require some defending because there's nothing positive in there for immigrants at all. And he didn't say, the ones coming from Venezuela or the ones coming from Guatemala. He said 181 questions. 181 countries, rather. So that's basically all immigrants come to this country. He's comparing them to garbage. Anyhow, continuing on the program, Trump is just a bullshit artist, and people give him a pass, double standard. Facts only, that is an absolute fact, which is, me and my last caller, we had a good back and forth. S-Fried, that is always welcome on the program. But I had to move the program on, but I would have said exactly what you said. The reason that, it seems like, Kamala Harris is getting held to this standard about not answering questions. Yeah, Trump gets a pass. If Kamala Harris talking about immigrants eating hats and dogs and all that, yeah, it would be a big, big difference. The liberals wouldn't let her get away with that stuff. If she was up there comparing immigrants to garbage, the liberals wouldn't let her get away with that. Trump gets a pass on a lot of really controversial statements from the right that the left would never give Kamala Harris a pass on. So he does get the benefit of that. So that's one of the reasons why his favorable ratings, in my humble opinion, are better than Kamala Harris. Is because Kamala Harris is getting held to a high standard on things, and Trump is getting, like you mentioned, Kamala Harris doesn't answer questions. They actually asked Trump at McDonald's, one of the lowest paying jobs you could get, would he be in favor of increasing the minimum wage? He did not answer that question. This is the very audience that would want to know the answer to that most. Working at McDonald's, would you be in favor of a minimum wage increase? He did not answer that question. I should have had it queued up. You didn't hear the right suggesting that Trump doesn't answer questions. They just went right over that. But when Kamala Harris gets up there and talks about middle-class family and all this bullshit, they hold her accountable. So that has something to do with it. It's amazing how they can say Kamala doesn't have any substance and Trump does. Be for real. Trump has a lot of substance. It's just unfavorable to a lot of people. Moran on YouTube, did you hear about the mail-in ballot fraud in Mesa County, Colorado? They had a press meeting talking about it yesterday. No, I did not. No, I did not hear about that. I'll elaborate on it in a second here. Tap the screen. I didn't ask for that yet, but tap the screen, get the likes up to about 15,000. Smash that like button on YouTube. This is uncensored programming. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. In regards to mail-in ballot fraud, real quick, Moran, my guess, or Marin, if I'm getting that right, my guess is in a country where 300 and some odd million people live, you'll probably have well over 150 million people voting in this election. It's not going to be 100% fraud-free. I don't think any election in U.S. history has been 100% fraud-free. After all, I couldn't vote in most of them. I mean, we're voting for the 47th president. I don't think I could vote for the first 40 or something of that nature, first 30 or something like that. So I know those weren't fraud-free. But I do believe that there's likely going to be a little bit of fraud here and there, like in every election. The difference is suggesting that there is some fraud here, therefore Trump won by a landslide. In my humble opinion, Trump yelling out he won by a landslide is fraudulent in itself. Just because you found some cheating, and by the way, he couldn't even prove if the fraud benefited the Democrats. You may have found fraud that benefited you. But fraud don't equate to Trump winning by a landslide. And this is something I have a back and forth with everybody who says, well, Trump won that election because there was fraud. How do you know the fraud was in favor of the Democrats? You can't just assume the assumption is Democrats cheat, all Republicans are innocent. So if you find any election fraud, it has to be a Democrat. That doesn't work in court. And by the way, is it Trump's friend? What is it, Larry Flynn or whatever? One of the guys who was alleged election fraud. He was in court the other day and he had to admit we don't have any evidence of what we were saying. Sounds good at a rally though. Going back to the box, Stick Darula. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Stick. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Smash that like button on YouTube. Get us up to about 30. We can do that. Stick.
How you doing, Tim?
I don't know. Immigrants compared to garbage. What say you?
Well, again, that's Trump, and that's the racist stuff that he likes to say, man. I mean, like you said, he called the whole world, in a sense, trash, except for a couple of countries, because you said like 190 countries. So we got to put Germany. He didn't add Germany. He didn't add Switzerland. He didn't add probably France or England. Let me see, Poland, any Celtic or
I don't know if it's that many countries. Stick, I don't know if it's that many countries left. He said 181 countries. Upon my research, the highest I could find is a site saying there was 193 countries on Earth, which would only leave 11. That means you're going to be definitely calling some white people garbage too. That's like most of the world. So I don't know what made him say that.
No. It's those 11 countries, I guarantee you, are of Eastern Europe descent and or Europe in itself, and everybody else, including the United States, is garbage because we're the enemy within. Remember?
Yeah, that's a whole nother show in itself, suggesting that he would turn the military against sitting senators like
Yeah.
congressmen like Adam Schiff. I don't. Yeah, that's a whole other story.
Yeah, because we're the enemy within. So even right, he has nothing positive to say about the United States.
Mm.
So what makes you think? What makes you think that we even are on the list? He tells you every day. He tells America every day, basically, that we're trash and we're the world's dumpster.
So what about
the biggest dumpster of them all? But I mean,
what about the notion? Because this is something I often hear, predominantly aimed at liberals and those on the left. The phrase that you often hear is, "If you don't like America, just leave." Now, with him suggesting that, we have enemies within and we got immigrants that, America's turned into the garbage dumping ground. Any idea why that phrase is not being thrown at him? Because he's clearly speaking negatively of the country.
Yeah, and that's the point exactly. Why does he get a pass with calling everybody trash and telling Black Americans we don't have nothing to lose, we're last in this, we have the worst this, and they don't give us opportunities, but then at the same time we should vote for you because you're telling us all of these so-called statistics, but you're not telling us what you're gonna do about it to make it better or to fix it.
Well, I gotta defend Trump. He is telling you what he's going to do to make it better. He's going to kick all the immigrants out.
Well, my point is the immigrants ain't got nothing to do with me and mines when they wasn't even here and we already had it going on.
Yeah.
The problems that he tried to name out, not to try to be pointing the finger, but it's obvious. It was the white generation before us, and probably a little bit before us and before us, starting with the forefathers, that started the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
So okay, so how about this? Trump, you was in office for 4 years. Why didn't you do the shit that you was talking about now? Why didn't you do any of the shit that you talked about in 2016?
Well, he's going to...
Nobody paid for that wall but us.
Yeah.
Nobody, you didn't help with the flip-flop with the vid and getting the Pope. So, my guy, you have 4 years of being the president. She's been a 4-year vice president.
True.
You were the president. Why didn't you do any of this stuff?
So then I have to ask, consider what we're talking about in reference to President Trump. Why is Kamala, looking on the screen here, why is Kamala's favorable numbers less than his? What is it about Kamala that is so unfavorable?
Nothing. They just won't hold him accountable for his shit. Pardon my French. They just won't hold him accountable. He gets to cheat on his wife. He don't have to tell nobody about that because, it's personal business. We need to stand up his personal business. Yeah. But that's character. And that would show you who he would be in the sense of, will he lie to you? Will he cheat? Will he cheat you? Yes, he will. That's why they call him in New York, Don the Con. That's who he is. So, if a person show you who they are, let's go with that. Let's get it in our heads and understand who that person is and proceed accordingly. But they're willing to just put all that to the side. We know he's had failed businesses. We know that he's been bankrupt so many times. We know that he went into the presidency and messed up the country. That's why Joe Biden has to fix it. We know all of this. But just because, and I still will say this, he's a white male and he's like ogre on the goddamn Revenge of the Nerds, don't know shit.
Wait a minute, hold on now. The man is worth $15 billion according to his own estimates. Why would you say he don't know shit? He's a very successful businessman.
If he's worth that much money, why he couldn't give up his bond money? Why did he only come up with 173 million of it?
Come on, Stick. You always got to make it sound worse than it is. Poor people don't like to admit. Normally, rich people like to make you think they got less because they don't want you coming for it. I can understand the guy ain't gonna be eager to give his money to the court system.
And that's why his ass got sued for hyping up Well, I'm so rich. But then it comes down, you got to pay a bill. Oh, that's why I don't pay people. He just said he wasn't going to pay somebody about some damn, the mic went out for like 17 seconds or something like that. And now, I'm not going to pay these guys. I'm not going to pay these guys.
But consider how bad you make him sound, then you gotta understand he has tremendous staying power. It doesn't look like any of this is hurting him. Should you bow down to the 47th president, Donald J. Trump?
Hell no. He ain't gonna be 47. He shouldn't have been 40 whatever he was. 45. He should have been sitting his ass at home eating a Big Mac, catching salmonella or whatever it is.
Oh my God. You're not wishing harm on the man, are you?
And you know what? I want you to think about this. As president, this is my opinion. TikTok. He messed up the country when he left. He messed up the country when he left. Now he's went to McDonald's, and now we got 13 states.
Oh my God! You blame it? Oh my God!
That's the Donald Trump effect. You see him hold on, think about this now. You just seen him in the drive-thru. You just heard him say, I thought they dig their hands in the fries. Now I know that's not how they do it.
He did. That's funny.
This man say that.
That is funny. When you talking about the McDonald's quarter pounder outbreak, what is it? Is it Ebola or what? E. coli? What is that?
E. coli. It's E. coli.
Now he did serve fries without a hair in it. I know that, but I don't know about E. coli. Damn.
But what I'm trying to tell you, my man, he's a walking curse. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh my God.
He cursed all his businesses. He's cursed all his basically his credit. He's a walking, talking curse, my man. Like I don't know if I can say he's a walking, talking. Go ahead. Well, as soon as he went to McDonald's and got in a drive-thru, here we go, 13 states with E. coli. I'm just saying.
Oh my God.
His businesses being bankrupt, and man, listen, his wife is about leaving him. But he might become the president again. He got immunity. He might be able to slap her around. So she came back, and now she's trying to peddle a book.
Well, I'll tell you right off the bat. Now, I wouldn't say he's a walking curse, but I will say a lot of his associates, like somebody's pointing out, Rudolph Giuliani and Mike Lindell and Sidney Powell, his associates have lost a lot. So for his associates, he has kind of been the opposite of the Midas touch. In fact, even Elon Musk, the world's richest man, who is an insanely wealthy individual, he has lost tens of millions of dollars affiliating with Trump. He just makes it back so fast he doesn't notice it. But his stock on X, they're suggesting Forbes said it dropped by 80% since he bought that social media giant.
Because he's trying to do the same thing Trump is. He's trying to come in and switch up and say, I'm only going to hire the best. We don't need this many people at Twitter. We're going to change it to X. He took a perfectly fine platform with the tweaks that they were going to make to it in the sense of censorship and different things like that. He took it and made it into something else. Now it's not worth anything, but he doesn't care because he's a billionaire already. He doesn't care. Yeah. It's just a toy to him. It's just something that he can play with. You know what I mean? It's not really something that he cares about. He's more, as we see on TV, as we see on the news, he cares more about talking to Putin now, just like Donald Trump, about satellites and things that are going on that he controls.
Well, I can't hate on what Elon, because what Elon is doing is going to make him the king of the world. I mean, if he gets both Putin and Trump on his side and he can peddle his technology, which, by the way, is some really genius technology. I mean, some of that stuff, he's sending people to space. He got satellite systems. Obviously, he could be the electric car guru that the liberals want, but they can't love the guy because of all the shit he says. But the liberals certainly favor EVs, and he would bring that to the masses. So if for Elon Musk, I understand. Huh?
Did Donald Trump favorite EVs until he started putting money.
He bought Donald. Yeah, he threw money in Trump's face, and that was all Trump needed. Yeah, he bought Trump.
So again, it's just one of those pay to play.
Yeah.
You know it, I know it. It's in front of our face. They even got it to where they're saying that Elon Musk might have broken the law by giving people $1 million to go register to vote or some crazy stuff. You know what I mean? So,
I don't know why somebody. Yeah, I don't know why some lawyer or somebody didn't stop him, because let's be clear, if the liberals had did that, the right would be going ape shit as well. I don't know how he was allowed to do that. But Stick, you know what I got to do. Elon ain't going nowhere, but hopefully he never runs for office. Hopefully not. We've already had one successful businessman get in there. Elon is multiples of Trump's business. I mean, Trump claims to be a successful businessman. Elon Musk is indisputable.
He is successful. He's successful. Yes, it's undeniable.
Yeah, he's the richest person in the world.
Before we get up out of here, man, before I tell you good night, man, the thing about it, Trump has already offered him a job in his cabinet.
Okay.
So we see what's going on. We see what's going on. He's doing it in our face, man. Like I said, $1 million, come register as a Republican, vote for us. It's a chance you might win $1 million. And that's like every day he's giving $1 million away.
That is true.
This is what they're doing to get more votes.
Well, can I hear you say Trump 47 before I move it on?
Hey, nope. Because guess what? No immigrant is gonna be able to get that money.
Yeah,
that's racial money. I ain't seen one black person get it yet.
But anyway, Tim. All right.
Good night.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And in regards to no black person getting it, I mean, blacks are only about 13 to 15% of the population, and they are even a lower number than that of MAGA. I mean, I got to assume that in regards to MAGA, blacks are less than 1%. I mean, they got to be well under 1%. I've been to a couple of Trump rallies, and one of them I went to was kind of small. It was maybe 5,000 of us there, and I waited in line 5-6 hours to go. I had a good time, and people were really nice to me. So I don't have anything negative to say about it. In fact, I enjoyed the seats. I had a pretty close seat. Trump pointed and winked at me. That has its own little power. But I will say that in terms of African Americans that were present there that day, I seen maybe 10, and I estimate about 5,000 people were there. And I'll say out of the 10 I've seen, I'm going to assume it was 3 times as many, because I may have not seen everybody there. Let's say instead of 10, it was 30. Still very, very small number. Very small number. And it was standing room only. So, yeah, I don't think blacks represent 1% of MAGA. That's my opinion. Maybe some folks disagree. Different neighborhoods, different environments. There's a few more here or there, but overall, most African Americans live in major cities, and there is very little MAGA there. Continuing on with the program. Now, what we were talking about before I go to the next guest. By the way, folks, something I've never asked you to do on TikTok. Share the live. Just want to see I want to see if it affects the numbers. I don't know why. Like I said, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 20,000. Unlike YouTube, I think TikTok does a shadow ban or something of that nature. So I'm going to ask that you try that. We'll see how effective that is. I want to play the clip before I go to the next caller. Thank you, Alicia, by the way. Alicia Blink for that sharing. I want to play this clip. I see somebody says sharing is important. Pinky760 says sharing is important. That didn't work on my ex-wife, though. Let me see if I can bring this clip up. I can get my computer to act right. Yeah, my ex-wife didn't like that phrase. I tried it, though. Now, this is what I wanted to run by you folks. Now, this is what Trump said the other day, and it's, within the last 24 hours or so, I think.
Our border and threw open the gates. He threw them open. The gates to an invasion of criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions, from all over the world, from Venezuela to the Congo in Africa. A lot of people coming out of the Congo, not just South America. They're coming from 181 countries as of yesterday. Right in, we're a dumping ground. We're like a garbage can for the world. That's what's happened. That's what's happened to We're like a garbage can.
Now, before I continue on this clip, now he says we're like a garbage can for the world. He is essentially saying that the world is getting rid of the people they don't want. I mean, so that's what I mean. Now, keep in mind, 181 countries. Some countries like India, they sent some very educated people over here. Now, I don't know if India is included in this mix, but he did say 181 countries. So there's not many countries that's not included in the mix. 181 countries, but he said we're like a dumping ground for the world.
You know, it's the first time I've ever said that. And every time I come up and talk about what they've done to a country, I get angrier and angrier. First time I've ever said garbage can, but you know what? It's a very accurate description.
Powerful stuff. Now, I have had some Trump supporters in my comment section when I made this short video in this defend. And I had one guest on here a moment ago. He didn't defend it. He kind of tried to downplay it and say Trump meant this group and not that group. But I had some folks suggest that, yeah, Trump is right. We are taking in a lot of garbage. Let me go back to the box. Appreciate you folks that are on tuning in. Cows and sheep. Is that what I'm looking at there? Cows and sheep. Good evening. So are the people garbage if we are the garbage can? Yeah. Yes, they are a beauty and what does that say? Beauty and the Beast. Yes. Yeah, he's saying that the people coming here are garbage. I mean, they're using us as a dumping ground to get rid of their garbage. I think to me, that's the best interpretation of what he's saying. America's a dumping ground for 181 countries. So they're getting rid of their rubbish and sending them here. Not positive attributes to immigrants at all with that. Not positive at all. In fact, I have not heard Trump say anything about immigrants that's positive, which is why I said earlier in the program, and I will have to wait till the box resets. My last guest doesn't seem to be coming up, but maybe you guys disagree with me on this, but I believe that if Trump is reelected and you do not formally, officially have residency, you are not safe. You are not safe to stay in the country. I'm not talking about illegal immigrants. I mean, illegal too, but I mean, let's say, for instance, you're coming in the country. However you came here, business visa, you came here seeking asylum, however you came here, and you're going through the system, which it can take some years before you officially get a green card, before you officially become a resident. If you're not at that point, I don't care how much you've been legally going through the steps and getting your court dates and all of that, you're not safe, in my opinion, if Trump gets elected. You're not safe. I do believe the process to come here legally will be significantly more difficult, and the amount of rejections for those attempting to do it the legal way will skyrocket. The amount of avenues you can take to become a legal migrant in this country will drop significantly, and the request, I believe, will be you'll be getting things denied all over the place. At the end of the day, I don't think MAGA will have a problem with that. Tim, no fear mongering, says in NJT. You're accusing me of fear mongering after just playing a clip comparing immigrants to garbage? Seriously? I compared them to garbage. And you're accusing me of fear mongering. All right, I get it. Nobody is safe with Trump as president except the rich. Wow. All right, let me go back to the said Tim, no fear mongering. Guys talking about immigrants being garbage. Michael, welcome to the program. Wow, I didn't expect that. Good evening, Michael.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much at all. So what do you think? Immigrants being compared to garbage?
Well, you know how I feel. You know who I think the garbage is in here. And that's Trump for even saying something about the American people. But he's not being subtle about it.
No, not at all.
No, he's not being subtle. He's saying black and brown folks are garbage. That's what he's saying.
Well, wait a minute. In defense of Trump, he said 181 countries. It ain't that many black and brown countries. That's some white people too.
Tim. I told you before, I can appreciate you trying to keep your...
No, he said it.
That's what... Let me ask you this. Okay, you know I always challenge you. Have you ever heard him say anything? But he said, not Norway. Those are the good ones.
That was alleged.
always isolates black and brown versus everyone else. I'm not making that up.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Everybody in this country should be offended that he would consider this country a garbage can because he is not running the show, because it's not going his way. Everything that doesn't go his way is supposed to be dreadful and terrible, and the world's coming to an end unless he's running, unless he's in charge.
I don't disagree with that because
listen, look. You got Trey in the comments. It's not.
I saw that.
Why does everybody get upset when black folks bring up race? But all I'm doing is speaking to what he says.
Yeah.
All I'm doing is speaking to what he's saying. Shithole countries. He wasn't talking about Norway or any other country. He's not talking about those countries. He's talking about black and brown countries.
Well, I will, in defense of Trump, I will say this, Michael. When the whole shitholes country comment came out, that was from someone close to Trump stating that he said that. Trump denied saying it. So that's the whole shithole countries or people from Norway. We got to add allegedly onto that. But I will say, when you watch this particular clip, it makes the shithole country thing seem a lot more legitimate because he's kind of saying it here. I mean, he's kind of saying it right here too.
He's showing us who he is. I don't know why there's no debate on who he is as a person, what his motives are. There's no debate. Now, I told you this before. I can respect your form and what you're trying to play devil's advocate for him, but has he earned that? In his actions, the last 6 weeks, his rhetoric has gotten worse and worse and worse. Every time he stands up, it's something crazy, right? Now, here's the thing. Not only is it getting bad, his supporters continue to defend it at all costs. It doesn't matter what he says. There's a reason. It's out of context. We're taking it wrong.
I just had, it's interesting you would say about taking that out of context. I had somebody telling me when he said he wanted to ban Muslims, like, what's the rest of that? Like, you can't ban somebody based on their religion. Well, there has to be more to it. Like, what? So
no, there doesn't have to be more to it. You know why? Because it has to be more to it because they don't want to face their own biases. That's what it is, right? They don't want to face the fact that, no, that's what he said. Can you imagine if Kamala had got on the stage and mentioned a man's penis?
Ooh,
can you imagine?
No. Yeah, that's another. You're talking about Arnold Palmer, where he's talking about the size of the guy's penis. And there are children at Trump's rallies. Now, of course, we talk about the LGBT community and all this stuff being harmful to children. You're right. They didn't hold Trump accountable. I am 100% certain when he said that, there were children that heard that. 100% certain of that.
100% certain. But have you had anybody on any one of your lives since say anything that said about him that said that was wrong? I'm asking you.
About the penis size thing? Yeah. People said it was wrong, but it's Trump.
Okay. So, no, I'm talking about Trump supporters.
Yeah. I get Trump supporters all the time that say they don't like some of the things he says, but they believe his policies are eons better than Kamala's.
But they can't tell you a policy.
Yeah, they can. Securing the border is a policy. Ending the war is a policy. Getting the economy back on track. I mean, they can tell you some of it.
Just clip notes, because then they ask Kamala for detail that they don't.
Well, yeah. When Trump said he's going to end the Ukraine-Russia war in 24 hours, yeah, they asked him, well, can you give us detail? Well, I can't tell you. But yeah, Kamala Harris said she's going to do something. Yeah, they want details. I don't disagree with that at all.
Right. It's absurd. It's absurd. And the bottom line is, people that support him, either you are racist or you're okay with it, or you're okay with racism. You're okay with bigotry. You're just okay with it.
But you don't.
He's saying too much, Tim. He's saying too much.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't believe that all Trump supporters though are bigots, do you?
I believe that if they're not, if they're not bigots and racists, they're okay with bigotry and racism.
Interesting point.
If they're not, they're okay with it, right? I heard a lady on a live 2-3 days ago that said she would still vote for him if he SA'd her own daughters.
Damn.
It's on TikTok right now.
What?
I'm not making that up. I've heard that twice from women and twice from men.
Damn. I would love to talk to that person. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I understand there's a hell of a lot of reasons why people like Kamala over Trump. If you lean right, you absolutely should be voting for Trump over Kamala. I get it, but to say something like that about your own kid, I don't know what Trump ain't offering nothing that's gonna make that big of a difference in your life to throw your damn kid out there. you gonna give up your kid for $2 gas? That's crazy.
Well, what about 13? What about 13 additional former Trump administration people come out today and back what John Kelly said? 13.
They're all rhinos. They're all rhinos.
Right. Everybody is mad. Here's the sad part that I'm going to drop. Trump supporters are acting and treating this man like he is actually Jesus. He's their God. I mean, 100%. Because they don't. There's nothing that he does. There's nothing that he does that will change their view of him.
Wow.
Nothing.
Is it possible because what Kamala Harris is offering is that destructive to America that they're going to stay focused with Trump? Maybe they just feel like she is just completely the wrong direction for this country.
No, they already think there's somebody in your comments right now that's saying he is God. I'm telling you, people think that they treat him that way. And again, have you watched Bad Faith, Tim?
No, I have not. I heard you say that. No, I haven't had time to watch it. No, I have not.
Well, it all makes sense because they really believe, and the white Christian nationalists are using him for their agenda. And they've got the flock that they need for their message.
Mm-mm.
But there's no substance to who he is as a person and as a politician. There's no substance to who he is. And no one can give you substance other than his record. And I'm talking about his resume, who he is, what he's done, what he's been accused of, the rapists, the felons, all of that stuff that they would never, in the history of our country, we've never had a candidate with that kind of record.
No, I mean, his level of survivability is unrivaled. I've never seen someone that can survive no matter how bad the controversy is, how unpopular it is. I've never seen somebody survive so much shit like Trump does. I can't speak on it.
So what's your conclusion?
My conclusion is you're kind of right, is that he does have somewhat of a godlike complex. I'll tell you this. I talked to a Trump supporter, someone I consider a friend. I talk to almost every day, strong Trump supporter. And I brought up the whole dictator thing. And my analysis after talking to him and many other Trump supporters is the reason he wants to be a dictator moniker doesn't hurt him when the liberals try to affix it to him is because a lot of Trump supporters look at Trump as being such an effective leader that the idea of him being in office for more than 4 years is not that bad of an idea. My friend told me, he's like, that actually wouldn't be a bad thing, in my opinion. A lot of folks believe that if Trump was around for another 4-10 years, America would be better off.
And you know what? And they do, under the guise of this racist, misogynistic, xenophobic, homophobic, because there's nothing that he's done. His record does not even hold that.
No.
His record does not say that. And another thing. And they don't think any of the things that he wants to do really applies to them.
Yeah. No, I don't see anything in Trump's record that is that significant of an accomplishment that you would elevate him to being a dictator. I get that he goes after their enemies. That's what I think. It's more of that, where the people I think are bad for this country, you call them out and you pursue them relentlessly. I think that's probably the biggest accolade to Trump. But in terms of policies being so great that he should be a dictator, no, I don't see anything near on that at all.
Of course not. But when he says stuff like enemy within, who's he talking about, Tim? When he right? I mean, when he talks about stop and frisk and total immunity, who's he talking about, Tim? See, all the games that everybody's playing about, like, not ignoring what he's actually saying. We know what he's actually saying, and they know what he's actually saying. But in order to admit it, that means that, I said it before, in order to admit it, it means that's either who you are or what you support. And there's no middle ground. If you were on this live right now with the Philadelphia Eagles shirt on, shouldn't I assume that you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan, or at least you support them at some level?
Yeah.
That wouldn't be a terrible assumption.
No.
Would be, even if you didn't, it wouldn't be a terrible assumption because that's what you're showing me.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going by what he's showing me. Period. It's not even political for me. It's just what he's showing me. And what he's showing me is that he doesn't give a damn about women and minorities, period, in the discussion. And I want somebody to show me where he's shown that.
Well, at the end of the day, I'll go ahead and move it on, Michael, but a lot of women are supporting Trump. So I want you to understand that.
Well, it's a bunch of, the cult isn't just full of men.
All right, Mike, appreciate you coming through.
All right, bro.
All right, the cult isn't just full of men. Damn. All right, Trump is not saying anything that affects his people. I don't know if I totally agree with that. For instance, I'm sure there's some Trump supporters out there that would be affected by the biggest deportation in U.S. history. He has supporters that likely work, have immigrants working for them. Maybe some of them have fallen in love with immigrants or have married immigrants or have children by immigrants. So yeah, I don't buy that what he is promising is not hurting some of his supporters. Certainly rolling back Roe v. Wade is going to hurt a lot of Republican women. That's guaranteed. Republican women can fall victim to various illnesses that can occur when during the pregnancy, stillborn and babies that are breech births and fallopian tube pregnancy, all of that. They can fall victim to that stuff. And now they're dealing with these laws that make it tougher for their physician to do anything about what they're going through. In fact, Kate Cox, the 31-year-old woman in Texas, stated she voted for Trump. She was a 31-year-old in Texas that had a child growing inside of her that had a chromosome disorder and was not expected to survive. And they were going to make her carry that baby to term, even though the doctor was saying it could put her own life in jeopardy. She had to leave Texas to terminate that fetus. And Texas, I believe last I checked, were trying to find some backdoor way to hold her accountable because they got this law they're trying to pursue that says you cannot use the highways in the state of Texas to facilitate a pregnancy termination. Meaning that if you want to go to, let's say, what's the nearest state? Probably New Mexico. New Mexico to the west of Texas, it's legal to terminate a pregnancy there. So if you drive across I-10 to through El Paso and go into Las Cruces, I think is the first big town in New Mexico, Las Cruces. Know this from being an over-the-road driver. You go to Las Cruces, New Mexico, the state of Texas can pursue you because you use their highway to facilitate an abortion. This is how they're coming up with backdoor ways. Because remember, the whole thing is it's not about banning it, it's about giving it to the states and let the states decide. Well, the states is doing a little bit more than just deciding pro-life legislation. They're also preventing women that want to go to liberal states from doing that as well. They're coming up with backdoor ways like tracking pregnancies and things like that. I covered before on the show where Congresswoman in Missouri was talking about how they were trying to pass a law that deemed the embryo, not fetus, embryo, a resident of the state of Missouri at conception. So the minute a woman is pregnant and it's on the records, they consider that embryo inside of her as a resident of Missouri. And according to the Congresswoman, I'm paraphrasing this, but it's pretty damn close to a quote. She said, we want to make sure that if something happens to that resident, there will be some accountability. So if a woman becomes pregnant in Missouri, say she gets pregnant in St. Louis, they got her on record, went to the doctor, there's a medical record of her being pregnant in Missouri, crosses the line, goes into, say, East St. Louis in Illinois, crosses the Mississippi River, goes in Illinois, terminates the pregnancy. Well, the state of Missouri is going to, what happened to the resident that you were carrying? What happened to the Missouri resident that you were carrying? Then they can hold her accountable for terminating the life of that resident. So this is what when they say it's going to the states, no, it's got to go beyond that. It's not. If you're for saving a life, if you're for protecting the life of the unborn, you don't want somebody to go to another state and terminate it. You're for saving lives. You don't want any option available to kill something, so it's going to go further than that. Looking in the comments though, where the tax write-off child support. I don't quite get that one, user. Continuing on, but yeah, that's what's going to happen is they're going to start making it more difficult for these women to go to liberal states until, in my opinion, until they can come up with something federal. But if you are in a banned state, it's going to become increasingly harder to leave that state to do what you need to do. That's why they're talking about tracking the pregnancy, because then they can hold you accountable. You were pregnant 7 months ago. Can you show us why you're not now? Is there a record of a miscarriage? I mean, they can ask you those questions and they can hold you accountable. Continuing on with the program, though, wanted to respond to a few comments before we continue on to the next caller. Don't know what. Oh, wow. YouTube has been going crazy here. I apologize that I didn't see all of these viewers that were responding. But you guys are talking. Okay, is child support going to start at conception? Probably not. To quote the late, great James Brown, this is a man's world. And because most of the laws are being written by men are not going to write a law that involves paid child support at conception. So probably not. I can't believe you all are just worried about free to you, but not the taxpayers. I don't quite get that. By definition, just like a tumor again, just by definition. All right, I'm with that. Going back to the box here, we'll go ahead and bring up the next caller. Dencal, good evening. Welcome to the program. I always get my subscribers first digs. Dencal, good evening. If the box brings them up. There we go. Dencal, good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much at all. Did you hear the clip I played referencing immigrants to garbage or comparing them to garbage?
Yeah, I mean, he said similar things like that all along. I mean, people don't usually tie them together, but you know when he called like Baltimore rat infested,
yeah.
And he said,
yeah.
He said, the whole world's gonna be like Detroit, and like he said these types of things, basically calling the citizens of those cities, garbage, basically. You say rat infested. What is that saying about the people who live there? Now,
I think he said something about, I think when he had the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, he said something about Milwaukee like that too.
Right. I mean, New York, there's been places in New York that have been rat infested for decades. But that's not how you refer to the citizens because they have a problem with rats. You know what I'm saying? Because that's more of a municipal problem that's created by the lack of sanitation and that kind of stuff. It has nothing to do with the people who live there. So that's my.
So what do you think he's trying to do by referring to so many Americans in a negative light like that? Whole cities at a time.
Well, I mean, it's been used throughout history as a way to dehumanize people that you don't plan on helping, or that you plan on making the scapegoat for whatever it is you're trying to do. Like calling people, just calling people murderers and rapists and poisoning the blood. Like all of this stuff goes in a pattern. But of course, Trump voters, they refuse to even listen to it. And they say, oh, well, he's not, that's not what he meant. And like everybody needs to be an interpreter if you're going to be a Trump, if you're going to be a Trump voter, you got to know how to interpret every negative and switch it as some type of positive. And say, well, yeah, it is a bunch of rats in Baltimore. Like, that's not,
Well, when you call Baltimore the whole city a shithole, I mean, like, there's not a good block in this town. So, yeah, I mean, I get the spin. Real quick before I continue on with you, Dencal, seen in the comments on YouTube, EBM23 says, what rights have women lost? I haven't lost any rights and I'm a woman. How do you respond to someone on the right that is defending what's going on and suggesting that, under Trump, women haven't lost any rights at all? Because women are yelling, we're not going back and things like that, suggesting they're losing rights. I got a viewer on YouTube that's saying women hasn't lost any rights at all. How would you respond to that?
Right, that's sort of like saying, like, if somebody back in the day, who didn't choose to go to restaurants and and sit at the bar, just because they don't do it, and somebody takes away their right to be able to sit there and eat, and they don't do it, they saying, "Well, my rights have not been taken." Yeah, yes, they have. Just because you don't exercise that particular right doesn't mean it hasn't been taken away.
Yeah. And I would say this: if you can do, I would say this: if you can do something today, and you can't do the same thing tomorrow without jumping through all kinds of hoops and hurdles, you lost the right. For instance, if you lived in Miami before Trump became president and you wanted to terminate wanted to terminate an embryo, you can do it. Now after Trump, if you live in Miami, you got to drive probably 1,000 miles to do the same thing. You lost that right. You lost the right to do it in your own damn town. Now you got to drive, you got to drive 3 or 4 states away. You've lost that right. Not to mention how much money and time that's going to cost, but you've lost that right.
And just think about all of the voters who would have been affected if Trump would have had his way. All of those people in Wayne County, all of those people in all of those battleground states where he sent those lawyers and fake electors. Like, yes, you didn't lose your right to vote, but he was damn sure trying to take it from you.
Yeah. Yeah, the vote thing, I think they just shot that down in your state, that they were trying to make the hand count and all of that. They citing, it's too close to the damn election. Because this is what... Go ahead.
It's saying that anybody at one of these little precincts had the ability to not certify, the vote in their precinct. Like, no, you can't do that, man. It's 1,000 precincts across the country. Just imagine if every single one of them had the right to say, "Well, no, I think something wrong." I don't like it, And I researched one of those things while we was talking about they were talking about the Mesa County thing.
Mm-hmm.
About the Mesa County.
Yes. Talking about the
12.
Go ahead. Only 12?
12 ballots. It was 12 freaking ballots.
That's out in Colorado, right?
Yeah, no, that's in Arizona, Mesa County.
Arizona. Okay. Yeah, he was pointing that there was some election fraud. 12 ballots.
12 whole ballots. That could have turned the whole thing around.
Yeah. And that's where the problem is. It's like you mentioned in Georgia where one person can refuse to certify the votes. You could hold up an entire nation election because somebody found 3 or 4 cases of fraud. I mean, yeah. Because that's what Trump is using to suggest he won by a landslide is, well, I did see some fraud, so that means I won. Like, what the hell? You can't just, like in your case, you're talking about 12 ballots being found in Mesa County. You can't just automatically use that as an excuse to say, well, I won. I mean, but yeah, this is what that was leading the door open to in Georgia.
And for the people in the chat that's writing 1,200, I'm sorry that whatever information you got is wrong. It says at least a dozen mail ballots were stolen, fraudulently filled out or submitted. It doesn't say anything about 1,200, but I just want to make sure I correct the record because other people in the chat that believe in MAGA will say, "Oh, he lied," and so because they won't do the research if it's gonna prove them wrong. They'll research rather Kamala Harris worked at McDonald's 45 years ago.
Well, something in regards to working in McDonald's. I've said this on the program before. I used to work at Burger King, rather. I worked at Burger King back in 1988 during my sophomore, junior, and senior year in high school. I couldn't prove that. I'm 100% sure I worked there. The Burger King still exists, but it's probably changed ownership hands. I couldn't prove that I worked there if I had. By the way, why should I have to? Who the hell's going to make that up? But if I had to prove I worked there, I can't prove that I worked there. It's been 40 years ago almost.
I did too. I worked there 40 years ago. The place had changed hands numerous times over the year, and now it no longer exists. Those companies are only required to keep records for so long, private companies. So what documentation would she be, or should she, like you said, who the hell gonna lie about working at a fast food restaurant?
And I would also say, just like with the Obama birth certificate, we need to see the loan form. Even if she was to prove that she worked at Burger or worked at McDonald's, they would probably deny the proof was valid. I mean, it's AI. You wouldn't made up some I mean, you got to stick to the lie. I mean, once she proves that she worked there, then they're going to go and say, well, you wouldn't paid somebody to say you worked there. And that, I mean, she would be chasing that forever, like what Obama was doing with the birth certificate.
You're right.
Yeah. So
And I just had another comment towards the guest you had up there called S.
that's Friday. Yeah.
Yeah, he was saying that well Trump, he was in office and he never did those things, and so we should be confident that he's not going to do those things again because we've already seen it. But then in the same breath, they say we should believe that he's going to be able to recreate the exact same economy he had 8 years ago on his word. But we shouldn't believe that he's going to do nothing negative.
Yeah.
Only the positive stuff he's going to recreate out of pure magic. But we shouldn't believe none of the stuff he tried to do. But they keep saying he didn't try to lock Hillary up. Well, go tell Jeff Sessions that, because that's why he got fired, because he wouldn't prosecute Hillary. Yeah. And Trump said, why in the hell did I hire you if you're not going to do what I tell you to do?
Yeah. And that's the thing I've said on the show many times, is that I don't think it's wrong to hold a politician accountable for what's coming out of their mouths. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if I say I'm going to become president and I'm going to take out every Hispanic in the country, now obviously I'm not going to be able to do that, but you should hold me accountable for saying it. You don't, he can't do that, don't work. No, nobody made him say that. He's saying these things. Nobody's forcing him to say it. So if he's saying it, I don't see anything wrong with holding him accountable for what's coming out of his mouth.
Right. And, we go over this stuff over and over again. We already understand what bad policing policy can do to a country and to a specific race. We've seen that from the 95 crime bill, the war on drugs and all that kind of stuff. We know what that would do. And so for the people to believe that he's going to start the largest deportation force ever and have concentration camps and have the military doing it, if they believe that's not going to have some negative effects on a lot of innocent people, they got the blinders on.
I don't think they have the blinders on. I think that they want the border secure, and they want illegals, folks that they believe have not been vetted, might be harmful to this nation. They want those folks out of the country so bad that they're willing to deal with a little bit of collateral damage. Yeah, some Mexicans that are here legally got harmed. So be it. If you can get 10 million people out of the country, a couple 100,000 that get caught in the process, so be it.
Right, and that's the apathy that got us the results of the 95 crime bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, the crime is rampant. We got, outdoor, markets, people just, people shooting up on the street. Like, if crime is out of control, even the Black Caucus, my grandmother, my mother, they was all for the 95 crime bill. If it could get these group of 10 guys hanging out on the corner, doing their thing, they was all for it until they realized.
Thank you, Boogly. Yeah, I don't. That's the same pushback I get when I speak disgust, or certainly I don't favor Trump promising to bring back stop and frisk and things. And that's the same thing. It lowers crime. A lot of folks on the right say I'm for stop and frisk because it lowers crime. They do acknowledge that, you're going to be stopping and frisking innocent people, and there may be some innocent folks taken to jail and things. But at the end of the day, if it lowers crime, hey, so be it. So yeah, they are willing to accept those casualties. But like someone in the comments stated, because it's not them. It's not going to be a bunch of people in your neighborhood that is happening to. It's people on TV that you perceive to be the bad guys.
Right. Yeah. And that's the problem. That's the apathy that we got going on, is people are willing to allow other people's, human and civil rights to be violated for a problem that's not even affecting them. They just saying, the people are coming and they taking black jobs and all that stuff. It's not even affecting them. Matter of fact, it's benefiting them because they the ones who drive by the Home Depot and slap the back of the truck and 15 people jump in the back. They benefiting from it. They the ones that's out there on their little mom and pop farms, out there working for pennies, man. So just looking at this, and I know because you keep talking about it, saying, why do we think it's so close? And I think the reason is so clear. But I understand you got to keep asking the questions, and
why is it clear? Why is it so close? I want you to answer that. Why is Kamala Harris, in fact, her favorable numbers are lower than Trump's? Why is that?
Because of misogyny, racism, and apathy. This country, it has disappointed me so much to see, and just to even have conversations. I had a conversation with a former military friend of mine. We were talking about, we were going back, just saying different stuff. Obviously he's a Trump voter. I'm voting blue. And so I asked him about what Trump said.
Is he African American?
No, he's not.
Okay.
He's not.
I'm just wondering because you said military, and I'm thinking, okay, you got Milley and General Kelly. None of that affects him at all, huh?
No, he don't care about none of that. He don't care about none of that. He thinks, just like you've been saying, they're upset, they're mad, and I was like, but they served under the same standards of integrity, honor, courage, and commitment that we took an oath to. But look, they live by that stuff times 10. Right. As far as like what we did. He doesn't care that, like, that's, those types of things don't affect him. But when I asked him about that Fox News interview where they asked him about if the school system was going to be teaching about how, slavery, the slaves helped build this country and everything, he asked him about that, and he said, well, then we're going to pull funding from them. I said, if you can sit there and listen to that interview and not understand what that's going to do to me and mine, and you call yourself my brother, you're not my brother. You're not my brother. And I stopped talking to him. And that's the first person I ever have not talked to because of politics. But when you sit back...
It ain't because of politics, Denkow. It's because of Trump. Without Trump, if you had Nikki Haley or even Ron DeSantis or Vivek, you probably would still be talking. It's because of Trump. I think it really is.
But that's on him. I'm talking about politics. I'm talking about what a politician is saying, what he intends on doing. And if he intends on trying to erase my ancestors and me from this country's history, I got a problem with that. And it goes further than our commitment and, saying the oath of office. You talking about me in my own. And I would never do that to if I got Hispanic brothers, I got white, I got all kinds, I got Haitians or whatever. If somebody that was Haitian came to me and said, hey man, these people, he trying to put, these Haitian people out of the country and they actually citizens, I would immediately be on his side because that's wrong.
Yeah. Well, I got to get Trump credit.
I wouldn't be saying, well, they is having a couple of accidents over there in Springfield, so
All right. I don't have any. I agree with you. I don't have any defense for that. I got to move it on, but that is exactly the response. They are having a few accidents.
You heard about the geese too, right? That's what Trump said the other day.
What?
About the geese. The Hispanic person asked him the question, I think, on Univision.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
He said, yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm just saying what I heard. But I heard they was eating something more than just cats and dogs.
And I got to move it on, but I will say that makes him look irresponsible as hell. I heard you went out and told 60-some million people something you heard, you didn't do any verification, you got all of the power of the government somewhat still behind you. You're a citizen, but you got friends throughout the CIA and FBI. This is the best you could do if somebody came and told you some shit, and without any verification at all, you went on TV in front of 60-some million people and repeated it. That is the essence of irresponsible, in my opinion. Because there are people out there that are saying everything about Trump, from he is a racist to a rapist. You don't go on TV and say that without having some proof that he did any of that shit. You don't just go on TV and say that. That's what he did about the Haitian migrants. He just went on. That's what he's admitting he did. Is he just went on TV and said something that he heard about them. Did you hear about any of them that work every damn day, that have a good job? You didn't repeat any of that? I got to move it on, DK.
All right, man.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, you come on. I heard this. What are you, Marvin Gaye? You heard it through the grapevine? What kind of shit? Tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up to about 30,000. Smash the like button on YouTube. You guys know how the program is ran. We're going to go on the opposite of Dinka. I want to talk to one of my MAGA viewers after this. Real quick, I wanted to play this clip. I have not heard this, but it is in reference to what me and my last caller was talking about, and a few other callers. This is the alleged ballot issues out in Mesa County, Arizona. I have not heard this, so I don't know what the hell's about to be said, but I am interested. It's about almost 2 minutes.
Election fraud investigation is underway after election officials say someone in Mesa County intercepted and submitted a dozen ballots without people knowing. Some of those ballots made it through the signature.
Real quick, she said a dozen. Let me make sure I heard that right. She didn't say 1,200. She did sound like she said a dozen. So any of you folks that have read an article where somebody secretly added a couple zeros behind it, here goes.
After election officials say someone in Mesa County intercepted and submitted a dozen ballots without people knowing. Some of those ballots made it through the signature verification process and were counted. 9 News reporter Mark Salinger is following the breaking news this evening, and as the district attorney is now launching a criminal investigation into this, Mark.
Yeah, Alex, that's right. Of the 12 ballots that were stolen from the mail, all 12 were rejected by an automated signature verification system. They were then sent to an election judge who determined there was nothing wrong with 3 of the signatures on them. 3 of those signatures were then counted, those ballots were. The Secretary of State will not say who investigators believe stole the ballots or which candidate the ballots were cast for. The head of the County Clerks Association says they're working with areas around the state now to review their system, make sure that everything is going well. While the stolen ballot scheme was clearly caught early, and election officials say this is a sign that the process works. I asked the Secretary of State this afternoon how she can say that when 3 fraudulent ballots were still counted. Take a listen. You say that is the process working when they made it through the signature verification process?
Well, at this point, we have at least 12 ballots that are suspected. The county clerk discovered the issue relatively quickly and put processes in place to stop any further detriment. In terms of the signature process, signatures on the back of mail ballots are verified by an election judge. And if there's any questions as to the signature, then there's a secondary review by bipartisan election judges.
We know those 3 ballots that were counted did not make it to that secondary review with 2 judges because the first judge determined that there was nothing wrong. At this time, no one has been arrested and the investigation is ongoing. The clerk in Mesa County is calling this an attempted election fraud investigation. Mark said.
That's a felony for 3 fucking ballots. I don't know if they're going to catch anybody. 3 votes in a country of 350 million people where damn near half of them are likely to vote. Somebody, at least one person, maybe a party of people. I mean, 12 votes is what this was about. And they got rid of 9 of them and caught the other 3. A felony for that. But I just wanted to point it out. I hadn't heard this. I was listening to this for the first time along with you folks. But so we already had a few folks in the audience that tried to correct my last caller by saying it wasn't 12, it was 1,200. So there you go. That's how misinformation goes. Now, this is the local NBC station in town. In town. This isn't MSNBC. This is the local NBC station in town, in that city, that is telling you this. So it clearly was not 1,200. Somebody was already on their way. Because at the end of the day, we all know in an election where there's tens of millions of people voting, 12 votes ain't going to do shit. Even in close elections, like a swing state like Arizona, 12 votes ain't going to do it. Ain't nobody about to win the state of Arizona by 11 votes. It just ain't going to happen. It's still going to be a few thousand. So to make this story into something of significance, sounds like there are some sites out there that are trying to add some zeros behind the 12 to make a case. Because 12 votes ain't shit. And this is what I'm talking about, folks, where people will say, well, we found some fraud. It must be the Democrats, they're cheating. In fact, I've had somebody in the comments say this. Now, they didn't tell you what name or which party was checked off on the ballots. So even if it is fraud, you can't just automatically assume it's one side or the other. And that's what happened in the 2020 election, is that Trump and his supporters and folks that were defending Trump automatically assumed any fraud, most of it being alleged, by the way, because most of it was unfounded, like the Dominion voting machines stuff. But they were just assuming any fraud we catch, it's the Democrats trying to cheat because all Republicans are honest. And then, of course, the fake electors scam comes out and all these Republicans are pleading guilty to it. So anyway, I just want to continue on with the program. But who was actually cheating in the 2020 games, Tim? What the hell are you talking about? Are you talking about Olympic games? We're talking about voting. What are you talking about? Games. Because of the laptop line. Like I said, also too, you notice when we talk about election fraud, particularly a right-left conversation, all of the fake electors, the ones that pled guilty down in Georgia, the ones in Wisconsin, the ones in Arizona, the right don't even bring them up. I mean, they pled guilty and admitted they were trying to cheat. They'll bring up, I seen, fake ballots in the river or dead people voting or, 2,000 mules. I've seen that a half dozen times. What about all these Republicans that are pleading guilty to it? Are they not part of the conversation, or because they're Republicans, should we skip over that? Jeremy, good evening. Welcome to the program. Tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up to about 40,000. Small program tonight. I don't know why. Jeremy, talk to me.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you doing, man? And as you know, I love you. How have you been, brother?
Always a pleasure having you on. Trump, did you hear the clip earlier with Trump suggesting that America is a dumping ground?
Yes. Well, I didn't hear the actual clip, but I've heard people reference it a lot. I've heard other people make references to it.
You got a couple seconds?
Yeah, I got a couple seconds. Let's do it.
She threw them open. The gates to an invasion of criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions, from all over the world, from Venezuela to the Congo in Africa. A lot of people coming out of the Congo, not just South America. They're coming from 181 countries as of yesterday. Right, and we're a dumping ground. We're like a garbage can for the world. That's what's happened. That's what's happened to we're like a garbage can. It's the first time I've ever said that. And every time I come up and talk about what they've done.
What do you think about these? Comparing immigrants to garbage.
I think it's not necessarily a bad thing. Because when you no, hold on. Let me justify this, okay?
Please do.
Okay. First off, what kind of people do you think cross illegally?
Okay, he didn't use the word illegal though.
Port of entry.
Well, what kind of people who cross illegally? It could be people running from the cartel. It could be people that are in destitute, people who are impoverished and see no way out.
Well, first off, there's a great video you should watch by an economist called "Immigration Explained Through Gumballs." And what he proves is not only is the world, do we not have enough room for the world's poor, because as the amount we already take is only a minuscule, 2% fraction of all the poor people who live below the poverty line and in the world. The people who come to the United States are actually some of the better off poor, because it takes a lot of resources to actually make the trek. But the people who are crossing illegally are already people that I don't really trust that much.
Why not?
And for good reason. Well, there's a documentary that you might want to check out. It's by Lauren Southern. I don't know if you've ever heard of her.
No.
But she's like a citizen journalist from Canada. And she actually went to down to a few different areas of the border and did a good job documenting the fact that there's a lot of places that a lot of these migrants could stop. Because a lot of them aren't from Mexico alone. A lot of them are from all sorts of other countries below that. And there's a lot of safe towns that they could stop at. But you want to know why they don't? They've been actually tricked by a lot of NGOs, including, I'm going to call them out for this, UNICEF, for believing that the United States is actually the only place you should be going. And they think that, she wasn't fired for a minute, dude. Anyway, she proved that a lot of these people are tricked into thinking that there's only one place to really go, which is the U.S. And the problem with this is that a lot of these people not only don't have to come to the U.S. in order to make a better life for themselves, because a lot of times they can escape and just go to the next country. A lot of the people who come by, a lot of them have very shady backgrounds. In fact, it's been proven that a lot of times when a lot of young children come across, they're not coming across with their parents. They're coming across with people who are trafficking them. And these people lie and say that they're their parents. And then DNA tests and document checks prove that not only are they not the biological parents, oftentimes they're not even adopted parents. And they'll even talk to the kids and have them like be interrogated by like some kind of like child psychologist. And it will come out really, really quickly in Spanish that these people were not their parents at all, and they don't know them.
Okay, here's the issue I have. I mean, now Trump has stated at one point there's like 18 million illegals in the country. If these people are that bad, that violent, our penal system should be filled with illegal immigrants. I mean, are they really bad hombres? And then when they come to America, they all decide to act nice. I mean, the number we see on Fox and some of the right-wing media when they catch an illegal taking somebody's life or something like that, and you notice they have to show the same person over and over again because it's not that many people being murdered by illegals. If it's that many of them coming here and they're that bad, why isn't there far more crime to show?
Well, first off, a lot of these people are caught, and then they're told to show up for a court date, and they just don't show up. So a lot of these people are just running.
Wait. These people are caught? Wait. You're saying they're caught and they're told. You're talking about they're catching rapists and murderers and letting them go and show up for a court date?
Depends on when and what state they're in. Depends on what state they're in. A lot of, look at California. In fact, a lot of times Californians don't even prosecute native criminals who commit certain types of sex crimes. That's actually becoming much more common. It's becoming much more common. That the police will just simply let certain people go unless they see a violent crime being committed in front of them, because they've just been told that they're not going to prosecute and they'll be out the next day.
So what you're saying is there's a whole bunch of illegal immigrants that have come in this country, raped and murdered people, got caught, and were let go and given court dates.
Or they were just not prosecuted. They were just not prosecuted and or arrested in the first place. Now killed. 18
million. 18 million illegals, and
Now I should put this disclaimer. The majority of illegal immigrants are committing softer crimes. The hardcore criminals are a small percentage of them.
What's a softer crime?
Dangerous. Softer crimes like credit card fraud and check fraud and things like that. Like more financial based.
Now, so listening to you, I want to make sure I get this clear. Is it safe to say that you believe that at least, I guess, 51%, I want to say majority, but let's say 51%, because that's the slightest majority you can get. Is it safe to say you believe the majority of the immigrants in this country illegally, and we know entering illegally is a crime in itself, but do you believe once they come here, majority of them commit more crimes?
Yes, but I would say about 62% of them are committing the softer crimes. The more aggressive, egregious crimes become smaller and smaller and smaller when it comes to who's doing them. The more aggressive you go up, but that's something you see across all countries. The more heinous the crime, the fewer people that are doing it. But that's not unexpected. That's something you see a lot. And the problem is, and this is something that Trump was pointing out, we don't want to admit this, but we have to just be honest. Mexico is a shithole. I'm sorry, but it just is. Except for the few rich places.
Wait. Where can we go that it is not a shithole in the eyes of Trump? Where is there not? I mean, do we have to go to Mar-a-Lago? Where is there not a shithole at?
A lot of European countries, Australia is actually pretty good. Certain Asian countries, Japan. I don't like Japan when it comes to the racism, because they are legit racist. I don't appreciate that, and I don't like that. But they are a clean, well organized, and homogenous nation that definitely does the right thing when it comes to being able to keep certain people out and being very careful. By the way, to the commenter that said Lauren Southern was banned from the UK, yeah, she didn't commit any crime over there. She was banned, and specifically because she pointed out a bunch of statistics on rapists from the Congo there.
Is there any black or brown country that wouldn't be considered a shithole?
Libya used to not be a shithole before
Libya.
we got rid of Gaddafi.
Jesus Christ.
Gaddafi was a horrible person. Gaddafi was a horrible person that did a lot of bad things, but guess what? He created order. Now, here's the thing. You can call someone a bad person and say they should not be in power. Don't like Gaddafi. I think he should not have been in power. But if you find a gold brick in a trash can, you can take the brick and leave the trash can.
Mm. Okay, let's get past Libya. Give me another one.
Let's see. Egypt isn't great, but it's definitely much more stable. Let's see. Let's go a little even farther down. There's Botswana is actually not as bad, but unfortunately the government has a hard time enforcing it's very poor down there, so unfortunately Botswana isn't particularly good at enforcing a lot of their rules. But again, when you have such a small, poor country, it's gonna be hard to enforce anything.
I don't know. I tend to
go to South Africa.
Yeah, where you get me at though is, I think your numbers in regards to immigrants coming in this country and committing crimes is greatly inflated. You really believe that majority of immigrants that come to this country commit either violent crimes, or as you say, most of them are committing soft crimes like white collar financial crimes? You really believe that these folks are that criminal, huh?
Yes, and again, it just makes sense. And so when you really think about it, because remember, if you're willing to commit one crime, you probably are willing to commit more. But the degree on how much more varies from person to person. And some people are only like, hey, look, I'll steal money from a store when nobody's looking, but I'm not going to put a gun to their head. I hear more people complaining about Nigerian internet scams, and those people are not even in the country, than I do them complaining about Hispanics robbing people. I mean, you don't even hear about this. That's really robbing. A lot of times.
Well, if you're talking about financial scams, that's robbery.
Well, that is okay. Good point. But usually it's done so that way they can get work illegally. Like they'll go under false names that they stole from somebody, like stolen identity, things like that.
Wait. You really believe that these immigrants coming to this country and working under the table and using false names, you don't think none of their employers are working with them? I mean, you want to talk about if you want to blame somebody for that problem without mentioning American employers, I think you're being biased. You think all of the American employers are not?
Trust me, I think if you hire illegal immigrants, you should also face severe punishments, potentially even jail time, depending on how many you've allowed in and what you've been paying them and how long. Here's the thing. I want to go after Deconstructing a little bit about what he said earlier about, I find it kind of hypocritical that he is so against, what happened to his ancestors, the disgusting, treatment of his and your ancestors as slaves. But then he used to all these people, he would say people are okay with and want a lot of these people who do these shitty jobs that no one else wants to do and wants to underpay them. Isn't that just a form of low level slavery? Are you seriously arguing for that? I was so blown.
No, I don't. I disagree. I think I side with Dinkel because they're getting paid less than Americans. But for the immigrants doing these jobs that no Americans want, it's a significant improvement in their lives. Whereas what the slave owners were doing to the slaves, There was no improvement in their life at all. It was a complete degradation. There are plenty of immigrants that are earning considerably less than what they would make in America, even if the American employer was ripping them off. It's still way better than what they would make back home. So I don't, I don't put them in the same category.
Yeah, but that's kind of like abusing and like nursing home patients, but saying, yeah, but if they were on the streets, they would be way worse off. It's like, okay, just because you're doing something a degree better than what they could be getting doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing the right thing. I would rather say you shouldn't be allowed to underpay anybody, and no matter who you hire, you should pay them a fair wage. And I think that you'll be surprised that a lot of young men would in the United States, born in the United States, would be willing to do these jobs. I've done a lot of shitty jobs. I've cleaned up dishes. That's okay. I've done landscaping, and I was one of the only people. I'm actually an immigrant myself from Latin America, but I was one of the only Latinos who was actually raised in the United States who spoke perfect English in the landscaping business.
Wait a minute. Wait, you got Latin ancestry? And you're talking all this shit. What country are you from, or your ancestry is from? Really?
Yeah.
So what you do? What did you do? Walk in the house and lock the door behind you? Left your ancestors on the porch? What the fuck? You serious?
You guys got to run faster. I'm just kidding. No. So I was adopted by gringos.
There we go. You had to be influenced somewhere. You got a little. You sounded like Rick Ashley. I'm wondering why you could sing like that. Or you got some black folks around. All right, so because it sounded like you ran in the house and closed the door behind you. Like what? Colombian. So do you know any Colombians?
I do. I have a few friends that we actually were like part of. My parents wanted me to be able to understand where I came from while still adopting American principles. So there were a few Colombian historical groups that I actually joined when I was a kid. I still talk to some of the people there, although they're mostly meant for kids, so I'm no longer a part of them. But yeah, I know a good amount about my country. It's a very beautiful country. Very, very gorgeous. A lot of natural beauty. The mountains, the Andes Mountains, the Amazon River, some low deserts, a lot of interesting areas.
And you believe that most people who come to America from your country, like you did, come over here and commit crimes, or like your ancestors did.
Illegal, if they come illegally, yes.
Okay.
Because again, if you commit the first crime of coming illegally, you're probably willing to commit more. And by the way,
wait a minute, hold on. Because you said most of them likely commit softer crimes. If you came to this country illegally and you're getting paid under the table, which is far better than what you were making at home, why would you risk getting deported and getting caught and sent back by committing a soft crime? See, I don't think they're doing that. Jeremy, I don't.
Because two reasons. Number one is because they don't see as much of a moral problem with it, because the whole point of what they're doing, if they're committing the softer crimes, is usually out of some feeling of survival. So they can tell themselves that it's okay. But also because again, it's just about getting the money and just being able to live a life that's significantly better. I'm not saying that people who come here aren't coming because it sucks. It doesn't suck in their countries. A lot of these places just suck to live. I mean, Colombia may be beautiful and have a lot of amenities, but obviously it's really poor. There's a lot of crime, and that's the problem. And I just think people just don't want to ask themselves, well, what kind of countries are these people coming from? What kind of culture are we importing? You know, and that's why I even say that we shouldn't allow all legal immigrants in. We should make sure we allow legal immigration, but we should have limits on how much and how quickly.
So do you favor Trump suggesting that if he is reelected, he's going to send the Haitian migrants back that are in Springfield, the ones who actually are here legally? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I definitely do. Unless they've gone through all of the paperwork that other people have, that they would have to do if what was happening in Haiti wasn't happening right now. Because a lot of these people have just been given you're not really someone we would normally let in, but we'll let you in with a pass kind of passes lately.
So Jeremy, they're from a war zone. Not to mention, you got to assume some of these Haitian migrants have had babies since they've been in America. What are you going to do? Send the mom back and she got to lead a baby in America? I mean, you realize how much of a mess that could be?
I think that anchor babies are very. It's a very, very disturbing thing to do to your child. I think that if you have a child in the United States and they were born here, but you came here legally, they should be able to have the rights when they turn 18 to come here and join us. But until then, they should either have to go back and you should try again to come here the correct way. I'm willing to give people second chances if they haven't committed other crimes that are as severe. But I think that they should really have to rethink how they did things. And here's something I'm going to say that's a little controversial.
I think you're already past that point, but keep going.
Well, let me cook, baby. Here we go. Okay, so look, I actually wouldn't be against military intervention into Haiti because unlike Ukraine, we actually are right next to Haiti, and Haiti used to be an ally. And I think that we could help them stabilize again. I wouldn't be against that. Now, the key would be stabilize and allow them to rebuild themselves. Say that with other.
Yeah, I'm going to say it might be controversial for me to say this as well. I actually have said something similar, that if you have a country where a large portion of its inhabitants are fleeing to come here, I wouldn't be against going to that particular country and fighting to stabilize it or something like that as well. I can see that. Certainly with Haiti. Now, we know the history of Haiti. It's a country of escaped slaves or free slaves, and we know America, with our history, is not very favorable to people who got out of slavery. So I'd be a bit hesitant because I don't know if America would treat an all-black country fairly. But yeah, if they're all trying to flee as much as they can, going over there and help stabilizing the country, I'm not, even up to include making them a territory or something like that. And I know a lot of white America would not agree with that. Same thing they're doing against Puerto Rico. They don't want to make Puerto Rico a state either. But yeah, I wouldn't be totally against that. We could make that country stable. It has a lot of, it would be a great tourism spot and everything like that. It would just make it safer to be there.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Tim. Here's the thing. As an immigrant, I have nothing against people who want to do things correctly and do come here the right way. Although I do think we shouldn't allow unlimited numbers of it. Even legal immigrants should have a limitation, just so that way they actually do assimilate. Because otherwise, if you let too many people in, you get what happens in Canada, where there's no assimilation. But here's the thing. Here's something that I think is really important. We should, that phrase, put the mask on your own face is before you put it on someone else. The thing that they tell you in flights all the time, like if the plane starts doing a nosedive. Yeah. That's something we need to really consider. What kind of country are we that we put other people who are foreign to us ahead of our own people? I'm not saying that we should never care for the other countries, but my solution is let's fix ourselves first. Then let's go to countries nearby, like Colombia, like Venezuela, like Argentina. Let's help them help themselves.
Well, I hear your point about taking care of Americans first. I bring this up all the time. There is no desire in America to do that. Let's go back during Obama's term, when Obama was allegedly the deporter in chief and the border was fairly secure. He was not letting anybody in. They weren't a fan of giving Americans universal health care or additional college. This was stuff he was talking about doing for Americans. When there was no money going overseas, there was no immigration problem. We were only talking about helping out Americans. And America was totally against it. So when you say, well, as opposed to looking out for others, why don't we look out for each other? We don't want to do that. And I think the Obama's term is a perfect example to show that, because Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act, or whatever it's called, 99% of the recipients of that are Americans. And we did not want to do that in this country at all. And that's just that. We can talk about all kinds of other social programs that only Americans would be the predominant beneficiary. And a large portion of America is like, no, we don't want to do that.
Well, I think that part of the reason for that is that it's not that we don't really want to help our own people. It's that we look at the government and we say, well, look at what the government already does. Look at the mail.
Like what?
Look at snail mail. Look at the DMV. Look at any government and kind of organization. unless it's for a show of force, like the FBI or the military, and even those people will have like slow parts. They do everything slower, more inefficient, and with poorer results. So I think they were just saying, hey, instead of Obamacare, why don't we let the market take care of it?
Wait. Obamacare was designed to help out poor people. If you don't have any money, the free market has zero time for you. They don't give a damn about you. So when you say let the free market is about making money. People with no money, the free market has no use for them at all.
Well, here's the thing. But that's what I'm getting at is that's where the disagreement was. I don't think it was this hatred of our own people. I don't think it was this.
I didn't say hatred
towards our own people. I think it was the disagreements about whether or not the free market actually is good for healthcare or not. I would argue that the free market it is much better because everything that's expensive gets cheaper when you have competition. But when you have the governments, well, you're not allowed to compete with the governments. The government is something you give your money to or you go to jail. But with the free market, you could have 7, 8, 9 competitors. And if you don't like one, you can go to another.
Yeah, but you have to have money to make that work. We're talking about people who don't have any health care at all. They don't have a choice. They can't go to anybody.
But there are already state-based programs that already give people insurance. It's just that it might go to a private insurer instead. So the government might step and pay for it. I know people who are on disability who get government checks who pay for their own health care instead of using government health care because the coverage is just better.
Yeah, but you had people that made enough that they didn't qualify for any social program, but they made so low they couldn't afford it no matter what the free market did. These are the people that were caught in no man. I'll just say this. There's a reason why Trump could not repeal and replace Obamacare. It's because people needed it. People, once they got it, they realized this actually ain't that bad. They actually needed it. The notion of every time someone suggests doing something to help out Americans is all, well, who's going to pay for it? I mean, to me, it just makes us look like we're the richest country on earth that's also very selfish.
Yeah. Well, and again, this always goes back to but again, the point I'm trying to make, and I think you can, and you kind of agree with me here, is that the argument isn't that Americans are selfish and don't care about other people. It's that Americans just don't trust governments to do what private industries can do, or churches and nonprofit organizations. I used to be, before I lost my faith and became agnostic, not an atheist, I'm agnostic. I used to be part of a group called the Knights of Columbus. Have you heard of them?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we actually have health insurance plans within the Knights.
Yeah, but there's not enough of that though, Jeremy. I get it. You can go to church. If churches and charity organizations you would not need welfare and things like that. Fact is, it's not enough of that. Particularly if you live in a poor neighborhood, the church ain't gonna be taking care of the people like that. There's not enough of that. So I mean, it's fine to bring it up. But that's how the country used to operate before we actually came up with government programs. And the government programs were developed because that wasn't sufficient. People only wanted their money to go to certain people. I mean, if you donate money at a Catholic church, they're probably not doing a lot for the Muslims in the community and things like that. It's not enough of that.
Yeah, but look at how much change the Catholic Church has made around the world, including in the United States. They are the largest charitable organization that has ever existed on Earth.
And they're still inefficient. I mean, insufficient.
Well, there's always a new problem to solve. But again, do you agree with me that we should still prioritize Americans over foreigners, and not to the hatred of foreigners, but to the love of Americans?
I would agree with you 100% if I didn't hear the same folks talking about pull yourself up by your bootstraps and no handouts. Because once you start talking about saying that, you're not going to do shit for Americans either. That's what I'm hearing, is that I really don't want to help out anybody. But right now, while we're helping out immigrants, I'll say, let's help out Americans first. But in reality, I don't want to help out no damn body. That's what I'm hearing.
Well,
last word, go.
As a former homeless person, I can definitely say pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Ideology has its place, but it should not completely blind people. And trust me, I know what it's like to be poor. I know that things are actually cheaper the richer you get, because a lot of things that make your life cheaper and easier cost a lot of money up front. But thank you so much, Tim. You know I love you, brother. It's always good to talk to you.
Appreciate it. I'll talk about it on the other side. Thank you, Jeremy. Have a good evening. Moving on with the program. Jeremy, by the way, you are the most interesting guest. You ever walk on the beach and the waves come by and it gets rid of all your footprints? From my last caller, Jeremy, you almost walk like a man that turns around and you can't see where you came from. Now, your ancestry came here as immigrants, and then you followed up by saying I was poor and homeless. I mean, like literally, I hate to go with the party clash here, but by voting Republican, you're literally voting for the wave that comes in and gets rid of all of your every step you've walked on the beach is they're wiping all of that out. I mean, they're not gonna they wouldn't allow you to repeat the way you came here. They're against you, they're against people like you. They don't want you to be able to come here. You don't want you to be able to come here. You do not want you to be able to come here. You would have went back in time and told a mirror version of yourself, I don't think we have room for you to come here. No, I mean, it just sounds like a contradiction in terms, Jeremy, but I appreciate you coming on. I would have gave you more time to rebut what I just said. You can do that on the next program. I don't want to come across as going after somebody who can't defend themselves. So you're always welcome back, Jeremy. Looking in the comments, Jeremy think he got a pass from white people. Yikes. Yeah, it just, I'm listening to him like, he followed, you were homeless too? And you're talking to, go to a homeless shelter and tell people, I think the free market would help all of us. You ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. You talk about the free market. Free market don't do a damn thing for homeless people. Looking in the comments, they say that to comfort you, everyone is going to die in a plane crash. Dennis, dark. Explain that. They say that to comfort you. Everyone is going to die in a plane crash. Dennis, I don't know what you're saying there, but yikes. Keep it simple says Haitians are no asylum seekers. There are TPS holders. That's temporary protected, I cannot say that word. Temporary protected status. I know what you're talking about. Well, they're running from a country that is in the middle of a war, though. I mean, so when Trump says he's going to send the Haitian migrants in Springfield back, he's sending them back to a war zone. I mean, my guess is if he does that, he's probably going to get some of them killed. I mean, but collateral damage is what it is. I think that's the kind of way Trump feels. I see in the comments, Johnny 11 says they ain't going back. Okay, you might be right. You're probably right. But like I always say on the program, there's nothing wrong with holding a politician accountable for what they promise. You don't get to promise wild shit and say, well, actually, I can't do that. Then if you couldn't, why are you promising it? This is what comes about. Go to the next caller. By the way, tap the screen. Very low on the numbers tonight. YouTube's fine. I don't know what's going on with TikTok, but tap the screen, get the likes up to about, I don't know if we can even get 50. I'd appreciate some of you folks. Show the program some love, but yeah, I don't know what's going on tonight with it. Lawrence Southern got banned from the UK for white power statements online. Yikes. He mentioned white power documentaries. Is that the case? Kay says that my last caller was mentioning white power. Yikes. Dennis Calhoun about the oxygen mask being, okay, so you're saying, when they tell you to put on your oxygen mask, when you're on a plane and it's going down, they always tell you, make sure you put your mask on before the children, because you only got a certain amount of time before your ass pass out. So make sure you put your mask on before you do anyone else. Well, what Dennis is saying, they only saying that shit to comfort you. You're gonna die anyway. In fact, your blood will just be bright red because it had a lot of oxygen in it. I don't know. Not always, Dennis, not always. Sometimes if the plane is depressurized, for instance. Remember the Boeing aircraft where the door blew out and they had, the solution to that, once because at high altitude there's no oxygen, you got to get down below. I think is it 15,000 feet? There's a 10,000 maybe, but they have to dive down, and while they're doing it, put the oxygen mask on, and you're not about to die in that. You might think you are. Continuing on, Lauren Southern did not make any white power statements. That's a lie, says Jeremy. Here's the issue with that. And I haven't heard any of this about Lauren Southern. I could look it up on YouTube, I suppose, or on YouTube. But the problem in defense of Lauren Southern is saying she didn't make white power statements. There's going to be people who will deny a white power statement even when it's looking you in the face. Like, for instance, I've played the video of Trump literally tweeting out a video of a guy yelling white power. And Trump supporters, it don't mean anything. Like, he's literally, for some strange reason, he decided to tweet out a video of a guy yelling white power. Trump, this is what Trump did. There's no other value to that video at all. Just some dude yelling white power. And the defense was he didn't hear. Tim Scott, of all people, Senator Tim Scott, big Trump supporter. Tim Scott begged Trump to take it down. It was so bad. No reason at all. Why would you tweet that out? No reason at all. So, and I agree with that, Wilma. I think he was sending a message. Like, why would you tweet that out? Some of the stuff that Trump does, whether or not he's racist or whatever folks want to say, if I was someone who did not prefer people of color, maybe I didn't like them for some reason, I would favor Trump. Regardless of what you think he can do or can't do, what he said, and he does dibble and dabble in things that would make that side a bit happy. Why would a president tweet out a white power video? No apology, no explanation, just send that out. So, and this is like I said about the whole Lauren, white. Well, some people going to deny stuff no matter what it is, because people weren't denying that video was racist or anything. Like, why would he send this out? Well, you didn't hear it. The guy is literally yelling it in the video. I've played it on the page. I've played it on the show many times. There's no way in hell he didn't hear that. It's like the loudest thing being said in the video. And the video has no other context. There's no other legitimate reason to explain why you sent this out to begin with. This is coming from a presidential account. What about this video made you decide to tweet this out? Only thing in it that you remember or would notice is a guy yelling white power. No excuse, no explanation or anything. Anyway, moving on with the program. LOL, Tim Scott, a tap dancing, laughing my ass off, says, I can't see the name here, Bahamian Greek, all right? Tim Scott is a tap dancing clown to me. He just wants a position in Trump's possible cabinet. There could be some validity to that, but I'm not going to just fault Tim Scott for that. Hell, I'd tap dance a little bit if Kamala Harris was going to offer me a cabinet position. Now, with Tim Scott doing it, it looks a little bit more like he might be selling his soul to some. But yeah, Vivek is doing it for a cabinet position. I can't think of anybody right now that is doing it on the Kamala Harris side. Probably because there's people doing it, but they don't have as much of a well-known status as Tim Scott or Vivek Ramaswamy, who will also get a cabinet position. I don't think he'll hire Nikki Haley this time. It's personal, as Deion Sanders would say with Nikki Haley. He don't like her. But I do believe Tim Scott will get a cabinet position. Vivek Ramaswamy will get one. I'm trying to think who else. Steve Bannon may come back, some of the greatest hits, Steve Bannon. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes up a little bit with Rudolph Giuliani just to help get the guy on his feet, give him a little something. You may see him in some capacity. Shit, he might get Mike Lindell in there for all we know. But people who are really behind Trump rewards loyalty. He is a good guy to those who are loyal to him. But if you are not loyal to him, or if shit hits the fan, he will not be by your side. Lauren was very sympathetic to the migrants in her documentaries, says Jeremy. All right, I'd have to hear it. Continuing the program, it will be a Maga motley crew. Well, yeah, it's going to be loyalists. I don't disagree with that. Certainly will be that. Brandon 1152. Good evening, Brandon. Welcome to the program. Comparing migrants to garbage. Trump, not these dumb people will not wait. Trump, not these. Trump, not dumb. Oh, Trump's not dumb. These people will not be in his administration, says Trader Lion. I don't know why you're coming to that conclusion. I mean, just 2 years ago, he was promoting Dr. Oz and Herschel Walker. I mean, so clearly after the whole drain the swamp failure of his first administration, 2 years after he was out of the White House, he was still promoting bad clients, talking about, or bad politicians, talking about Herschel Walker and Dr. Oz. Even Maga was not very keen on Dr. Oz. There was another African-American woman that was far more a stronger MAGA believer than Dr. Oz, and Trump went with Dr. Oz. So I haven't seen any evidence he's learned. I haven't seen it. Still picking bad candidates. I don't know what he'll do this time, but I have not seen that. Loyalists create a king, not God. Yeah, a pimp name. Yeah, I don't disagree, pimp. He likes loyalty, though. I mean, he likes loyalty. So, I think we kind of know that. Because when Trump was in the first time, he didn't know anyone. He went with recommendations. You don't believe, I mean, you think he knows everybody necessary this time? He's still going to go with recommendations. He's still going to be fulfilling favors. I mean, he owes some favors out there. I mean, there's going to be still people he don't know, judges and down ballot things. I mean, that's still going to happen. All presidents go with recommendations. You don't know every damn body. Members of the EPA or the CIA or the CDC or somebody you don't know everybody that's good for all of this shit. You're going to go with recommendations. That's still going to happen. He knows more people. Yeah, I get he knows more people, but that don't mean the more are better. That don't mean there's no way we know during the off season if the more he knows are better for him this time or not. We don't know that. We're assuming it. Remember, we were assuming the first damn time he was going to be great. We were assuming he was going to drain the swamp the first time, and he got in there and actually hired the swamp. And then, he didn't know. Well, then if he didn't know, why the hell was he saying it? Why the hell were people believing it if he didn't know what he was doing back then? They are saying Trump's dementia is worse than inviting, says that. I am starting to hear some folks, not as bad as Biden. I'll go back to the next caller if I can get the box working, but I'm starting to hear that with Trump. Not as bad as Biden, obviously, but I am starting to hear from folks who were in Trump's inner circle that he does not look mentally strong as he was 2016 and 2020. Folks are saying that now, suggesting that his rallies contain a lot more babbling. They're a lot longer than they used to be. Folks are starting to say that now. Now, if you're MAGA, you're going to dismiss it as TDS or something of that nature. But he is 78. He is the oldest candidate in history. He's older than Biden was when Biden started doing it. So, who is saying this? Please cite the source. Alyssa Farah Griffin. She was Trump's. Well, I don't know what her position. She's on The View now. I know you guys don't have any tolerance for The View, but she was an appointee by Trump. She was one of his assistants. Alyssa Farah. She also is a CNN. What do they call it? Not a commentator, but a contributor. She's a contributor to CNN as well. She's saying it. She is saying it. So she was in Trump's inner circle. There are people that served close to Trump that are saying that he does not seem to have the mental capacity that he used to. Just want to point that out. At 78, no, he's not getting it up lately. No, we know at 78 you're already doing it. One person, LOL, Tim, get out of here. He want me to give you 20 people on Trump when you would have been happy with one on Biden? Get out of here. Are you serious? You ran with Dinesh D'Souza and all that bullshit, but I got to give you all these references on Trump. Real quick in the comment section. Jeff, Michigan in decline because I know 40 black Americans have 1/4 white. What does that mean? You guys on YouTube are talking amongst yourselves. Real quick, I do want to respond to a super chat that I apparently missed. And Dennis Calhoun, the oxygen mask thing. I didn't miss it. Yeah, Jeff, you give me hope for Michigan. I have white in-laws in Michigan who are voting blue. I think Michigan. Here's the thing that now with those Great Lakes swing states. I try again with the box, but because I'm trying to bring up a guest and the box was acting funny. But the Great Lakes swing states, aren't all of those under Democratic governors? I know Pennsylvania and Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan. Yeah, the governor of Wisconsin is also a Democrat. All three of those states is ran by Democrats. Now Georgia's Kemp, so Georgia has a Republican. The governor of Arizona is a Democrat. I don't know who the governor of Nevada is, but most of those the Minnesota's not a swing state. Minnesota's not a swing state. It was a swing state when Biden was running because Biden was not doing as well against Trump as Kamala Harris is. Once Kamala Harris got in there and picked the governor of Minnesota as her running mate, Minnesota's going to go to Kamala Harris. That's not a swing state anymore. DJ Julio, good evening. Yeah, Minnesota's not in play. States that are in play are Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. Shout out to PD Pablo. North Carolina shouldn't be in play either, but they got a lieutenant governor out there who is just a fucking racist. Black man, by the way. Clayton Bigsby type. And now North Carolina's in play. So Kamala Harris takes North Carolina, which I'm not saying she will, but if she takes North Carolina, her path to victory increases because North Carolina is worth a lot of electoral college votes. I think it's second to Pennsylvania. Everybody talking about you must win Pennsylvania because it's worth all these. I think North Carolina is next. That would be if she wins North Carolina, the rest of the night's going to be long for Trump. I think she's 3% ahead of Donald Trump in Michigan. Yeah, I think Kamala's going to win Michigan out of most of those states because I mean, like I said, Gretchen Whitmer's there. I think she's going to win Michigan. You know, Union State, Detroit. You know, just to me the demographics of Michigan. I think she's going to win Michigan. Wisconsin, I don't know if I'm for certain of it. Pennsylvania, I don't know. I think out of those Great Lakes states, I think she'll win Michigan by the largest margin. Just my opinion. I see in the comments, DJ Julio says, no way. She's losing Wisconsin. Yeah, Wisconsin, I could see going the other way. Remember, what was the governor they had in Wisconsin recently? He was a Republican, and he was far right. I mean, he was, getting rid of the teachers union. Remember the black sheriff that was on Fox News all the time, sounding like Candace Owens a little bit? It was a black sheriff from Wisconsin. He used to wear a cowboy hat. Clark or something like that. Yeah, Scott Walker was the governor. And then they had that black Milwaukee County sheriff on there, just really saying everything negative about Black Lives Matter and the black culture that he could. They got rid of both of them real quick. David Clark, that's who it was, Jeremy. Yep. Let me go back to the box. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he didn't like black people too much. I'm like, man, I would hate to run into that guy on the street. Unapologetic. Good evening.
Man, that your last guest sent me to the damn quantum realm. You hear me?
Come on, Jeremy. What did he say?
I mean, I don't. And you know what's crazy? All what he said, Trump supporters still don't understand why we don't trust their ass. You know what I mean? Can you imagine me and you going to do some dirt and I tell you, help me over the fence, and you be like, all right, but help me over when you get up there. And I get over there, I jump, I hit the feet ground running on your ass. Leave you just at the gate.
Yeah.
That's what you just said, like,
yeah.
Help me over, but I'm not helping your ass over.
Yeah. That's what I asked him. I said, what did you do? Come in the country and then close the door behind you? Yeah.
Slam the door, not close it, slam them shits and put extra locks on the door. Like,
yeah, and that's what that's crazy because there is a significant amount of Hispanics that are voting for Trump. And yeah, that's what they're really doing is like, you do realize you're voting against people entering this country the way you did. And you're voting in a manner that if you could go back in time, you would be voting against your own entry. I mean, that's really what you're voting for.
Because if you notice, they all think their parents actually came over here legally and rubbed two nickels together and was balling. No, your parents did the same damn way. Your granddaddy jumped the shit out that gate or fence, like. But yeah. I get it. You know, you think your parents came the legal way, and even if they did, people forget that a lot of immigration, just like they complain that immigrants are getting help right now. Your grandparents too, when they came over here, they got welfare too. Yeah. They got tax exemption, 0% loans. Why do you think it's a Chinatown in every damn city?
Yeah, good point. Well, I mean, but I've said before in the program many times, I don't even think you could reliably expect to be able to come here legally once Trump gets in. If you're coming from the southern border to America, the avenues that are available right now to come in this country legally, in my humble opinion, those avenues will shrink if Trump wins. Legal ways to come into this country will drop. There will be a lot of ways that you used to come here legally that you cannot anymore. And there are people in this country right now going through the process that came here legally that will likely get rejected. It's going to be harder to come here legally.
Yeah, Trump is a whole thug. He's a criminal.
You said a whole thug.
Yeah, he is. He's a thug. I mean, he has 3 baby mamas. He shakes down his supporters, makes them buy his merch and shit. Like, you know, his most lucrative business is Maga.
Yeah.
That's his most lucrative business out of everything. His casino, everything.
Damn.
He ganked them out of $250 from Stop the Steal. He ain't stopped shit. Not even a steal at the store. People still... Stores still getting stolen in, but he got $250 million, you guys, from Stop the Steal, you guys.
Hey, good work if you can get it. But yeah, the Stop the Steal thing, you know, I try to hesitate in calling anybody a sheep. But when they showed up on January 6th to quote unquote stop the steal, it was based on no evidence at all. I mean, it was only 2 months and 2 days after the election. So, you know, Attorney General Barr, Trump's Attorney General, they were still investigating a lot of those claims. There was no reason for them to show up that day and act like that. They had no solid evidence that anything was being stolen other than what they were being told, which is why I said I hesitate to say they're sheep. But if you had grabbed any protester there that day with a stop the steal sign and asked them, how was the election being stolen? It would have been based on something they were told because they had no proof of anything they were claiming that close to the election. It had only been 2 months ago. You ain't proved none of this stuff, whether it's the million voting machines or, you know, ballots in rivers. You ain't got no proof of none of this stuff that quick. So you're here protesting based on what somebody is telling you, not based on what you've actually been able to do research and find out to be valid.
And I'm gonna add on to the pot. Forget it. I like to cook too. Even when Sidney Powell, Michael Adele, even when Rudy right now got to give up his $5.7 million penthouse to Ruby Green, even when he got his...
I should have tried to holler at Shay Moss. Man, she rich now.
And then Tina Peters just got like, what, 9 years?
Who's Tina? Tina Peters who?
The one that was with the election fraud.
I'm trying to think which one.
You don't know about the Republican?
Yes, I know about the 9 years. I didn't know that was her name. We talked about that on this channel. That just happened the other day, didn't it?
Yeah. How much evidence you give Trump supporters about Republicans weigh heavier on the stealers electorals? How many electorals got locked up and charged? And all of them admitted, like, yep. They all say, yep, I'm guilty. Yeah. Gina Ellis. I don't care how many times they are shown that Trump is the damn stealer. He's the thief. He's the one trying to steal an election. They still want to talk about some damn, what's that guy's name?
Dinesh D'Souza 2000. Well, Dinesh D'Souza 2000 Music, I've seen that 6 times. Even his own studio, the distributors of the movie apologized and said this is bullshit.
I mean, the movie is called 2,000 Mules, and Trump supporters didn't even care that they were called mules. I mean, more than 2,000 of them watched that movie, but they don't even fall for like okie doke. I mean, I'm from Chicago, so like you just can't like get over on us. I'm like, Chicago was, city slick.
You expect it in Chicago.
Yeah, you just can't get over on us like that, especially when we got word of mouth. We have connections from New York, and New York already told us like, oh, don't mess with that scam ass guy. He's not gonna pay you.
You in Chicago. Somebody say, "What's up?" What the fuck you want? I mean, anybody approaches you that you don't know, you think you might be on something.
Yeah, and again, people always say, "Don't make it about race." Then I'm not. That man has 3 baby mamas, and he been shot before. He is a thug. Get away from me, he's better than you hear me? I gotta go home to my family tonight. Get the fuck away from me, man. You're a thug. You're a criminal.
He said Trump got 3 baby mamas and he been shot before, so that makes him a thug. He got a mug shot. He got a criminal history. He do got a lot of the package.
I got a tattoo of thug life on his belly. Get him out. Get him out of here. He should not be running our country. I don't see how people could trust him.
He's an OG.
If he was not, no disrespect, but if he was any other race, he would be called all type of name. Think if he was Mexican. Think if he was black.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Put it this way: if Trump was black, Trump wouldn't like Trump. If Trump was black, Trump would be telling Trump, "You can't run." There's no way we should allow a thug like that. Because he even said that about Hillary Clinton, is that because she was charged with so much, or they thought she committed crimes, she should not be allowed to run.
Yeah. I mean, and let me talk to the men really quick. All right, this is a PSA for you men out there. From when we were kids, giving out Valentine's Day hearts. Remember?
Oh my God!
You used to give that to the prettiest girl in the classroom, didn't you?
Yeah.
You made sure she got the right. We've been simping for women all our lives, and now look at Kamala behind Tim. Badass, oh shit. And y'all still voting for old ass bags of milk? Come on, you guys.
Well, Trump said he looked. Wait. Trump said he looks better than Kamala.
You got to. The tangerine tyrant thinks he still look good.
He did say that though.
He was sitting on a puppy pad the other week on Fox. You remember that?
He was sitting on a
look
what?
it up. Yeah, look it up. Look up Trump sitting on puppy pad on Fox.
Oh my
God. Put it on the screen.
Is this AI?
Oh no, it's not no AI, my man.
Trump's
took a break.
Puppy pad. What the hell is that?
Yeah, that's like a pee pad, like a spoil you pad. When you spoil you, make sure you don't mess up our couch because they were sitting on the white couch. So they didn't want him to mess up their couch. So
what do you mean, like shitting on himself or something?
I don't know, but stains, whatever. But the couch, definitely, if he got up, you will see. Oh, there you go, right there. See that pad under him? They have to put a pad on. And they took a break because before the break, it wasn't under him. Then they took a break, and everybody noticed, like, what is that sitting under Trump? It's a puppy pad.
I don't know, man. Y'all be looking for shit. I
ain't looking for nothing. That's a puppy pad.
What about? I don't.
See that?
I see.
That black pad on him? Why is nobody else sitting on the puppy pad?
Oh my! I don't know. Oh my God! I do see something there. Maybe that.
Me and you, we watch Fox, so I can keep up what Maga is gonna come with new, right? So I was watching it, and before the break, there was nothing under him.
I mean, maybe the couch was dipped down in the middle, and they gave him something to make him feel comfortable.
That pretty white couch. You is not about to soil you our couch.
Oh, come on!
You pooper.
I don't know. I mean, listen. This is where they're gonna start saying you got TDS. I don't know.
No. Remember when everybody was mad at me when I said Biden was getting old shit on us in real life? Everybody was like, "Oh, look at Biden, he's great," and I was like, "No, he's not. That man is getting. He went from jogging around the White House with Obama to riding bikes, falling off of them, getting up. Till my man couldn't even walk up a pair of stairs.
Yeah.
No, he's getting old in real life. And I'm gonna say about Trump. My man digestive system is not like they was when he was 60, 50. Your stomach muscles not as strong as they used to be.
Yeah, it's interesting you were saying stomach muscles are not as strong. Now you're talking about him getting rid of waste. But I'm thinking maybe that pad has, maybe it goes up his back a little bit, lumbar protection. I mean, it could be something to make him comfortable seating too.
He had bone spur, nothing about his back. I mean, he said he's in perfect condition.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, I get what your point, but I'm saying is what he is sitting on. It might be something placed there to make him sitting there more comfortable. It could be something. Huh?
Now, he said his doctor said he can sit anywhere. He can sit on the damn bench. He can sit. He can pole dance. How he said his doctor talk about him, he's in perfect condition. Now you're trying to say he needs a pad to sit up? No,
well, you listen to you listen.
Fox said you're not about to soil our $3,000 couch. That's what you're not about to do today.
Oh my! So they gonna, in other words, put a pad under him so he can shit. It'll stick to his pants in the pad.
No, I just mean a stain, anything. They made her a little. He probably let out a little, and they was like, "Sir, you need some protection on our." And they put look. If I have a couch that expensive in my house, then my granddaddy gonna need a pad under him too.
No, come on. I don't know. I think you're reaching. If Trump, for some reason,
I'm from Chicago. We got in Chicago. In the front room, you don't even sit on.
Right, you got the plastic cover. Yeah, you got the plastic covers. But if you thought this guy was capable of doing, should you bring out a black chair and have him sit at a desk and not do it on the couch? I know this is Fox and Friends in the morning, and they always sit on the couch. But if you thought, because he's a really good interview, he's great for ratings. So if you thought he was a danger of doing something like that, put him at a desk. You can interview him and do a split screen. He's sitting in the studio at a desk and they're on the couch. You don't have to put him out there if you think that's a risk of happening. I don't think that's the case here, though. I don't think
that's if you notice, that's their little morning setup. That's where they always sit at. That's their little, what's the name? And if they would have known that his bowels were not as strong as they used to be, they would have had him at a desk. But they didn't. That's their boy.
So you think she's sitting right there smiling, and Ducey is sitting right there next to a dude that might, because if he's capable of shitting, he's definitely farting. You think they just sitting right next to a guy releasing all these fumes and shit?
Hell yeah, because I do with my grandfather, old people, we do it all the time with our old members. We act like they ain't funky. We act like our granddaddy don't smell, his breath don't smell just like he drunk 8 fucking pots of coffee. We act like our grandmama's wig don't look crooked. We love our old, especially Trump. And I don't know why they have this fandom for Trump, this idolatry. But yeah, they will withstand his shit smell because they love him.
Trump does. Now, because I see the comments, people are saying you got TDS all over my YouTube side. Trump will get out there and do a damn 2-hour rally where he stands up the whole time. If his bladder or bowels was that weak, he wouldn't be able to do that. I don't know. I don't see this as valid on Trump.
Have you not seen the super exorbitant adult diapers now? What you mean? Them shits last on the road. You ain't got to pull over. We drove from Virginia to Ohio before we had to pull up from Granny.
Just sitting in shit. Just sitting in shit.
It's not like a lot, but when he gets excited, if you notice, he'll get excited and then his back will choose down. Like, okay, let me calm down. I sharded a little bit. Let me bring it down a couple of notches. He does it all the time. When you see him, his rallies, he's pumped at the beginning, and then he slows down when that diaper fills up. And then at the end, he make America strong again. I gotta go. Make America great again. Diaper full. Security already know. Get him in the car. When he starts saying that means that diaper is packed, baby. Let's go.
God, you know how much even a little baby, your leg be itching and shit. You want to rub your ass against something. You be itching it like hell with all that. I gotta go. You crazy on the
super scented. Look, they got the new absorbent super scented ones. With the Tim, I'm trying to tell you, man, you need to check on these new absorbent adult diapers they have.
I think if the guy really had all this incontinence problem, I think his rallies would be more shorter. His rallies have gotten longer. I don't buy that. I don't buy the guys up there shitting on himself. I don't believe that.
I'm not saying no, you making it seem like it's all going up his back and all that. I'm just saying that his bowels are not strong as they used to be, and you can tell by the decisions he made. You know what I mean? Like, usually a president, don't they give you a peek of, like, appointees and cabinets? He haven't, like, it's just JD weird, like couch.
Kamala Harris ain't letting you know who she gonna appoint either.
I mean, but we know, like, people in her corner, you can just look at it. Like, I mean, Biden was bold. He was like, look, I'm going to appoint black.
Wait. You're going to tell me you know the people in Kamala's corner. You don't know the people in Trump, Steve Bannon, and Flynn. You know Giuliani. I mean, you know who's in his corner. You might not like them, but you know the type of people that Trump is going to hire, just like you know the type of people that Kamala's going to hire.
I mean, like Meadows and Stephen Miller. And I mean, like right now, we don't know about any of, like, Trump never, like, lets out a little bit. Like, Biden was like, look, there's going to be a black woman in the Supreme Court.
Okay, well, I think if you can go with Biden said that there's going to be a black woman in the Supreme Court. How about this? If Trump could say, there's going to be some straight white males on my team, I think we can pretty much assure that's going to happen.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right there.
You have no black person in his cabinet, and then Ben Carson, the top neurosurgeon of, you know how disrespectful that is? My grandma wanted to hit him with his purse. The top neurosurgeon in the world, and you make him the director of HUD? That was disrespect.
Yeah.
If I was Ben Carson, I would have declined that. Like, no.
I don't know. If you're Ben Carson, top brain surgeon, maybe you want to take a little bit of time away from your stressful career because operating on somebody's brain is stressful as hell. We're going to give you a cabinet position where you essentially are a ghost payroller. You ain't got to do shit but collect a check. I think there's some doctors that might take that. I mean, you're going to get a decent salary. Maybe, I don't know if you get a pension for life or anything based on it, but you're going to get decent salary and all of that. And you essentially have to do nothing. I mean, yeah, he would.
You wouldn't give him the Surgeon General. You're going to make his ass over Section 8 and low income. The surgeon, he don't know shit.
He's from Detroit. He's from Detroit.
I get it. He was probably one of those guys with finger waves and the empty briefcases walking down the street. But thanks for letting me up there.
All right, black man. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program real quick. People voted Waldo into office. Babette, I wonder, what does that says, how Miss Brown feels about Kamala. Oh, you talking about Willie Brown's? That's 40 years ago. I don't. Is Miss Brown even still alive? I mean, put it this way: if Willie Brown banged Kamala Harris, his wife probably knows some other chicks he don't hit since. I mean, that's like 40-something years ago. If she's still with him, it don't matter how she feels. She cool with it. Miss Brown feels about Kamala. How any woman could respect that is beyond me. Low standards are still standards, I guess. Really? We're going to bring up Kamala Harris indiscretions, sexual indiscretions, or unfaithfulness when her opponent is Trump. Really? He's saying, I wonder how Ms. Brown feels about Kamala. You do realize Melania Trump told Barbara Walters, the late, great Barbara Walters, that she met Trump while he was on a date with another woman. She claimed that she was hesitant to give Trump her phone number because he was out with another woman. He snuck away from that woman to come holler at her. Trump is Willie Brown. Let me just say, Trump is Willie Brown. Remember the whole locker room talk thing? Where he's talking about, he offered to buy a woman some furniture and he approached her like a bitch. Even in that clip, he admits she was married. And he, by the way, he names the name of the person, so that ain't locker room talk. He actually tells you about a real person. He admits in the clip he was trying to holler at a married woman. He is Willie Brown. So you gonna play Kamala Harris and bring up Willie Brown. Trump has played the role of Willie Brown over and over and over again. Funny though, that's hilarious. All right, look at the comments. You can't talk about Kamala without Trump. Laugh my ass off. We can talk about Kamala plenty of times without Trump, but that's funny though. If you bring up something that is negative about Kamala, and that same issue applies to her competitor. This is how we get, folks. You get a choice to vote between Trump or Kamala. So if you point to something negative about Kamala that leads you to say, well, you shouldn't vote for her because of this, and that same thing applies to Trump, it kind of X's itself out. I mean, you're going to really vote against Kamala Harris because she slept with a married man? And you're going to ignore the fact that Trump was going around literally hunting out wives? I mean, I'm just telling you, this doesn't make sense. There's got to be something else to criticize Kamala on because Trump was banging a whole bunch of brides. So that's crazy. I mean, you could bring up a lot of women with Trump. You can get Willie Brown out of there, but there's going to be far more with Trump on there. You guys are still talking about the Lawrence Southern documentary is known as American Mirage. I'd have to look it up. I'm not familiar with that at all. Typical Republican is only bad on the Dem side, but when the Republicans do it, it's just fine. Got it. I do see something. I'll go to the next caller, but yeah, I'll say this. We blame some of the things on Kamala Harris, slept her way to the top, for instance. People suggested by her sleeping with Willie Brown, he gave her a promotion, and that's why she is where she's at today. The same people who hold Kamala accountable for, I guess, selling sex is what they're alleging. They're totally fine with Melania Trump. She did the same thing. Just because she's not running for president, if you have an issue with the morality of sleeping your way to the top, Kamala Harris is definitely in a much better place because she was willing to give her body up to a rich guy. She's kind of Melania Trump is kind of the same thing. But you're okay with Melania because, well, at least she's not running for president while doing it. Then you really don't have a problem with it then. You can actually Google nude pictures of Melania Trump. I've actually seen her naked. Let me go back to the box. So that's one of the things people used to always say about, they would allege that Michelle Obama's a man and all this. And I would push back and say, well, we know that Melania Trump is not a man because you can go on the internet and see her pussy. So, yeah. Trig, good evening. Welcome to the program. Good evening. Can you hear me? Hey.
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. So we were asking earlier, why is Kamala Harris, considering all the negative testimony from the likes of General Kelly and General Milley, considering all of the negative stuff coming out around Trump, why is his favorable number still higher than Kamala? What is it about Kamala Harris that's so unfavorable?
I've been wondering the same thing, Tim. That's a very good question, right? Because if you think about it, if it had been anybody else, they would have been through him out of the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm talking, you can go back 50 years. If anybody else would have been doing what Trump has been doing or has been alleged to have done, they would have got rid of him a long time ago.
So what is it about Trump that gives him this survivability, this staying power that you and me, I'll agree with you, no one else has ever had this? What is it about Trump that people will forgive and forget some of the most controversial statements and actions?
To be real honest with you now, I'm going to play devil's advocate with you, right?
Okay.
So, since Obama came into office, the Republicans haven't had a chance.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, right after Obama, they was like, "Oh, it's gonna be a red wave, and we gonna take over the Senate, the House. We gonna do this, we gonna do that, we gonna do the other," right?
Right.
And it never happens. Their policies are just too. It's just too strict for the United States right now.
Wait a minute. I hear folks, that's one of the reasons why a lot of folks on the right are voting for Trump, is that they believe his policies are much better than his opponents. So when you say his policies are too strict for the United States, give me an example of a policy from Trump that's too strict for the United States, as you're saying.
All right, I'm gonna give you a good example, right? Like, have you seen some of the commercials that he's running where it's like he's saying, "Hey, your son or daughter can go to school, come back, and they're gay"?
Yes, I have seen plenty of those.
Or did you see the one where he runs college football days, right? Where he says, in the 9th month, a woman is getting an abortion.
But that's not a policy.
I mean, you know what? To be real honest with you, do we know even any of the policies that Trump got?
Yeah. He's going to get rid of the illegal immigrants. He's going to.
So, all right. So let's go with that one, right?
Okay.
So I'm not picking no dang oranges or no lettuce. I'm not doing that.
Neither am I. Neither am I.
I don't think you are either, right?
Right.
So, and guess what? And I damn sure ain't picking no cotton. All right? So, if you feel like you want to get rid of immigrants because they want to do the kind of jobs that you feel like it's a black job, F you.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody got time for that, right? I mean, we have fought too hard and too long. Even the women, you know, the women have only been, you know, able to do this stuff that they've been doing since the 70s, like when we were born. Now, all of a sudden, you want to strip their rights away and tell them to go back in the kitchen and be quiet and don't do nothing?
But where are you getting that from? A lot of folks on my program, even some MAGA women, will suggest that Trump is not trying to take the rights of women away. Where are you getting that from?
Tim.
I'm listening.
Roe versus Wade killed a lot of stuff. And if you don't think that he'll stop right there, you're losing your mind. It's like, you know, if he get a chance to strip all of the rights and go back, when he tells you that he want to go back to 1798, he for real.
He did say that. So you do believe the goal of Trump is to marginalize women back to an era in long-term history where women didn't have the right to vote. They didn't have a right to have a checking account, a banking account. They couldn't own property. You think Trump is trying to take women back to that era?
Yes.
Wow. So why so many female MAGA? Why are so many women voting for him?
I listened to some of the things that some of the MAGA ladies, you know, when they ask them questions about, you know, certain things like, you know, what about matter of fact, they'll do it like this. They'll say, yo, Joe Biden, he soiled himself in the courtroom, right? And then they're like, oh, I'm sorry, that was Trump. And then they all of a sudden, when it's Biden, he's just out of his dang mind. But when it's Trump, no, he couldn't have never done that.
I have seen that. Where
you've seen those,
yeah, I've
right?
seen those.
So I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, you know, I hate to really, really say it, and, you know, you kind of want to just say, yo, you know, did he really say that out loud, that he loved the poorly educated because they going to vote for him no matter what? I mean,
Trump has said some notable quotes, like you're talking about, I love the poorly educated. But he also said, he also said something like, I don't care about you, I just want your votes. I mean, he said some pretty wild shit.
He didn't say he don't care. He said he don't give a shit, go vote for me.
No, I think he said, I don't care about you. I just want your votes. I think he said that also.
Tim, this guy is just, if it was you, if it was me, if it was Obama, if it was Clinton, if it would have been anybody else, they would have been trying to find us a straitjacket to put us in and get us the hell out of here, right? And somehow, and this ain't like no you know, he not the dapper Don from New York, right? He not that. What he is he's a rich guy who, and to be real honest with you, we don't even know how much money he really got.
He got a lot. Well, I'll tell you this.
He got money. We know he got money. I won't deny that. We know he's got money, right? And we know that, you know, if he had a chance, he won't spend it however he can, right? We also know that, right?
Right.
But we also know that somehow or another, you are getting like carte blanche for just trying to run this, to be the president of this country, and you ain't getting called on nothing. I mean, what? Let Obama had one, not 34, one felony.
Well, they believe the felonies are a witch hunt. Trig, I do got to move it on, but they believe the whole felony thing was unwarranted. In fact, there are some liberals that believe something else. That New York Alvin Bragg case, there are people on the left that even believe that case was hyped up simply because of who Trump was, though. So I understand that's kind of the reason they push back. But I do got to move it on, Trig.
All right, well, take care of yourself, Tim.
You too. Thank you. Thanks for coming through, man. All right, moving on to the program. And I do want to play this clip here, very quick clip, because when me and the last caller was discussing that Trump said this, folks in the comment section, as always, were challenging or saying it didn't happen. This is a 15-second clip.
By the way, isn't that breeze nice? You feel the breeze? Because I don't want anybody going on me. We need every voter. I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care. See, now the press will take that and they'll say he said a horrible thing.
Well, he did.
By the way,
he did say it. I mean, at least I will give him credit. At least he knew how bad that sounded. But I was just pointing that out because I seen the comments. Matthias said out of context. I will say this: when Trump became president, one of the things we were celebrating was that he shoots from the hip. He calls it as he sees it. He's a straight shooter. Yet I have never seen someone defend it with the phrase, "You took it out of context so much." Why is it so easy to take his statements out of context? If his statements are straight from the hip, calling it as he sees, there shouldn't be all these alternative meanings for the stuff he's saying. Like when I played the clip of him suggesting that 181 nations are using America like a garbage can in reference to immigrants. Well, he didn't mean that. He meant this and this. Why is it so easy to take him out of context if he's a straight shooter? If he's a straight shooter, then we should be to take his statements at face value. All of this read between the lines stuff, I don't get that. Real quick in the comments, I want to respond. Matthias says he's talking about the heat. Really? One more time for the audience at home.
By the way, isn't that breeze nice? You feel the breeze? Because I don't want anybody going on me. We need every voter. I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care. See, now the press will take that and they'll say he's...
Now, he is indicating there's a breeze there. So apparently it's warm there that day, which is what Matthias is saying. Yeah, he's talking about the heat. Why would you say you don't care about the people that's out there, though? Even if it's a hot, if it's a hot day and they came out to see you, why are you saying I don't care about the people? You're trying to defend Trump in a way that still makes no sense. On a hot day, you're going to respond to folks who showed up to see you and say, I don't care about you. That sounds like what he's been accused of. I don't care about you. I just want your vote. All right. Do you feel comfortable to trust Trump with your money or Kamala, says D Nice. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know if I trust either one of them. Now, I'm going to say I would trust Trump with my money less than Kamala Harris, simply because so many people have sued Trump that I'm aware of for financial issues, whether it's Trump Steaks, Trump University, Trump casinos, and Kamala Harris has not had that happen. So, I mean, you got a lot of folks, attorneys that say Trump don't pay them, contractors and construction work. Kamala Harris doesn't have that. So I'm going to assume that, and I'm not saying Kamala Harris would be a great choice. She's an unknown as far as I'm concerned. Trump is a known entity. He's not unknown in this area. He is a known entity that he is not. I wouldn't trust him with my money. I'm just going to say that. As a business partner, for instance, I would be very skeptical of getting into business with Trump because there are a significant amount of people. Now, I'm sure he's made a lot of people rich too. Trump, everything about Trump is not bad. I'm sure he's made business partners quite wealthy as well. You don't hear from them though. I mean, if you made him a bunch of money, the guy's going to ride off into the sunset and enjoy the money. It's the ones he's hurt that are complaining. But there is a lot of them. So I would be skeptical of trusting Trump with my money. I don't know about Kamala Harris. So I'm going to just go with the unknown over the person that I do know has had a lot of problems. It's called sarcasm. A few minutes before he was talking about how hot it was. Under no circumstances you be talking about you don't care about the people. Sarcasm, whatever you want to call it. Trump has a bankruptcy fight with 6 times. Yeah, he's filed bankruptcy a bunch of times. That is true. D Nice. That was D Nice. Thank you for that super chat, D Nice. Taking out your suckers and you don't know how I did it. That's a song by D. Harris has never dealt with money outside of tax money. Well, she ain't poor though, but she hasn't yet. Kamala Harris was not known as a businesswoman. So neither was Obama, and he turned out to be a decent president, though. He wasn't a businessman either. So I get that a lot of folks say America needs a businessman. I'm torn in regards to that. I think there are areas such as the economy, which a lot of folks will suggest that Trump did a good job on the economy. But others suggest that he inherited a good economy from Obama, and Obama was not a businessman. And Obama did improve the economy as well. So in regards to we need a businessman, I'm not totally on board with that. Because in a civilized society, there are so many aspects of running government that have nothing to do with profit. I mean, because that's the only purpose of a business is to make a profit. I guess you could have a not-for-profit business or something like that. But Trump has ran successful for-profit businesses. There's a lot of areas of American life that I don't want profit to be even factored in, such as our penal system. Correctional facility based on profit, that's not good. I don't even like the hospitals, medical facilities being based on profit. Because at the end of the day, if you can't help a company make a profit, they don't have the time of day for you. So do you want public school to be based on profit? Poor kids ain't gonna have nowhere to go. There's just some areas of civilized life, in my opinion, that the free market is a bad idea for it. Because, everything should not be based on profit. There's no sympathy. There's no, shit. It's just a bad environment for those who don't have money. And there's always going to be people in our society who do not have money. For profit has no time for those people at all. No interest in them at all. Real quick, going back to the box. Don't know what I just did. Director was King Finn. King Finn, good evening. People are scared of risk. Yeah. Director, good evening.
Hey, good evening, man. I couldn't agree with you more, Well, first, hey, thanks for having that last guest up. Ages ago, I used to follow up Harris, and it made me look really good. But following up the last guy, I'm glad to know that Maga's not the only people wearing tinfoil hats.
I need you to explain. You said Maga's not the only one wearing tinfoil hats. Explain.
I I've never heard such fear mongering. And let me just repeat what I heard that's scary about Trump, and he's taken away, he wants women back in the kitchen just because Roe v. Wade was overturned. I mean, when me and you've had conversations previously, I'll let you know I'm not a huge states' rights advocate because I usually hear about them being used to remove people's rights, not enshrine them. Okay, but the left doesn't have any problem with, say, California having, extra pew laws, right? If you don't like it, just move to Texas. Right? I think it should be considered a win that the federal government said, hey, we are overseeing something that the Constitution says we are not supposed to be overseeing.
Well, let me say this. Yeah, go ahead. Here's the problem I have, because I hear what you're saying. You say that the people should be happy that the federal government decided to let the states do it. And not the problem is this. There is not one single state that has limitations on abortion or some kind of ban that was put there by the people voting it in. What Trump essentially did by rolling back Roe v. Wade is handed the abortion decision to a bunch of state dictators. None of the people in any of those states voted and said, this is what we want. So I don't see how that is states' rights. That's just a bunch of state governments deciding this is what women should get. That's why they're not happy. If every one of these states passed a law and said, okay, now that it's at the states' rights level, before we do anything to make a change, we're going to have a vote in the next 4 months, and we'll go with that. Then I think you'd have a decent argument. But these states are trying to prevent women from voting on it.
Well, so, and you bring up a good point. It's up by you. Was it Ohio or Indiana? The voters said, hey, we do want to allow abortion. And then the state legislature was like, nah, you know what? Kind of deep in the evangelical money here. We're not going to do that either. And okay, that's a loss as far as I'm concerned on the conservative side of things, right? But if the federal government does that to you, what power do you have to say, you know what? I don't think you're representing me. But when it's your state level leaders doing that, you're like, oh, guess what, motherfucker? 2 years coming, you're out of office. You have much more control over legislators.
But you took it from women being able to do it, giving it to somebody who's doing it without any say-so from the women, and the only consolation prize they get is, well, in 2 years you can vote the guy out. You think women are going to be happy with this?
Hey, I mean, first of all, like I told you the other night, I lean towards the pro-choice side, right? Do I think that there should be a federal standard on that? Yes. But the way that the law was written, even Ruth Bader Ginsburg said, this is not for our purview right here. This is a poorly written decision. And the fact that it stood so long is surprising, the way that Ruth Bader Ginsburg talked about it, right? Yeah. So I'm just saying, that where I consider a win is the government was saying that, hey, we're overseeing something that we shouldn't, but yes, there should still be some type of federal standard.
I'll just repeat this part. Until the people in the state get to vote on it, every state where the women have not got the right to vote in, which is other than Ohio and I think Kansas, I think every other state where women have a limitation or a ban on abortion, they did not have a right to vote. Every one of those states is not a win for those women. In every one of those states, they just handed it to some state dictator. Now, Florida's going to vote on it in November with the election, and they were trying to prevent it from coming up for a vote there too. It's not a win to me. If I can't vote on it, there's a reason why you want to take it out the federal government's hands, because you want to take it out of my hands also. If they had a vote, you could have an agreement. But the fact that they're trying to prevent these women from voting, and in Ohio where they did vote, they're trying to go around and find some loophole to negate their vote. To me, that looks sinister. And the right is not complaining about that at all.
I am.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Right, okay. I hear you. But you know what else though? I don't hear the left saying, we need to stand up for California's pew rights. They're really strict on them over there. It's this, and it's on both sides of the aisle. As long as it doesn't harm me, I'm okay with it. So if you're not a strong 2A advocate, you're like, hey, California has the right to make stricter PP laws, right? So, pick a battle. See, for me, it's not about the abortion concept. It's about the idea that the federal government was overseeing something they shouldn't, right? So forget the abortion part of it, right? Does it fix everything? Will there be challenges down the line? Do people need to get off their ass and get a petition going so that they can get a bill in front of their legislature? Yeah. Sorry, democracy's not easy, right?
I don't.
Democracy's only as strong as the people fucking in it.
Yeah, this ain't democracy at all. This is more like a dictatorship. Trump took it away from a democratic version of it and handed it to a bunch of state dictators. I mean, it went closer to a dictatorship at this point because, like I said, nobody's being voted on it. It's just being forced on them at this point. And you got Trump going around. You got Trump going around saying everybody wanted this to happen. That's bullshit. Nobody wants something put on them that they have no say-so in.
Well, you know what they told me when I was born and raised in California. I lived there up until 2020. You know what they told me when there was stuff going on there that I didn't like? So, well, then move.
Well,
that's a two-way street, brother.
All right. Well, and I get it. And you are complaining about California. So why is the right making it sound like women shouldn't be complaining about what happened here?
Hey, if you don't like it, move.
Right. And so women are going to complain. Women, you can see the problems you have with California and them forcing you to move. But when women say they don't like what's happening with the states, which is forcing them to move, and now y'all ain't losing no rights. There's nothing for y'all to come. Based on what you're saying, women have a legitimate right to be angry.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, two things can be true at the same time, right? You have a legitimate right to be angry. But don't bark at me. You weren't standing up for things I didn't like when I lived in California.
Right.
So if you don't like it, move.
Okay, so you don't like California politicians. You believe you have a legitimate reason not to. They don't like Trump. And based on your statement, they have a legitimate reason not to like Trump.
Hey, then don't vote for him, right?
I think they're going to answer your wish. A lot of women are going to do exactly what you just suggested. They're not going to vote for him.
So do you really think that that's the biggest issue for women voters this election cycle? Which, I mean, I think you can divide it up between conservative and liberal women of what their most important issue is. But okay, so you got we'll just assume everybody for the sake of argument is voting age, right? Mm-hmm. So you got half the population that's liberal, and then half of those are women, right? So you got a quarter of the country that this is a huge issue for.
I think it's bigger than that, Director. I'd say there's plenty of Republicans. I mean, because keep in mind, any woman could be raped or could have a child she doesn't want to have or have some kind of this could happen to anybody. I mean, obviously liberal women are the most vocal on it. But my guess is there are some fertile conservative women that don't like this either, because anybody could fall victim to these laws.
Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, I just think it's a ton of energy put into a thing where, okay, there's a couple of states out there that they would love it if there was an outright ban, but I'm not seeing it. I know you were talking about Texas earlier, but if you're trying to tell me that if the life of the mother is at risk, it's the elective abortions that are the ones that are up for question, right? I don't think there's any state out there that has a ban on the life of the mother, right?
Yeah, Texas. Texas has no provisions. Same thing. What happened in Ohio before they voted it in. They had a 10-year-old that had been assaulted by a relative and was pregnant. And that kid had to go to Indiana. They were going to force that 10-year-old to carry that baby to term.
Was that the one where that female governor was like, you don't solve one atrocity by committing another or something? I think she said that.
But Ohio's governor is a man, so I don't know. Maybe it was a different state talking about it, but
maybe it was Nebraska or something. Anyways, yeah, do states need to codify and put it into law to where it can't be, undone by a Supreme Court, whether it's your state or federal Supreme Court came in and said, well, you're overseeing something you weren't supposed to, you wrote it wrong, whatever. Does every state need to codify that at a minimum, the life of the mother, the R word, the I word, extremely young.
They don't want to do that though. Right? But see, Director, but they don't want. The only way you're gonna get every state to codify with those type of provisions in there is to start putting some liberals in. There are some Republicans that believe that if a woman is sexually assaulted and she's impregnated. Well, since the baby didn't have nothing to do with why they were created, she should have to carry the baby. The right, and there's a lot of folks on the right that have zero sympathy in this stuff.
No, and that's why I'm not like diehard on the right. You know, I told you the other night, as soon as you get evangelical, I'm out. Right?
Yeah.
I can vote for somebody on the right because I believe that they are better overall for running the country. But God damn it, man, you're gonna get some evils with everybody you got. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're talking about a whole state law based on evil. So in other words, like Texas, every woman that may be sexually assaulted in that state and impregnated it can fall victim. I mean, I don't know how much this happened, but I can tell you it is. There are far more women in this country that are sexual. Now, I understand most abortions are elective. It's not rape and incest. But I will tell you this. There are far more women in this country that are raped and impregnated during that rape than you have a biological male trying to play sports on a girl's team, and you guys have made a major issue over that. Now, that shit ain't happening no damn where. And you guys are talking about that at every rally. You would think that every girl's team at school, some dude is trying to play for it. So if you could say that this is not a major issue and you're bringing that up, I don't see any relevance to that.
You know, the states that have like Florida and I think it's Georgia that have started to put some anti-trans legislation on their floor. I don't know, what has or hasn't passed or anything like that. I don't stand for that, man. See, the thing is, what pisses me off is because I go, okay, 80% of what you're doing, I think, is in a better direction for the country, and you got 20% of what you're doing is all jacked up. I've got to be considered like, oh, you'll just turn a blind eye to anything wrong. You're just the worst person on the planet for punching that box at the ballot box. But what if I feel the exact same way about you when 30% of what you say is, okay, that sounds good. You got to go to virtues. You pretend to give a damn about other people, right? But once you people are in office, you fuck shit up. And so if I think that 30% is good and 70% is fucked up, you're still just an incompassionate bigot. Oh, and we've got no place for you in 2024. Like, come on, man, that's a two-way street. If Democrats were so goddamn perfect, then why aren't you in charge everywhere?
Because there are people who, like yourself, lean right. I mean, they're just like there's a far left. We talk about Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, and well, they're gonna put any Democrat running for office as far left. They were saying Obama was far left, Hillary Clinton. Now they're gonna say Kamala Harris is far. Well, far right exists too. You watch Fox News, you don't hear them use the term far right that much, but some of these abortion laws you and I are discussing, that's far right. When they start passing laws that are requiring kids to read the Bible in school, that's far right. So you're starting to see far right politics coming around.
Yeah, okay, so why does the Democrat Party get to be represented by their quote-unquote reasonable politicians, right? But the conservatives have to be represented by your Marjorie Taylor Greens. When you want to badmouth a Republican...
Maxine Waters is not reasonable. Wait. Maxine Waters is not reasonable. The Squad is not reasonable. They far left. I don't agree that they're getting represented by reasonable... We got some far left people in our side as well. I don't buy into that. Some of the LGBT stuff is far left.
Yeah, y'all don't talk about Fetterman.
Come on, Senator Fetterman, what about him?
Mr. Basketball Shorts to what was that? That dude. I mean, hey, I feel bad for him because that's a medical condition, right? But at the end of the day, man, just because I feel bad for you and it's a medical condition doesn't mean you should be a senator, But anyways, I think the idea that you have to be a single issue voter, and if you've got some ideology on the side of the aisle that you're voting for that is atrocious, then the whole shebang is atrocious, and you should vote for the other one. It's like we could play that game with your side of the argument too.
Yeah. Well, I think the issue would, if like I said this before, I think if you guys had to put someone like Nikki Haley up there, you would be winning by a landslide right now. It wouldn't be a close election. I mean, the fact is, you're right, you can do this on both sides, but some of the things that Trump is promising, Folks feel like they may be harmful to people where like lives may be lost. You guys feel that the left are more harmful to children with the LGBT stuff or harmful to your finances with the economy. You don't believe that the left is doing things that may get people killed, though, do you?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You don't believe any left-wing policies are likely to put people in physical danger, do you?
Well, I mean, I guess it has to depend on when you consider someone a person, right? Because, I mean, again, I lean pro-choice, but let's not forget there's, 500,000 abortions a year?
Yeah.
Those are all at the life of the mother?
Yeah, but
come on, man.
Yeah, well, let's be clear. If regardless of what side of the aisle you are on with abortion, you're putting lives at risk. If you are pro-choice, what you're saying, you're putting the life of the baby at risk. If you are pro-life and you're forcing all these moms to have children, then you're putting their life at risk. I mean, women do die in childbirth, especially when you start forcing them to have children that might not be viable. And I mean, they're not giving some of these women exceptions. I mean, some of these women are being forced to carry babies simply because the heart is still beating. Like the woman in Louisiana that was pregnant with a baby with no skull, and they were trying to make her carry it anyway. So at the end of the day, no matter which side of the pro-life, pro-choice argument you're on, you're putting somebody's life at risk because that mom has to go through a whole lot to have that baby as well. So you're putting some of these women that may have terminated the kid, and you forced them to kill. Some of them are going to die. You're going to cause some of them. Now you might say, well, every abortion results in a death, so the numbers are higher on this side. But at the end of the day, you're putting somebody at life no matter what side of the argument you're on with that.
Well, I don't want it to sound like I'm defending that kind of stuff, right? But at the end of the day, that means people need to get out and advocate, get petitions signed, get bills onto the, if you're waiting for your legislator to write a bill, then you are wrong. You need to be the one in their ear. When they say, oh, lobbying is trash, that's your access to your representatives. Okay. Unfortunately, they only give the telephone call time to the person with the most money. But at the end of the day, you have access to your representatives, and you need to be advocating to, at least at a minimum, codify that, the exceptions, the common exceptions, right? Now, we want to go to some kind of crazy, well, is it this or is it that? What would you rather have? The natural process of birth sometimes causes the mother to pass away during birth, or all the way up until month 8, day 29, which I know it's not exactly 9 months, right? But for sake of argument, right? You can remove it out. Get your tongues out, doctor.
No,
if you had to have one. If you had to have one.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of exceptionally late term abortion, but this is one of the things I will say in pushback of that. If the right was passing laws that say no abortions in the 3rd trimester, I don't think we'd have this argument. What you guys are doing is you're using, just like the women use rape and incest to really use that as an excuse to have elective abortions. You're using 3rd trimester abortions to pass heartbeat laws, where it's really in the 5th or 6th week. But you're bringing up, well, they're doing it in the 9th month, so we're going to pass a law that bans it at the 5th week. If you were trying to fight to prevent late term, 2nd and 3rd, the stuff you're actually talking about, if you were passing laws to prevent that, I don't think you'd have the resistance. But you guys they're way beyond that. They're passing laws that basically say you damn near can't even take the morning after pill. They're way beyond anything that comes close to a 3rd term or late term abortion.
Hey, that's fair, but let's be logically consistent, right? Somebody uses an AR to pew something, right? Now states like California, if you go and look at their prohibited list, you can't buy a Gen 5 Glock, right? A 10-round magazine.
I can't speak on it.
But hey, let's be logically consistent. Y'all take that stuff too far. You got, this incident happened over here, so we need to go and
wait a minute. You mentioned
tons of legislation.
You mentioned California. Let me ask you, because you mentioned their Second Amendment laws. If you live in the state of California, can you get any firearm at all for self-defense?
No.
So
it's not. The list is not unlimited. No.
No, but can you get anything?
qualified. Like your AR in California.
No, wait. You talking about, wait, hold on. When I say any, you're talking about a specific type of gun. I mean, let's say I want a Glock, or I want to, I want to get my hands on a revolver, or I want a shotgun. I want to be able to defend myself. Because at the end of the day, if somebody breaks in your house, any firearm is going to be a hell of a self-defense tool. Now, you may want a specific tool like a AR or an AK or something like that. But at the end of the day, even a shotgun can be incredibly effective on an intruder. Can you get anything if you live in, because you're making it sound like you can't get nothing out there.
I mean, hey, if you want to go to the racetrack and everybody else gets to drive a fucking race car and you got to show up with a stock Civic, if that's how you want to, do it, then yeah. Then I guess by that logic, sure, yeah, you can have your revolver, your 10-round magazines, this, that, and the other. But, a lot of liberals love Justice Stevens and Breyer's dissenting opinions on Heller. And they relied heavily on the Miller versus U.S. ruling. And in Miller versus U.S., he couldn't have that sawed-off shotgun because it was not in common use in the United States military. By Miller versus U.S.'s logic, I don't have a right to a crossbow, but I do have a right to an M240 Bravo machine gun, right? So, which one is it, right? Was the Second Amendment written to give us, you can go shoot some paper targets this weekend with your black powder musket? Or, because, hey, if you don't like what the government's doing, just remember, they're doing it to you while you got guns.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, because that's what they always say, the Second Amendment prevents tyranny. That never made any sense to me. The Second Amendment does not prevent tyranny. I mean, after all, women's oppression, slavery, Jim Crow, all of that stuff existed in this country right alongside the Second Amendment. So we've demonstrated we can be very tyrannical while having the Second Amendment in place. So you're not going to compete with the government. I just have this isn't Red Dawn, where all of a sudden you're going to be to take on the G-men with what you got on your closet shelf. It's not going to, certainly not in this era, where they got drones and all kinds. It's just, now I'm fine with having it for hunting purposes. I'm fine with having it for self-defense. But that third one, tyranny, is ridiculous. If the government wants you for any reason, David Koresh is a perfect example in Waco, Texas, where he not only had plenty of firepower, he had a whole home full of people that were willing to defend the compound, and they still lost. Nobody has a home like that. Most Americans have nowhere near that much firepower to defend their home as David Koresh did, and they still lost. You're not going to beat the damn government. It's not going to happen.
Well, don't make me defend David Koresh, but on the same token, right? He didn't die on his knees, right? And
he died.
Hold on, hear me out. I'm not trying to disparage anybody, but I know that there's a lot of people back in Germany in the 30s that probably wouldn't have gotten on that fucking train if they had something to fight back with, and they wouldn't have fucking beaten them, but they wouldn't have fucking died the way they did.
They wouldn't have got on the train, but they just would have died anyway. I mean, they would have died where they were. What do they say? Die on your knee versus, I'd rather die on my, I'd rather die on my feet than on my knees or whatever. I mean, dead is dead. That's all I'm saying. They would have still died. I get your point that the Jews would have been able to fight back, but I mean, probably the slaughter would have been worse. I mean, they go in the gas chamber and it's awful, but chances are it would have been decapitations. It would have been worse because they would have been angry that they were fighting. I mean, they were going to die no matter what. You're not going to take on what the government has, and the government has only gotten more powerful since the 1930s. I mean, now they got things that can come to your house and get you without even a human being involved. It's just, you're not going to stop tyranny. You're just not going to stop that.
Hey, so what you're saying is, on the schoolyard, you tell your son, hey, that kid's too big for you to fight. You just take whatever licks he's going to give you. Or you're saying, hey, make sure he remembered he picked on you. You might lose, but make sure he remembered the day he fought you.
Okay.
Is that what you would tell your son?
No, I'm going to tell my son some battles you can't win. Okay, if you want to bite his leg so he remembers he fought you, fine. But if you can't win, you can't win. I mean, you're not going to defeat the government. I want to make the government remember they tried to come in here. Okay, they don't forget. They've never forgotten what happened in Waco. They never forgot what happened in Waco, Texas. But it still happened.
I mean, hey, I'll just put it this way again, not to disparage anybody, right? But I'll tell you what, If you told me, hey, I got a crystal ball and this is your future, you could either pass away today or you could go live in that concentration camp for the next 2-3 years and pass away there anyways, right? After atrocious things have been happening to you. Right?
Yeah, I'm with you that if I have a chance to fight back, I'm going to fight back. But even while I'm fighting back, I understand the odds are insurmountable, and eventually I'm going to lose. I mean, I understand that. I'm fighting, but I know I'm going to lose this battle. I know if the government becomes tyrannical, I'm not going to win this battle. Yeah, I can maybe take a few of them out with me, but at the end of the day, I'm going to lose. And I don't. Here's the only way you're going to arm the citizenry to make them be able to prevent tyranny is to give them the same arms and assets that the government has. I mean, you're going to have citizens with an F-15 parked in their backyard. I mean, that's how you'd have to have it.
Yeah, and that's essentially what Miller versus U.S. said. I don't have a right to it if the military doesn't have it. That's why he couldn't have that shot-off shotgun.
I don't like the premiums for that kind of insurance.
Hey, look it up for yourself, right?
No, I hear you.
You're not going to take somebody's word for it, and we're not going to spend the time to hash out a Supreme Court ruling on your live, right? But if you just skim over it, you'll see that it was technically a loss for the 2A community, right? Mm-hmm. Because they said you can't have this, but the justifications for why they said you can't have this turned out to be a win for the 2A community. Because, not that they're really implementing it, right? But they said, hey, the Marines aren't using it. So what does this have to do with your militia, your right to bear arms? It's not a normal weapon.
Do you favor yourself personally letting the citizens to prevent tyranny? Do you favor letting citizens have access to all of the same weapons as the military?
Not all of them. I mean, I don't think the military should have weapons of mass destruction themselves.
Okay, so what about armed aircraft? What about, like the mother of all bombs that Trump was bragging about dropping on Syria? You believe that a citizen should have access to that?
Well, I mean, let's just fast forward, right? Are we any different with our F-16s? We're just fucking gangsters around the world.
So I'm asking, so you do believe a citizen should have access to a fully armed F-16?
I think if you can afford an F-16, you're probably the least of my problems with an F-16. You know what I'm saying?
Like the guy that could afford, like the guy that could afford all those ARs in the Mandalay Bay shooting. He was very wealthy. That guy was worth a lot of money that did that.
And he wasn't F-16 wealthy. I see what you're saying and trying to pigeonhole me on that one, but at the end of the day, the idea that we fought a war for our independence and we're gonna just kind of look at the wording of the 2A and one person can interpret it one way and one the other way and go, you know what? I think they meant for only the military to have this stuff. On to the Third Amendment.
So just to make sure I get clarity, so you do believe the citizens should have, for the most part, all of the weaponry that the military has?
Until proven otherwise, I mean, we've got due process and stuff like that a little bit further down those Bill of Rights, right? Wow. So if you've proven yourself to be a threat to society, things like that, then no, right? But
you do realize most. You do realize most mass shooters.
It's this all or nothing argument. Hold on, I really want to make this question for you. Why does the analogy have to be? Well, if you're not quite certain they can have an F-22, then why should they have a 30-round magazine? Why does that have to be the parallel equation?
Huh? I don't get what you're saying.
You're saying, oh, so you think people should have whatever the military has? Let's go all the way to the extremes with nukes and F-22s and this, that, and the other.
Because it's tyranny. Because the question is, you're trying to prevent tyranny. You're not going to prevent tyranny with a 30-round magazine.
Well, you know what? You can prevent tyranny. Like I make this joke, right? But when Joe Biden said, "What are you going to do against an F-16?" and you go, "Come on, man," and I'm like, well, how are you going to fuel that F-16 up if some redneck derails your train for $5 on a cutting torch? I mean, we've been having our asses handed to us by guys in pajamas and flip-flops. I'm one of those guys. I'm an Iraq vet, okay? I'm one of those guys that got our asses handed to us by guys in flip-flops. So this idea that you're not going to do shit against an F-22, well, tell me then, how well did that F-22 service in Afghanistan and Iraq to win those wars?
I can't speak on it because I wasn't there. I just wanted to make sure, though. So you do believe that. All right, fair enough. I do got to move it on. That's a different opinion. Obviously, the left side of me totally disagrees with it, but you're not the first that I've talked to that believe the citizens should, in the event of tyranny, have access to just about all of the armament that the military does. Appreciate you. Go ahead. Give you the last word.
Thanks for having me on. Give me the last word. I think at the end of the day, what I just wanted to weigh out too is, don't weigh one constitutional right over the other, because then you're starting to say that they've all lost their value and we'll just get rid of them all together. So you got to stand up for the ones you don't like. Also, thanks for having me on, man.
Anytime. And I'll rebut that real quick by saying, when Trump promises to put a flag burner in jail for 10 years, he wants to put anybody who burns a flag in prison for 10 years. That's a violation of the First Amendment. He's talked about if you plead the Fifth, it means you work for the mob and you got something to hide. That's a violation of the Fifth Amendment. He supports stop and frisk, and he's talking about giving police immunity. That's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. I agree with my last caller, though. You shouldn't put one amendment over the other. He's defending the Second Amendment. I get it. But I just gave you at least 3 that Trump is also attacking. But Trump is defending the second to some degree. But Trump has said, 10 years in prison for anybody who burns the flag. That's a clear violation of the First Amendment. They've already ruled that flag burning is protected by free speech. First Amendment violation. And I see in the comments somebody said Trump used the Fifth. Yeah, he used it when it benefited him, but when it was Hillary Clinton, he was saying that she had something to hide. Real quick on the whole, before I go to the next caller, I do want to respond to a super chat. I want to respond to something my last caller said too. Name Barber says the difference is the far left can't get laws passed because we tell them they're crazy, and the right will quietly watch far right bills get passed. True, but that also applies on the left as well. The left will, when you start talking about you can't describe what a woman is, that's far left. We've always had a definition of what a woman is, and you got a Supreme Court appointee that's asked, well, can you define a woman? And she's stuttering and hesitating. So it does happen on both sides. I will say to some degree that the far left is doing things too, but right now under Trump, I think the far right, things have moved further to the right than they are moving to the left. We are in this country, if you're on the right, you're fearful or you're concerned of far left policies taking hold. Far right policies are actually happening. They're concerned that if Kamala Harris gets in power, she may do this or that, that's far left. The far right is actually happening. The abortion bans, they're forcing kids to read the Bible in schools. This stuff has already become law. So we are, not to mention the 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. The president has immunity. Far right is actually taking place. It ain't a concern whether it'll happen. It's actually happening. Real quick in regards to, before I go to the next caller, in regards to what my last caller was saying, he's always welcome back on the program, about giving the citizens access to most of what the military has to prevent tyranny and how the founding fathers intended that. First of all, I question that, because during the time of the adoption of the Second Amendment, the weaponry available was way, way less. I don't know if the founding fathers ever intended Americans to have grenades and jets and some of the things me and him was just discussing. Even a machine gun, which essentially was not available back. I think they had the little crank Gatling gun, but they didn't have machine guns back then. I don't know if the founding fathers would have been favorable to that. You got to assume some Native Americans would have got some of that shit and killed a bunch of white people. I don't know if they would have favored that, allowing that to be handed out all over the countryside like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but what I did want to discuss is this. I don't like the premiums in regards to the payout. Here's my explanation. The Second Amendment, when you look at it on its face, it's really an insurance policy. It gives you insurance to protect yourself against self-defense issues, and certainly tyranny, as my individual brought up. The Second Amendment is kind of an insurance policy against tyranny, or maybe even against somebody violating the safety of your family or your loved ones. But just like insurance, you generally have a premium. There's deductibles, there's cost that comes along with insurance. What are the premiums for you to be able to have firearms to protect yourself, to prevent tyranny? Tyranny is something that doesn't happen very often in this country, by the way, other than to minorities and women. I mean, for the most part, a straight white male, the ones that are really complaining about tyranny, they've never faced it. It's mostly all the other groups. But in regards to tyranny, as I said, there's a cost to having insurance. What is the cost of everybody being able to insure themselves? Well, the cost is all of the collateral damage. People owning firearms that are mentally ill or angry and a road rage. People are using the firearms more often than not for reasons they were not intended to be used for. They're intended to stave off tyranny. They're intended to be used for self-defense. A lot of them are just being used for murder and crime. We're probably using firearms more in this country for reasons that they were not intended than reasons that they were. Certainly when it comes to tyranny, virtually no firearm is being used for that. Even if you got a corrupt cop, it's very rare that a citizen takes the cop out with a gun because the cop was being tyrannical. Or there are cops that violate people's civil rights all the damn time. Very few of them go by way of a gun. So virtually no American citizen is using a firearm to actually prevent tyranny. They may just have it saying that if they ever faced a tyrannical event, they would have one. But actually talking to Americans that use the firearm to prevent tyranny is exceptionally rare. Exceptionally rare. Over the last 50 years, maybe a couple incidents. I think there was, Ruby Ridge or something. There's been a couple of them, but it is exceptionally rare to hear about citizens using a firearm to prevent the government from doing something tyrannical. And we know the government seizes land, eminent domain. They do all kinds of tyrannical shit all the time. Very few citizens use a gun to prevent tyranny. Most citizens use a gun either for self-defense or offensive purposes. Like I said, road rage, mass shootings, robberies, all that. It's most of the firearms in this country are used for offensive purposes. I really believe that. All of that is the premiums, the cost you pay for having them available. All of that stuff. So for some, the premiums might be too high to favor the insurance. Depends on who you talk to. Looking in the comments, Buddy's Rent. Maybe that's what I was thinking about. Not Ruby Ridge, Bundy's Ranch. I think that was it. Yeah, you've had a few cases like that, but very few successful issues. And I don't think he was even successful. Very few successful issues where American citizens were on the wrong side of a government's wish to take their land or perform an unwarranted search of their home or something, and a citizen used a gun to stave off the government. It almost never works well for the citizen trying to prevent a tyrannical police department or tyrannical IRS there's a lot of levels of government. It could be tyrannical, postal police. There's tyrannical cops doing things they shouldn't be doing all the damn time. It is very rare to see where a citizen used a gun to prevent that. Like I said, most of the time we use guns, it's for offensive purposes. Sometimes for defensive. A lot of people use firearms in self-defense, but more people are using firearms in offensive reasons. That's the premiums for having Second Amendment insurance. That's the premiums of it. And as I said, a lot of folks might suggest that the premiums outweigh the value of the insurance. Please just research. It was passed 2 weeks ago. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, what was passed 2 weeks ago? If you're talking about the DOD directive just came in, I don't know what you're talking about there. Continuing on with the program, though. So could Trump be a tyrant or not? Well, If you take in consideration what he is saying, the answer is yes. If he's talking about giving police the right to stop and frisk and giving them immunity from prosecution, these are actual quotes that he said, that's tyranny. If the police have immunity from prosecution, meaning I suppose they can do things that are criminal and be immune from it, yeah. When people are telling you, well, yeah, they're going to get this, but you shouldn't have to worry as long as you comply, that's about as submissive as you can get. I mean, he's promising to give the police immunity from prosecution. So yeah, that's definitely a case of tyranny. Not to mention him suggesting that we have an enemy within and talking about using the military on radical left leaners and Adam Schiff in the Senate and in Congress. Yeah, all that's tyranny. Yeah, Trump could. I mean, hopefully he doesn't do any of this stuff. But the stuff he is saying sounds tyrannical. And Trader Lion, this is what I mean when I say we're defending Trump and making up excuses for him. When Trump said he wants to give the police immunity, he never used the word qualified. That is what folks who defend Trump are adding into it to make it sound more legit. And he talked about giving police immunity several times. Not once did he ever say qualified. That word isn't in there. But the supporters of Trump are trying to add it in there because they know how bad it sounds without it in there. Why do you got to add the word? Why didn't he just put it in there? If that's what he meant, why didn't he say qualified immunity? He's not saying that. Because fact is, they already have qualified immunity. They don't have the immunity that he's promising. They have qualified immunity already. So, yeah, what he is promising is, as King Finn is alluding to, it sounds more like he's promising full immunity. He's not promising qualified immunity. Moving on with the program, by the way, Maga has to always explain what he said. Yeah, one thing to explain it, but when you start adding words to it to make it sound, yeah, then it's really bad. Julio, good evening.
How's it going?
I'm just going good. Asking a question. Why is Trump comparing immigrants to garbage?
Well, come on now, Tim. That's a stretch.
How so?
Well, yeah, he did say that they're sending us and we're collecting them much like a garbage pail.
He said it a lot worse than that. He said that they're using.
I heard you play it, but I mean, come on, get real. I mean, we're trying to make him look bad in the last 10 days of the election cycle, and it's not gonna work. Kamala's done, bro. She's done. She's had it. She's got Diddy's people on stage with her tonight. Come on, she's done.
None of the polls agree with you, Julio. None of the polls suggest she's done. The polls suggest she is very competitive to Trump. None of the polls have said she's done. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Well, I mean, she's down in almost every poll.
Every poll that you're suggesting she's down in is within a margin of error. She's not down by like 5 or 6 points in any of those polls.
Well, let 36 hours go. She's going to be down double digits here pretty soon. Watch.
I don't know why you would.
I've been right all summer. Come on.
You ain't been right about this. I mean, she's been competitive with Trump since she entered the race. She ain't never been down beyond the margin of error. I haven't seen any poll, and I've been following this stuff from Fox on down. She is not down beyond the margin of error on any of these polls.
Well, yeah, maybe. And I know you're right. It's like some of it's 0.8, 0.9, 0.3, 0.6. Yeah. I get it. I get what you're saying. But I mean, she's done.
Based on what?
You should just put on your hat, and we should high five and call it what's going to be, man. I mean, the worst thing that's going to happen out of Donald Trump is we're going to do better as a nation. And
that whole immunity from prosecution thing.
Say that again.
That whole giving cops immunity from prosecution.
Words are words, Tim. You know that's not going to happen.
How do I know that? So, in other words, we want to elect a president that's just saying things that he have no intention he's going to do?
No, I like where he's going with it and his thought process behind it, giving the police the power and maybe take back our cities. And I understand where he's coming from it, but let's be real about it. He's never going to get that passed anywhere. It's unless if you guys lose the Senate and the House, not when I say you guys, I'm talking liberals and Democrats.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
That's just for TikTok and anybody else out there. It's.
So what are you saying? What are you saying? The voters should just ignore him making such a wild statement like that?
No, they should understand how serious he is about taking America back. We're most of us are done. The ones that give a shit and see it happening, we're done. We're done with the bullshit.
I'm fine with being done with the bullshit and want to take America back. I'm not fine with violating the Constitution to do so. He is talking about things that are violating the Constitution.
We've talked about that, so they got to spend too much time on it. You know, I'm not for that either. I'm not. You know, we've talked. You've opened my eyes to the facts on that. I can admit that.
Well, I'm only bringing it up because you stated that. You know, why don't you just telling you this guy is promising something that sounds dangerous?
Yeah, I mean, I get your fear, but nothing any less dangerous or any more dangerous than what Kamala. I mean, she is.
What is Kamala promising? What is Kamala promising? Is dangerous.
4 more years of what we already had. None of us want that.
Yo, you're not going to be wrongfully incarcerated or beaten by the police because of a bad economy.
You're just going to be so damn broke you have to rely on the government, and then they're going to have full control.
In all honesty, as opposed to letting the cop do whatever they want with immunity, I'd rather be broke.
No. Full control. They're going to take full control once they if they can make us broke, they're going to have full control.
What are you?
Then we are fucked.
What are you basing any of that on? We've had 4 years of Biden. We're not broke right now.
It's been shit. Tell me we're not broke. Come on. Grocery prices have doubled, Tim.
Grocery prices are not double what they were when Trump left office, Julio.
Oh,
if you
got Walmart, you shop at Walmart or any of those places, go check the receipts.
They're not.
Receipts.
Yeah, I do. I went shopping today. It's not double. In fact, McDonald's just brought back a $5 meal.
Where's that at? We don't have that here yet.
Yeah, it's not double. I mean, you're telling me that when Trump was in office, look at the average Happy Meal or look at the average combo meal at any fast food. You're telling me that was half the price when Trump was in office?
I went and got lunch today. It was $27 for me and my wife. Same meals when Trump was in office. I could have got 4 meals.
Really? So you're saying you and your wife paid $27?
McDonald's today.
I'm not seeing that in my area.
Number 7, and I got a number 1. It was freaking 27, like 89.
Where at McDonald's?
89 cents at McDonald's. Yes.
You paid for a combo meal at McDonald's. It cost you $27.
I paid for 2.
Okay, so you paid for 2. So you probably about $13 a meal.
Yeah. At fucking McDonald's. It's never been that much.
And under Trump, you would have paid 6.
It was around, it was probably 7 something. It was maybe not quite 50%.
Oh, maybe it's that
may
may.
$7, like $7.89 for a meal back in Trump era. Yes.
Yeah. I haven't seen that. I mean, I know prices are up a little bit under Biden rather, but not that much. I haven't seen that.
When you ball like us, we don't see it so much, but if you pay attention to it, then you start to see it.
Nah, not like that. Not like that. I mean, I eat. I'm out. I go to Chick-fil-A and shit. Like I go to Chick-fil-A and pay $11 for a combo. That combo wasn't $5.50 under Trump. It wasn't that cheap. I don't recall things being that cheap.
It might have been $6.50. I might be off. Like I said, I might be off. It might have been 6 or 40%.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Julio. How much more have you gotten in terms of raises? I mean, okay,
I run my own businesses. I don't get no raise.
But I'm talking about the American public. I mean, okay, Trump's been gone for 4 years. Are you making the same amount of money you were making since Trump has been gone? You didn't get a raise at all. A lot of the lower income in America,
I see what you're saying, but before you go too far in that, I don't mean to cut you off. I don't like doing that. You know I don't.
Good, you good?
If I got a raise, then I'm making more money, and my food price is 40% more.
And what is your raise?
My raise better have been 40%, or it doesn't make any sense to give me the fucking raise.
Well, I will tell you, in some of the liberal states where they don't raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour or more, they have gotten 40% raise or more. I mean, there's some states now where the raises, they're getting minimum wage like $20 an hour. Under Trump, states were paying $7 to $8 an hour minimum wage. So it's been a big increase for salaries for people at the bottom. It has been 40%. If you're making $8 an hour, you get a 40% raise. What is that? Probably about $3 and something an hour? Yeah. People have gotten that.
Well, maybe I should move to a Democrat state.
Yeah, exactly. You damn right you should, because if it's one thing in Democrat states,
that much closer to living off the government.
well, you can say that, but Democrat states, they do pay better than Republican states. Certainly if you're a person of color like myself, that's where all the brothers who make real money, they live in the Democrat states. You get union jobs, you work for the post office, you work for the police department, the transit authority. The brothers, the people of color in liberal states, they make much more money. Down in rural Mississippi, you ain't making shit. Southern Alabama, they ain't paying you a damn thing. So yeah, I agree. You might want to move to a liberal state.
No, I'm good. I like my God, and I like my country.
I hear you. I mean, there's good and bad, but I'm just going to tell you, when we talk about the Biden's economy, we don't tend to discuss the fact that a lot of Americans do earn more. A lot of companies, trying to get people to come back to work after the stimulus money was handed out and people were sitting on their ass. A lot of jobs pay more. A lot of people have gotten that 40% raise you're talking about.
Yeah, but you're not getting what I'm saying, Tim. With you're right. If they got a raise and it's 40% and the food went up 40%, they didn't get a freaking raise.
Yeah, but the price of food didn't go up either. In other words, they're living just like they did under Trump.
The price of food did go up 40%, and their wages went up 40%. So that means it's a net zero. They didn't make any money.
Right.
Winning anything. It just looks better on paper.
But that also means that they're not living anywhere near as bad as MAGA is suggesting.
You may be right. That may be a possibility, but they're not living good.
I don't think they were living that good under Trump. I didn't hear people. Go ahead.
They're living the exact same the last 4 years. They're living the exact same as they were when it started.
Yeah, but I hear that point. But what I'm saying is, I don't think Americans, particularly the ones at the lower end of the socioeconomic scale, I don't think they were living that great under Trump. I don't remember people bragging about how I don't have to work 2 jobs anymore since Trump is in office. Yeah, you could afford some food and grocery. They were still struggling under Trump too. I mean, because the whole minimum wage increase, that argument has kind of went away since Biden became president, because he's kind of actually gave that to the states that were willing to take it. Under Trump, all of those states were begging for a minimum wage increase under Trump. So clearly they weren't doing that great under him.
Well, I was doing well enough to be able to start my business.
Okay. Trump favors.
It did me well enough where it gave me the money to go ahead and jump and start earning real money.
That makes sense, because Trump is favorable to big business and small business. Trump is favorable to business. The Republican Party is favorable to business. The Liberal Party is favorable to the worker. So if you want, and that's most of the people when you hear folks defending the Trump economy or defending the Republican economy or the Republican policies, they're generally talking about what helps small business, what helps big business. They don't speak in terms of what helps the average worker. If you raise the wages for the average worker, it's going to hurt small business. They're speaking in favor of business. When you listen to the Democrats talk, they're speaking in favor of the worker.
Right. No,
So,
and I get that, but I see what you're not getting is I was a worker, was able to was actually making good money on my checks.
mm-hmm.
And I was able to save up and get the stuff I needed to start my business. That's where I didn't have a business and then start another business. I mean, I did. It was a DJ business, but that wasn't the reason I was able to start my business.
I mean, I hear you, but like I said, I mean, at the end of the day,
But the part that I want to finish on that is, now that I own my business, and if it would have stayed the way that Trump had it, I would have been able to afford to hire more people.
okay.
I have more money to give my people. I can pay better people. I can hire more people. I mean, so in essence, it's not just, here's a handout to the middle class. It's, hey, how about you start and you give the middle class money because now you own a business and now you took that step.
Here's the pushback.
Because you're making more money.
Here's the pushback that I have with that. When Trump talks about what you're talking about, creating a business and creating jobs, if you're not for increasing the minimum wage, just creating jobs, to me, in my opinion, is not an accolade. I need to know what is the salaries of those jobs. Now, clearly, Trump was asked why he was at McDonald's serving fries without a hairnet. He was bragging about, all of the things about how hard they work. When he was questioned about, well, would you be in favor of a minimum wage increase? Now, keep in mind, he's at McDonald's, a place where a minimum wage increase would mean more than anything. This is a place where it's going to really affect things like tomorrow for those employees. He wouldn't even answer it. He wouldn't even answer. He totally dodged the question.
No, he didn't. I watched it with my wife. Sitting right here, we watched it. He said, absolutely, these guys are hard workers. They deserve the money. Give them the money.
He said he would.
Almost his exact words.
He said he would be in favor of a minimum wage increase. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, he didn't say, yes, I would be in favor of a minimum wage increase. What he said was, yes, give these guys more money. They're worth it.
I don't know. That sounds like he's answering it without answering it. Yes, I need to hear what he said, because I know he didn't answer the question as far as I'm concerned. Maybe you're hearing something. I don't know. Let me see if I can find it, because I don't recall hearing it that way.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly the
So we're going to the next slide.
Let me see it. This is
Well, I think these people work hard. They're great. And I just saw something in process. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing to see. He's a great franchisee. He produced a lot of jobs. And it's great. And great people working here too. Really, really good people. So yes,
Let me see if I can find a video that's facing him. He didn't say yes, by the way. I heard what he said, but I want to play it. He didn't say yes. He did not use the word yes at all. So he didn't say anything about he.
I didn't say that he did.
You did say it. You said yes. Give these people the money.
I think what I was getting at was these are great people. That's the part that I remember hearing.
I want to know if you're giving me a minimum. I want to know if you're going to give me a minimum wage. I don't give a damn if you think I'm a great person. That can't pay my rent, but you thinking I'm a great person. Are you going to give me a minimum wage? A great person? Really?
I get what you're saying.
I think you're a great person. What kind of shit is that? You're a great person. Are you gonna give me a minimum wage increase? Is what I want to know. I don't want to know if you think I'm great or not. That's definitely dodging, saying some shit like that. I'm trying to see.
It was just getting too close, and I know everybody's trying to draw straws and get Trump pushed backwards. It's not going to work.
Minimum wage should be raised.
Okay, hang on a second. Here, okay, this is facing him, so we should be able to hear it better this time, because this is actually on the other side of the drive-through. I can't believe this guy worked the damn drive-through.
Minimum wage should be raised.
Well, I think these people work hard. They're great. And I just saw something in process. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing to see. These are great franchises and produce a lot of jobs, and it's great. And great people working here too.
But minimum wage is recently increased.
So yes, ma'am.
Minimum wage should be raised.
He didn't even say get him the money like you said. He said nothing in favor.
You prove me right. That's why it's good that you have video right behind you, not in your car.
He didn't say shit.
I like it. I like being wrong. I still think that he's answered it correctly.
What is the answer? If I work at this McDonald's and they don't close today because he's there.
The answer is I'm not going to have this conversation in front of all these employees with these business owners. I want to get myself my foot in my mouth. I ain't doing it.
Right. And you know the first 4 years he was in office, he didn't give you a raise at all. And you hear this, him dodge that question like that, it's pretty clear you ain't going to get a minimum wage.
Right. But with the regulations that he passed, the regulations that he cut, I didn't need a raise. I made enough money. I could afford everything I needed, Tim. That's what I'm talking about. No, we need to roll another joint. I got a medical card.
Oh my
God! Any more than a HIPAA violation.
Let me just say this. If you're a fry guy at McDonald's or something like that, talking about Trump got rid of regulations to help you make more money, to somebody serving fries at McDonald's, reduce regulations ain't gonna earn them shit.
Yeah, and you got some validity to that. I mean, you've always got valid statements, Tim. But I don't know. I guess right now I'm going to stand behind him because there's not many of us that are. I mean, there's a lot of us, but there's not that many in terms of the size of this whole damn thing.
All right.
Everybody wants to beat him up. Nobody wants to talk about the good shit that he's done. Nobody wants to talk about the 80s, the 90s, the good things that he said and did. The Nelson Mandela shit. The paying off houses, giving $100,000 for no goddamn reason to people.
You know, when you say the 80s and 90s,
he's a philanthropist. He's what we need in the office, and I think when people quit picking on him, they're gonna start to see how really good he is.
I don't know, Julio. I don't think people just picking on him. He's picking on a lot of people too. I mean, the Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. He's doing his share of picking on people too.
Yeah, but he likes cats and dogs, so he don't want people eating them.
What are you smoking again? I gotta go. Go ahead.
We're gonna go and watch that Joe Rogan and Donald Trump interview. It's up on YouTube now. So.
Ooh, I gotta catch that too. All right, appreciate it, man.
Be good.
All right, we'll talk about it on the next conversation. All right, moving on the program. He actually thought that Trump had promised to give folks a minimum wage increase. Now, Julio follows Trump. That shows how misinformation can go. Now, Kamala Harris, I was raised in a middle-class family, not answering a lot of questions. You'll see that on the right-wing media outlets all the time. How Trump clearly dodged that question, they're not going to play this much. They're going to show you more of him serving fries and being friendly. They're not going to show the fact that he just made it clear for the most part he's not going to raise minimum wage. I mean, he dodged this question completely. You will hear constantly that Kamala Harris does not answer questions or she brings up, I was born in a middle-class family. You will not hear the fact that he dodged this question like this on right-wing media. There is no denying. He was as clear as day, do you intend to increase minimum wage? And he just straight up went to something else about beautiful, the owners of McDonald's and people working hard. Just no answer at all. Looking in the comments here real quick. Ed G says you're going to be so broke, you're going to be committing crime. Why do people think that? We've had 4 years of the Biden-Harris team. We're not. In fact, the American economy is rebounding. That's the term I'm using. The American economy is actually rebounding faster than most other economies on earth. There's no indication that if we get 4 more years of what we got, things are going to get worse. It's actually improving. If you look at the economy right now, October 2024, compared to October 2022, it's gotten better. It's actually getting better. It's not getting worse. The inflation rate, cost of goods and services, the salaries, it's actually getting better. Economy up, crime down. They're also, some have suggested that crime has went down, and some have also said the opposite. So, but I'll just say it like this. Trump is campaigning on America is a disaster. He is campaigning on painting a picture that America looks like one of those Mad Max movies where it looks like Gaza right now. By the way, Israel's busy attacking Iran as we speak. But that is what Trump's running on. America's not like that, though. It's not, just like with the immigrants. Trump is painting a picture that these folks are just coming over here like gremlins and just ravishing and invading towns like a bull in a china shop and just destroying things and raping and pillaging the villages. I mean, that's the way he painted them. It's not like that in real life. I mean, he really exaggerates on everything he talks about. He makes things sound, and I see in the comments, Noreen says campaigning on fear. I gotta say, if I believed him, I would be scared as hell. Millions of immigrants coming here to rape and murder people. It would scare me too. $35 to fill up my 12-gallon tank today. So that means you pay a little bit less than $3 a gallon. Yeah, that's where it's somewhere around there. It's $2 and something a gallon. You know, they used to say I could sure go for some mean tweets and $2 gas. Well, it's not $2, but it's two something. It's 4 years out. I mean, even if Trump had served another 4 years in office, he'd be finishing up his second term. Are we to believe that the price of fuel would have been the same the whole 8 years he was in office? I mean, at the end of the day, things do go up in price somewhat. I don't think the argument that everything's unaffordable is still relevant right now. Like I said, a couple of years ago I could get it, but Walmart released a statement saying that they've dropped the price of like 400 different items in their store. The price of stuff is coming down some. I'm not going to be able to pronounce this. Quixote69. I work at Sears for 20 years. Customers were always saying they can't afford shit under Trump. Sears? Huh? You worked at Sears, like Sears Roebuck, that's out of business. You worked at Sears Roebuck, and the customers were saying they couldn't afford shit under Trump. Trump wasn't in power. I explained that one, Quicks. I don't quite get that. Trump didn't hold any position of power. I don't understand that. Sears is out of business. Maybe you meant a different store or something. Maybe that's it. Otherwise, that don't make sense. Oh, Big Rooster says Sears is still open. Where are you at that Sears is still around? Wow. I mean, I'm from Chicago, the Sears Tower. Where are you at from that Sears is still around? Tim, new business was debt collection. New business was debt collection. My new business wasn't debt collection. Oh, you mean his? Real quick in the comments, Ed G says, wage increase won't do shit. Ghost Kitchen with 20 restaurants in one are on the rise. Here only cooks, robots take food. Locker. Well, that's going to happen under Trump too. What you're talking about is a wage increase ain't going to do shit because automation is going to kick in. Trump wasn't going to stop automation. Don't ever let somebody tell you, well, if I pay you less money, we won't automate. If they can automate, they're going to save money no matter how little they pay. Automation was coming anyway. Like you go to McDonald's and they have those kiosks in there where they don't have a cashier and you put that was happening under Trump because I was an over-the-road driver and I've stopped in McDonald's in different cities that had those already. Just like Walmart. Walmart had gotten rid of most of its cashiers before Biden ever took office. You're not gonna undercut. If automation is there, you're not gonna get rid of that by saying, well, pay me less. And no, they're gonna get rid of your ass because they can't, unless you're gonna let them pay you $2 an hour. I mean, everything from liability to unemployment insurance to workers' comp, all of that goes away if they put a machine in there. You're not gonna take less pay and prevent that. Tim, Sears in Concord, California. Wow. Is it a full Sears? Or is it one of those little, maybe they just sell the appliances? A full department store, full Sears Roebuck. Upstairs, you got clothing, women's jewelry, like a JCPenney's. They still have that? Sears, huh? Wow. I didn't know that. I did not know there was just like Kmart for the most part is gone. I didn't know there was still a Sears out there. That used to be the spot. Sears, Montgomery Wards. Some of you folks may be old enough to remember Kresge's. I don't know, some of you folks maybe. But yeah, wow, Sears, huh? Soybean farmers here are concerned about Trump because of tariffs. A lot of people are concerned about those tariffs. We expect lots of soybeans to China. I think that, like what a lot of my guests are saying, Trump's not going to give police immunity. Those tariffs are not going to happen either. Trump is promising some things that might resonate to his base, kind of like red meat, because I know these people like it, but it ain't going to happen. You know, it's just like maybe Biden get up there and say minimum wage is going to be $20 an hour because he know the liberals are favorite. But that ain't going to happen when he gets in office. And those tariffs at the rates he's talking about, just about every financial economist is saying that would destroy the economy to impose 100% tariff, all this shit he's talking about. And it's crazy because he's talking about doing it to China. And then he goes, but Xi Jinping is my friend and we're friends, but I'm going to do this. You think you're gonna remain friends with this dude? You try to destroy the economy of his country? That ain't gonna happen. That is not gonna happen. That is not gonna happen. Woolworths. Now, Thrifties, I don't remember Thrifties. I do remember Woolworth. Woolworth was the original 5 and dime store, long before the dollar store, the 5 and dime. In addition to Woolworths, I'm trying to think, Zare, Turnstile. Anybody remember those? Maybe they were in certain parts of the country. It used to be a place called Zare's. Used to be a place called Turnstile. All of those. Goldblatt's. I do remember Goldblatt's. I definitely remember Goldblatt's. That's a Chicago spot. That's somebody in Chicago. I do remember Goldblatt's in Roseland and some of those. Woolco. I've heard of Woolworth. I don't know about Woolco. Woolworth in Florida. Martin Luther. Yeah, Woolworths was one of the places where Martin Luther King, I think they went in there and ate in a restaurant they weren't supposed to. Remember in fact, if you go, I see that comment, WR. You said Woolworth in Florida, Martin Luther King and protesters sitting there in the 60s. Yeah, if you go to the Memphis, and I'll go back to the next caller. If you go to the Memphis Martin Luther King Memorial, I haven't been in a few years now. I've been multiple times, but I haven't been in a few years. They actually have that scene immortalized where you have they're mannequins, but they have like the counter and all of that. And it's 3 African-Americans sitting at the restaurant counter, which they weren't supposed to be in there because they're black. And then there's, mannequins of white people, and they're like pouring shit on their head. It was young people, like young kids, like young high school white kids. And they were just pouring shit on them, like dumping eggs on them and everything. I mean, just treating them like shit. I mean, and they were just sitting there peacefully protesting because this was a place they didn't supposed to be. Remember folks say protest in the right way, don't take a knee, do it the right. There is no right way to protest. I mean, let me make it clear to you folks. If people do not believe what you are protesting for, there is no right way to do it. When they were doing that in that era, it was not the right way. Why are you coming in here and disturbing the peace? Folks just want to come in here and have lunch and go home. Why are you coming in? It wasn't the right way, the way they did it either. When people don't want you to do something, there's no right way to do it. So understand that. Folks are saying, Colin Kaepernick is protesting the wrong way. Martin Luther King did it the right way. He wasn't doing it the right way when he was alive. I can tell you that much. Anyhow, going back to the box, libtards in Germany, anywhere, what does that say? Oh, liberts. I think you said libtards. Liberts in Germany. Anyway, you must be military. I've never been to Germany. Alter ego. Appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. Zare's used to be in Florida. I love that store. My mama and them will be shopping in there for the. Yeah, Zare's was a nice department store. It's amazing how many. I liked Montgomery Ward's too, by the way. But my favorite, Radio Shack. Terry Armstrong, friend of the program. Good evening. And by the way, Noreen, thank you for that sub. Noreen, thank you. I haven't gotten a lot of subs today, but thank you, Noreen. Terry, good evening. Terry Armstrong, are you there? Apparently, can you hear me? Okay, apparently there's some kind of audio trouble. I'm moving on. The Tandy 1000 Alter Ego. Yeah, I had the TRS-80 color computer. Really loved that thing. Really loved that thing. Got it for Christmas back in the 80s, and you hook it to the TV. Remember the old switch box you would use to put your Atari or Odyssey or ColecoVision to? Well, it was a switch box. You switch it on and off in the back of the TV. Well, I got the TRS-80, and my mom couldn't afford to get me any games for it, no joysticks, and just the computer. Turn it on, and you get a prompt, and it says okay. I actually learned how to type the basic programming language because it came with a book that teaches you basic and gave you some basic programs to play around with. I didn't have any video games for it, no cartridges. I actually learned how to program in BASIC, and I still know that language to this day, simply because I got that computer with no games or anything to play with it. So they would give you a few programs you could type in and change the color of the screen or make different sounds or put a clock on the screen, and I learned how to program by just changing some of the lines of the program and would see what it would do. If I change the line here, maybe the character turns blue. All right, now I know how to change colors, and I actually learned BASIC by doing that. Looking in the comments here, house arrest with Melania and her boyfriend. What? What are you talking? My YouTube audience has got a mind of his own. What? House arrest with Melania Trump and her boyfriend, though. What the fuck? Obama was the start of the Democrats splitting us up by race, says Dustin. Oh, how? Well, let me just say this before I go back to the box. The first black man to do anything is going to be divisive. It's unavoidable. The first black man to do, just like if Kamala Harris wins or if Hillary Clinton had won, the first woman to do anything is going to be divisive as well. Fact is, there are people that don't want a black man in that position, don't want a woman in that position. So I can see where folks might say the division started with Obama. You think the first black guy is ever going to be a unifier? It never works that way. We can celebrate and speak positively of Martin Luther King all we want, but keep in mind, they did shoot him in the face. He didn't live to see any of that. So, yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, Obama, yeah, the folks say, well, he started the division. Yeah, because he was born the wrong damn color. Yeah, there's going to be some division with Obama in office. People didn't want him in it. I mean, what did the woman tell John McCain? I can't vote for him because he's a Muslim? I mean, they were making a broadcast. Yeah, of course it's going to start with him. He happened to be born black. Looking in the comments, I heard that in another live, it was Trump asking for Obama because he's black. You heard that Trump was asking for Obama in what capacity? Trump, after Obama tore Trump up at the correspondence dinner, that was it. You know, Trump, like I said, Trump is like the Deion Sanders from last year. It's personal. Remember the shirts they had? Everything. I mean, he don't like Nikki Haley. Trump takes things personal. I mean, he did not like Obama at all. So it is what it is. But yeah, Obama was destined to cause division because of who he was. Remember, Trump gave everyone 1,000 stimulus check. What did Biden and Kamala Harris give you? Oh my God. Big capital OMG. Justin G says, remember, Trump gave everyone $1,000 stimulus check. That's where really low education. I mean, man, I don't like to speak down to my viewers, but you really think that money came out of Trump's pocket? You really think Trump gave all of those tens of thousands of citizens money out of his own damn pocket? Jesus Christ. And by the way, we did receive a stimulus check under Biden. You really think that Trump gave it? Let me read it again. So that, because all my lives stay on tape. I may have to cut and splice this one. Justin G says, remember Trump gave $1,000 stimulus check. What did Biden and Kamala Harris give you? Oh my God. You really think that money came out of his own pocket? All right, Jesus Christ. Bless his heart. Looking in the camera. Trump didn't personally give that damn check. I see that Moogly says Trump didn't personally give that damn check. Both Obama and Biden have given support to the American people without writing their names on the check. Yeah, that was the purpose of that, is that Trump wanted his name to be personally written on the check. And I gotta say, shout out to Trump, because some people believe it came out of his pocket. It turned into good voting capital for Trump. There are people that believe that money came out. The dude ain't even paying people that work for him. Some contractors and attorneys and shit. People who bought into his university and Trump stakes. He ain't even paying people who would support. You think he gonna give money to random strangers in the millions like that? God. He won't even get working America's minimum wage. I just showed you the clip here where you can't even get him to agree to give people that he refers to as working hard a minimum wage increase. But you think he's just going to hand out a stack to thousands of Americans that he don't know? WR, good evening. Welcome to the program. Wow, I wasn't expecting somebody to say something like that. WR, if it brings him up. There you go. WR, good evening.
Hey, hold on. Let me get out. Let me get out of the room.
Okay.
What's going on, man?
That much you know. Good to have you on.
Man, listen. DJ Julio, man. I've been listening to him for a year. I just want him to know that he's gonna be part of the mass deportation.
Oh my
now,
God.
what I want everybody to know is Trump talk in layers. He give you a little bit at a time. And if you don't understand the group he talking to, you ain't gonna understand the message. So I'm gonna clarify this for y'all one time tonight. The man said we're gonna go back 300 years. 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks later, he came back and said we're going to the 1798 Act. But months before, and all these years, he's been talking about the immigrants coming over here invading. Listen to the word invade. Tie that to 1798. And then push it back some more and say 300 years back. 300 years, 1798, that is the 300 years. And then the Alien Immigrant Act that he want to push is for Marty time, when everything, not Marty, but when everything, the peace is cool, you ain't even got to be war. He can enact it because they invaded. They're the poisonous soil, and they are the what?
They are the, the vermin?
Poisonous soil.
They're vermin?
There you go.
Yeah.
So all that goes into that act. He's been saying this. He said it in layers. Nobody don't get it because they don't watch TV no more. I was just talking to one of my friends tonight. I convinced my nephew.
What you're saying? The part about he talks in layers. I mentioned, I didn't refer to it as layers, but what you're saying kind of makes sense because I mentioned it in regards to police. Now, I talked about Trump. I always bring up that he wants to give police immunity and that he talked about bringing back stop and frisk. And a lot of folks say he's not going to do that. But then I bring up how he talked about when you put the person in the car to not put their hand behind the head, where you used to put your hand behind the head to protect their head. He talked about that. Yeah, he talked about that at the police academy. But then recently he talked about crime could probably be reduced if you gave the police an hour to be really violent with people. So in all three of these statements he said, they're not on the same, week, year, month. Some of the stuff is it kind of goes into what you said. He talks in layers. And the point is, it does seem like he wants to have a fairly violent police force that has little to no accountability. I mean, don't put your hand behind their head. Give them a violent hour. Give them immunity or stop and frisk.
Bump their head against the car.
Yeah.
Bump their head against the car. That's what he said. I watched it on live TV. That's the words he used. You ain't got to be that nice. Just bump the head on the side of the car. That's okay. Yeah. That's what he said.
Yeah, when you put all his clips together, as you say, talking in layers, because those things I just brought up are some of that stuff is spaced, maybe he said this and then a year or two later he said that. But it does sound like he want to be in control of a violent police force that has little to no accountability.
Jim, exactly. And if our people and any other people, all the other races, I'm going to keep it clean because I don't want them violating me. So all the other races think he's for them. They don't listen to TV. I was telling my nephew today, and he said, I'm going to vote for Pamela. I said, talk to your other sister because I like the vote don't count. If your vote didn't count, you know what? We wouldn't be talking tonight. We'd be talking about something else.
Could be, yeah, fair enough. And I mean, at the end of the day, let's face it, people of color are the ones that are least dependable to show up to vote, especially men, especially males. Because, I mean, people are saying that Trump is doing well with black males. I'm like, yeah, but that don't mean they're going to show up to actually vote for you. You might be hanging out in the barbershop with them and they talking good shit with you, but you might find out dude was high or he was locked up or he just didn't feel like getting out of bed.
Yeah, that was his first term. But you look at this term, it's a big difference. It ain't been that many black stars and all that stuff hanging around him no more. And they scared to say something. Yeah. I would be scared too to lose my billions of dollars. But you know what? I'm so black, I wouldn't care if I lost everything. That's why I'm on here tonight. He might come from all of us who talk. I don't care. I ain't gonna be silenced. I know what my mama and my grandmamas and everybody else went through. And when you talk about Social Security, ending that, taking the schools and make them all religion, that is no. And it's a clip, Tim. This is what I want to tell everybody. It's a clip, and I saw it on the news. Donald Trump was interviewed. And this is what his exact words. He told the interviewer, I'm going to look it up. Next time I get on, I'm going to tell you. But you might can find it faster than me because my mama 85 and I'm thinking about her. And I told my sister, we might have to move if this man get elected. And I heard several other people sincerely say that. Michael Cohen said it today.
Well, Michael Cohen should be packing up now. I wouldn't even wait. Michael Cohen is a lot different.
If he ain't gone, he know a little more than we do. Okay? He know a little more than we do. He ain't gone yet. Yeah. When you see him leave, you need to leave. Yeah. Okay? So what I was saying is, he said the same thing. And you know, man, I lost my chain of thought. What I was saying, the last thing I said.
Well, you talking about Michael Cohen. You said when he leave, we should leave.
Before him, right before Michael Cohen.
Now you got me. Now you're going in rewind mode.
Well, huh? Social Security. You're taking the Social Security. You know what I mean? You're going to take the people's Social Security to work all their life, and nobody watch TV no more. I was telling my nephew, man, you can't tell me 5 phone numbers. You can't. Technology has messed us up. Nobody look at the news, and when they pass the act, they say you can say anything you want on media. You know, yeah. Some say Obama did that, but I ain't 100% sure about that. But a lot of things happen in all presidencies. You know, everybody had their own agenda. So when they take all of that, they get the police. Trump tried to do it. He put 400 federal court judges in the seats. He put the Supreme Court judges in the seats. Just like you talk about all the time. You say, man, he got Clarence Thomas and the other one to hang the flag upside down.
Right.
And put 2 more in there. We done. We're done. We're done. Wow. As a nation, as he's already been spreading the false lies. And when you go look at you can go look at Castro documentary and see he started with the fake. And you can go look at the man.
Well, the thing about I get your point, but the thing about it is, if Trump goes that far to the right or that far towards fascism, which is what you're talking about, he will need a supporting cast. I mean, we would need a lot of Congress and senators in there that does nothing to stop him. I don't know if he could get all of that done. I mean,
he can get all that. Look at what Korea just did. They just sent 3,000 to help Ukraine. If Trump get in there, he want to be a dictator. How long you want to be a dictator? He say 1 day. What if he can't get it done? Then it's 2 weeks. What if he can't get it done? Then it's 6 months. That's the same thing will happen to Russia.
Yeah. I think the difference in America is, now this is where I was having a conversation about guns and guns before, but I think the difference in this case is Americans don't tasted freedom, and if he gets in there and tries to go too far, you would get a revolt in this country. I don't know.
No, you just remind me of what I was gonna say. You go back and look at the clip where he was being interviewed. He said, well, sometimes you got to take the guns first,
yeah,
and due process later. Look that clip.
I know.
Said it on news.
Yeah, not only do I need to, no, I don't need to look it up. I've played it on the program, and that was right after the Mandalay Bay shooting. He talked about fighting with the NRA, and he ultimately banned bump stocks after that. I'm totally aware of what you're talking about. I got to move it on, WR, but yeah, I'm totally aware of that clip.
I love you, man. Keep it up. I love you. Keep it up.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you tomorrow. To Keisha, that's my girl. All of them, my girl. You know, Zeus. I love y'all, man. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing. And I love your show because you let everybody talk. You let everybody speak. And you don't ban the sense of nobody. I ain't heard you cut.
Oh.
This is maybe one person you had to cut off. But I'll talk to you tomorrow or the next day.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And by the way, folks, if you do favor uncensored broadcasting in the manner we do. Yeah, he's right. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are MAGA friendly. Always have been, always will be. We believe in letting everybody speak. So if you do favor that, feel free to follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Taylor Swift should have kept her mouth shut and not said anything about who she was endorsing as president, says Justin. Why should Taylor keep her mouth shut, but Elon can speak? I mean, Kid Rock can speak, Hulk Hogan can speak, but no to Taylor Swift? I'd be curious. Explain why the folks who support the right can speak, but not the folks who support the left. I'd be curious to know your answer to that. The fact that Trump said that he is healthier and fitter than Obama should be evidence that he is delusional. Yeah, didn't he give when he took the mugshot, didn't he give like a fairly fit and robust weight, size, height, and weight? Yeah, Trump is interesting. I don't think he cares what he says. And Trump says some pretty wild shit. I do want to play a clip before we continue on with the show because some folks was talking about Trump.
Donald Trump is speaking out about his.
Somebody talked about Trump cutting Social Security. Now, I have not fully heard this, and I wanted to look it up while we were discussing it because at the end of the day, I don't want to accuse the guy of something he didn't say or didn't promise to do. And my last guest was talking about he's threatening to take away Social Security. So I do want to hear what was said.
Former President Donald Trump is speaking out about his own budget plans. Mr. Trump opened the door to cutting Social Security and Medicare spending in an exclusive phone interview with CNBC.
So first of all, there is a lot you can do in terms of entitlements, in terms of cutting, and in terms of also the theft and the bad management of entitlements, tremendous bad management of entitlements. There's tremendous amounts of things and numbers of things you can do.
Mr. Trump did not give any specifics about exactly how he would change the retirement programs, but a campaign spokesperson says he would protect the overall benefits. As for President Biden, he says he would do everything in his power to try to stop any attempts to cut Social Security or...
Now, this video is how old? Let me see. 7 months. So this isn't that old. See if this is more recent here. 2 days ago.
A new analysis suggests former President Donald Trump's economic proposal, should he win the election, could speed up when the Social Security Trust Fund runs out of money. This is according to a report by the nonpartisan group, a Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Right now, the Social Security Trust Fund is projected to become insolvent, meaning it won't be able to pay its debts by 2034. With Vice President Kamala Harris's economic proposals, the CRFB says that wouldn't change if she became president. If Trump's plans are enacted, the group estimates insolvency would happen 3 years sooner. Mark Goldwine joins me now. He's the Senior Vice President and Senior Policy Director for the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Thanks for being here, Mark. How are Trump's plans expected to impact Social Security?
Well, between getting rid of taxation of benefits, getting rid of taxes on tips and overtime, changes in immigration and tariffs, they're going to significantly worsen the trust fund, actually expand the shortfall by 40 to 50%, and make Social Security insolvent 3 years earlier in just 2031.
Is there anything about what Harris is proposing right now that would increase by a nominal amount or push it toward insolvency a little bit sooner?
Yeah, we looked at the Harris plan, and there are a few things that would have a small effect. For example, the border security bill would reduce the number of immigrants here paying into the program. We think her plan probably would advance insolvency by a few weeks, maybe a few months, but it wouldn't make a major change to the overall outlook.
So if Trump is elected and enacts these policies, what would essentially this mean for people who actually rely on Social Security checks?
Yeah, here's the deal. In 9 years, Social Security will be insolvent under current law, and everybody will get a 23% benefit cut. Under his plan, that would take place in 6 years, and it would be actually a 33% benefit cut. So everybody on the program would see their benefits cut by a third.
Can you tell us, so we're looking at a graphic right now of what that would amount to. Can you just do some math for us and tell us how much a month that would impact the average person collecting Social Security?
Well, I saw the graphic that your all estimates are something like $1,300 a month. We come up with something pretty similar. It a little bit depends which estimator you use, but it could be pretty sizable. We could be talking about $20,000 or more over the course of a year for a typical couple.
Wow. As the report points out, neither of the candidates have a plan to deal with insolvency. What are some possible ways lawmakers could address this issue?
Look, Social Security is easy. You can raise the taxes that go into the program. You can change the retirement age. You can adjust the benefits or some combination. The problem we have is there's no political will. Neither Democrats nor Republicans want to take on this issue and make the tough choices.
Is there any kind of policy that your group has found that would be palatable to Congress?
Well, I think the best approach is probably to appoint some kind of commission. That's how we saved Social Security last time in 1983. It's how Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill came together. And they raised the retirement age. They increased the taxes. They did a combination approach. We'll need to do that again, but we need to do that outside of normal politics where leaders can actually lead.
Mark Goldwine from the committee.
I don't want to sound like Bernie Sanders, but that whole tax the rich shit is probably the answer. Fact is, the upper level in this country financially have been constantly getting tax cut after tax. I mean, that's what it is. The wealthy, because when people say, well, the wealthy create jobs. Fine, they create jobs and things like that, but their tax contributions, you go back to the 60s and 70s, the upper echelon in this country used to pay a lot more in taxes than they do now. They've had all sorts of tax reductions. If you tax them properly, I bet that would contribute a whole lot more money. I mean, Elon Musk in the last 24 hours made $20 some odd billion. In the last 24 hours, his Tesla stock went up to the point where he made an additional $20 some odd billion in the last 24 hours. I bet if they actually were not constantly giving them tax cuts, I don't know how long it would expand Social Security, but you hear what they're saying. Under Trump, 6 years, Kamala Harris, 10. I mean, it's ending no matter which one of them is in there. And that's why he stated they don't like to take on the tough issues. The tough issue is exactly that. You're going to have to quit lowering taxes on every damn thing. You're going to have to, you're going to have to raise taxes. That's what he was alluding to, but I said they don't want to take on the tough issues. Maybe raise taxes. I often bring up the military. There's a ton of waste in our military. You don't need a base on every continent. You don't need 12 aircraft carriers when the average nation, I think the closest nation is either Russia or China. They only have 2. The largest military air force in the world is the U.S. Air Force. Second largest is the U.S. Navy. It's a ton of money being wasted on that stuff. I mean, just one aircraft. How much money does it cost to maintain one military aircraft throughout its lifetime? We have hundreds of those things. So, but like he said, people don't want to take on the tough issues. You talk about cutting military spending or raising taxes, and you're going to get a lot of boos from a lot of people in the country, but that's probably where it's going to need to come from. I see in the comments, Dencal says increase revenue. Yeah, I agree with that. But waste is one I'm pushing for. Waste in constantly reducing taxes. I mean, you got people that are insanely wealthy talking about, I don't want my taxes to go up. Like, we're talking about you got money for your great-great-grandkids coming up, and you're still talking about, you're complaining about taxes. I mean, you got some countries, and even I think even Ben Franklin once was quoted as saying something like something to the notion of people like Elon Musk, like at some point there should be a limit on your earnings. At some point you just cannot make any more money. I mean, I don't know how much money Elon Musk is worth. I was watching it today, but the second wealthiest person is Jeff Bezos of Amazon, and he's worth a lot more than Jeff Bezos. Elon Musk is worth a lot more than Jeff Bezos. At some point, you're giving all this money, because Elon is in a position where he can, to some degree, maybe start controlling elections and things like that. I really think that you start getting shit like that under wrap, you could free up a ton of money. I mean, you got 4 or 5 guys in the country: Elon, Gates, Zuckerberg. If you look at the wealth of those 4 people, Elon, Bezos, Gates, and Zuckerberg. That's got to be the wealth of those four men probably represents a large percentage of the country combined. Like you could probably take everybody in West Virginia and they're not worth as much as one of those people. That's how much money they got. Because West Virginia is one of the poorest states. So I'm using one of the poorest states on purpose. But you could probably take every citizen in the state of West Virginia and their income combined is probably not as much as, Zuckerberg or I'm not even going to throw Elon in the mix. He's probably worth more than everybody in 2 or 3 states combined. That is something you need to rein in. I get capitalism and the freedom to be able to earn, but at some point it gets ridiculous. We know the system is skewed in favor of anybody earning that kind of money. He's going to get all sorts of privileges and benefits that you or I would never enjoy. At some point, it gets to be off the chain. You playing the game of Monopoly, and this dude owns every piece of property on the board. Why keep playing it at this point? Why even keep playing it? So I think that's one of the tough things that people don't want to take on is that you're gonna have to limit how far in space the rich can go with their earnings. How far can it? Would it really be that bad if you limited somebody's earnings to 100 billion? Would that really be enough to riot over? Or no, he should be able to make 120 billion if he want to. Would it really be that bad? Anyhow, looking in the comments, Casey, the only people who shouldn't vote are the ones thinking only their corporate-owned party has a solution. I don't know about people not voting. That's something you create. Trump pushed for it. Kamala voted the shit in. Trump and Elon got all these broke folks voting to keep them rich. That is true. I'll leave that alone. That is true. Continuing on with the program. Let me look in the comment section here. But yeah, like I said, there should be a limit. I know Benjamin Franklin said something like that. Like at some point, he described like if all of your needs are met and all your family's needs are met or something like that, at some point, any excess wealth belongs to the government. I'm not saying it has to go to the government, but there should be a limit. at some point, you've made enough. Like, damn. At some point, limit. Like he's worth triple digit billions. He is literally worth triple digit billions. 1 billion. I remember my biology teacher in high school telling me if you were worth $1 billion, you could spend $50,000 a day for the rest of your life and not run out of money. I was a teenager when he said that. That's 1 billion. He's worth triple digit billions. I don't know. Looking in the comments, limiting income. We ought to limit legislation, regulation, and taxation. Dana, limiting taxation is what we're in this problem. For a civilized country to operate, you need enough taxes. That's what's happening now as we keep limiting taxes. And as one of the viewers said, you keep voting for all these rich people. Limiting taxes generally is helping out the upper class and not the poor people are barely paying any kind of taxes anyway. They're barely getting by. Limiting taxes for a poor person ain't really making a big difference in their life. It's making a huge difference to keep. You're helping the rich keep a lot of money. You're helping the wealthy keep a ton of money. I think they should teach basic civil defense in schools in case of emergencies on what to do in basic survival skills. I'm not opposed to some of that. Basic civil defense. I'm not, I wouldn't be opposed to teaching kids how to, make knots and, purify water. It would be kind of like calculus or something like that. For the most part, it's a skill that you're not going to use or you're going to use very little. As a city boy myself, I haven't really had to use any of that stuff. You go camp and have some fun on the weekend, you can play survival, man, but unless something really happens in the country, you're not going to really use any of that stuff. So, but ain't nothing wrong with learning it. There's nothing wrong with learning it at all. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Republicans just aren't that smart. the people that are smart are the ones that manipulate the poor Republicans. Ooh. Well, yeah, I don't want to say anybody's not smart, but I do believe if you are wealthy and you're voting based on your bottom line, if that's your primary reason for voting, if you're wealthy, or even if you are a small business owner, or if you own a big business, and your pocketbook, your bottom line, your bank account is the primary reason why you should vote Republican every time. That's my opinion. You should vote Republican every time. Because if you own a business and how much money is in your pocket is what you're voting on, you don't have to worry about the Republicans forcing you to pay your employees a higher minimum wage, or forcing you to give them health care, or forcing you to let them unionize. They're going to be passing laws to help give you tax cuts, less regulation. They're going to be doing things that's going to benefit you. So, yeah, I do believe if you're wealthy, or if you own a small business or a big business, and your bottom line, your economic take home is your most important issue, you should vote Republican. They are more favorable to that. Now, the Democratic Party, when some would say socialist or handout, or social policies, the Democrat Party is going to be more in favor of promoting you to share some of that wealth, as Obama said, spread the wealth around. If you're wealthy and you want to be selfish, the Republican Party is going to help you do that. They're not going to make you. If you want to give some money away, fine. But if you don't, we're going to defend your right not to have to do that. So, yeah, I definitely believe that there's a reason to vote Republican in that. You can't limit the amount of money Elon makes and not expect to cut Social Security. I don't quite understand that. I don't quite understand where you get it. If Harris gets in office, everything is apocalypse. Damn. If Harris does this, if Harris does that, that is kind of the tone. Is that it's going to be a Mad Max if Harris gets in there. No more foreign wars, says Joe. That you're going to always get foreign wars, because America is benefiting from foreign wars. We are the largest exporter of weapons. So we favor wars. We make money off of wars. So it's in our best interest to promote wars, to start wars, to facilitate them. Yeah, but you're not gonna get rid of small wars. I can tell you that, no matter who gets in office. Everything this guy is saying is everything CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, or CNBC, and every other outlet is saying, other than Fox. You're saying everything that I'm saying is everything that CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CNBC, and every other news outlet is saying other than Fox. Well, I don't know if everything I'm saying is coming from those networks, but I will tell you it is. That should make you question Fox. Why is every other network saying something, but Fox is on the other side of all of that? As if every other network is wrong and Fox is the only one telling you the truth. The network that had to pay $750 million because they got caught lying. I think your comment, Jay Ward, kind of makes it pretty clear that Fox is problematic. And by the way, I see KC said in the comments, Fox is entertainment. They admitted that in open court. They admitted that with who was this? With Tucker Carlson. Sunflower. Can I ask you a crazy question? Do you trust any of the media? Sunflower, great question. Not 100%. No, I don't trust any of the media 100%. But I don't look at the media and say every single thing they're saying is a lie either. I mean, I watch the television and they say there's a 70% chance of rain. I'm going to dress for the possibility of rain. I don't just automatically think they're lying and it's going to be a hot, sunny day that day. I mean, the media just announced that as of this evening, Israel is now retaliating against Iran. Israel has now began a war against Iran. They're launching bomb strikes in Tehran. So they're in the capital of Iran doing this. Do I believe the media is lying about it? No, it's happening. So, I mean, there's some things I believe in. But I do agree with you from the notion that the media has an agenda. I'm not going to take away from that. Will G, welcome to the good evening, Will G. It's funny how new papers are trying to support Harris, but their owners are holding them back from doing so. I haven't seen examples of that. Newspapers are trying to support Kamala Harris, but their owners holding them back. Most newspapers lean left or right. I know when I was in Chicago, Chicago, the Sun-Times leans left, the Tribune leans right, and then they got the Defender, which is a pro-black paper. You want to get really wild, get your hands on the Final Call. But most the Washington, the New York Post, New York Times, they lean left and right. Most papers do lean left or right. So if somebody is trying to prevent a newspaper from favoring Kamala Harris, it must be owned by somebody on the right. Media is lying about what's happening in Western North Carolina. What's going on in Western North Carolina? Now, Western is where the hurricane hit, Asheville. What is going on there that the media is lying about? Is it that the Democrats deliberately sent the hurricane their way? Is it that the Democrats are deliberately only sending FEMA money to other Democrat victims? I mean, because you're saying the media is lying about what's happening in Western. I'm trying to stop this damn thing. You say the media is lying about what's happening in Western North Carolina. My guess is, I don't disagree. I think all sides of the media is lying. Now you're saying that the help is not there. So I guess the media is lying and suggesting that people are getting help. It's hard to speak on it. I don't know. I mean, because in any disaster, there's going to be people who think the government is not helping them enough. That's always going to be the case. But I do know the right is trying to make it sound like the Democrats deliberately sent the hurricane there. That's also coming from right-wing media. So I don't agree the media is completely spot on about this stuff. People are making up stuff. The Washington Post was going to endorse Kamala, but Jeff Bezos pulled it. Wow. Huh. I think some of these listen, at the end of the day, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I'm Jeff Bezos, if I am definitely Elon Musk, not so much Gates and Zuckerberg, because Trump already hates them. But he didn't really ever hate, he didn't like EVs, electric vehicles, but he never really hated Elon Musk. And he didn't really hate Jeff Bezos. If I'm either one of them, considering what they do for a living, Jeff Bezos being the owner of Amazon and Elon Musk is just a technological guru, why not do whatever you can in favor of Trump? We know Trump rewards loyalty. At the end of the day, if Trump wins and you are very loyal to him, he's going to look out for you. For somebody like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, that's going to be huge. That's going to be huge. I mean, who knows what Amazon has planned to do in this country? We know Elon Musk has space programs. I mean, he's talking about his Starlink satellite issues. I mean, the EVs he want, charging station. I mean, Elon Musk will be worth probably 4-digit billions, like 1,000 billion. I mean, at this point, it's starting to get like kitty numbers. But yeah, if Trump wins and he starts looking out for what Elon Musk wants, Elon Musk will probably end up being worth 4-digit billion dollars. You know what? Like I think at that point, what is that? $1 trillion? How many billion before you hit $1 trillion? Is it 1,000 billion? After 999 billion, does that mean you're a trillionaire? I think if you get someone like Trump and he starts passing all of the shit that he wants, I mean, right now they're promoting e-vehicles and he has the primary vehicle that, the Tesla is the main electric vehicle. You start getting to the point where a large portion of America is driving your vehicles and the charging stations don't match up for other cars. Right now, we haven't gotten to the point where universal charging stations are the thing. So Tesla vehicles have their own charging station. You can buy adapters and shit, but for the most part, they have their own charging stations. So now you got the main EV and they got to come to your charging. I mean, he'd have power companies and every damn thing. I mean, yeah, he could easily make this guy be worth $1 trillion. I can't hate on Elon for doing whatever he can to get Trump elected. Kamala Harris would reward Elon, but not like Trump. Trump would be willing to break the law to reward you. So I can't hate on him for doing it. Same thing with Jeff Bezos. He probably is realizing, well, shit, Elon is turning into a superhero working with Trump. Let me get on the Trump train too, and as you said, prevent people from interfering with newspapers and shit. I understand it. It's greed. It's insane levels of greed. Washington Post editorial journalist leaving because of it. Yeah, greed. And it's not going to affect anybody's vote. I mean, I do feel confident that there's nothing Trump could do to make someone who's supporting Trump go to Kamala Harris. I mean, so what? I mean, I think they realize that it's not going to hurt Trump anyway. I hadn't heard that, by the way. Real quick in the comments, D Nice. Good night, G. Appreciate it, D. Taking out you suckers and you don't know how to do it. Trump will use him like chewing gum. Nah, I don't know about in Elon's and Jeff Bezos' case. I don't know at that level. I mean, they're going to be the ones that are going to come out on top of that. But they're going. I mean, if Trump gives them what they want, like I said, for Elon Musk charging stations, maybe start government contracts to buy, use his Starlink, all of that. I mean, they're going to come out on top of that. Trump will use them, but they're going to be the ones that are financially going to benefit far more. So, but greed is greed. I see in the comments, Billy Wap says greed is a deadly sin. We are a capitalist nation. It's kind of how capitalism works. It's all about greed. This is the whole notion of, well, why do we have to send money overseas when we can take care of Americans first? You got people making that kind of money and there's homelessness in the same damn country. In the comments real quick, Sunflower says, don't you think that people go into politics poor and come out rich? Congress is, yeah. There's no way to stop that, by the way. It's impossible to stop that because you are, as a senator, as a congressman, as a politician at that level, given the ability to pass legislation that can make entrepreneurs, inventors, and business people rich. They're going to find a way to reward you if you do that. It's as simple as that. They are going to find a way. If it comes down to you, okay, let's say for instance, I'm still promoting fossil fuels, big oil. And you got Kamala Harris or somebody that's trying to promote EVs. And I know you're the John McCain type senator that can go up there and give thumbs down and squash her legislation, similar to John McCain squashing Trump wanting to repeal and replace Obamacare. I'm going to find a way to get at that John McCain senator. I mean, that person is in Senate making, what, $200K a year, something small. And I want them to shoot down Kamala Harris's legislation to promote EVs so that I can keep selling big oil. I got billions of dollars. There has to be something John McCain or his wife or his daughter or somebody else in his family could use that I have no problem getting for them. I'm going to pass out every message I can and let that senator know, whatever you need, your campaign got at least 5 million coming from me once you go and get his thumbs down. All I need is this thumbs down. What do you need for the next election? How much money you think you're going to need for advertising, radio, billboards? What do you think you're going to spend totally? And I'm going to sit there right on a piece of paper and write that. You think this will cover all of that? Right there on a piece of paper in front of him. Think this will. Now, you were talking about that if you go and give this legislation thumbs down, she won't be able to accomplish this. This number, okay. I mean, I don't want to say anything that might be against the law, but I'm just letting you know we're on your side here, sir. We're looking out for you. We're hoping you're doing the same for us. I'm going to find some way to get to that guy. It's just like, this is how it works. This is how it works. So when you say that, they go into politics and they come out richer, this is why. There's a good movie, what is it called? Distinguished Gentleman. It's a comedy. Has Eddie Murphy in it. It's a comedy though, but it really details exactly this, where Eddie Murphy's character runs for, now he's a con man. He's a regular street hustler, but because a politician in his area who had lifelong politician passed away, happened to have the same name as the character Eddie Murphy was playing in the movie. So Eddie Murphy being a comment is like, well, I'm going to run for Congress and use this name. I think it was Jeff Dodge or something. And the slogan was a name you've come to know and trust. Now the dude was dead, the guy who had passed away, but you're going to run under the same name. Under the guys that some people just go down and vote and they don't even pay attention. They just used to checking off this name. He won. He actually won the election, and he did exactly some of what you're talking about. He got in there, and people were lobbying and throwing money at him right and left. And at the end of the movie, he said something like, when I was on the street committing crimes, all this shit was illegal. Once I came to Congress, it all became legal. I could do the same. I could do all of the same cons I was on the street, and it's all legal now. So, yeah, there's no way to become a congressman or a senator or a higher level politician without coming away rich. There's just way too much shit being offered to you. Not to mention, look, you passed this legislation. I hear you've had enough of Congress. You're talking about you're not going to run next term. Well, we got a spot for you on the board. Not a lot of work. A few months of vacation per year. Got some great golf courses for you. We don't charge anything, good salary. Why don't you come join us once you're done? I mean, it's shit like that. You hear a lot of these folks leave Washington, then they go work for some of the companies that they pass legislation for. There's so much fucking corruption in this. If you leave Congress poor, you didn't do something right. It's just way too much money to be made. Not to mention they're allowed to invest and all kinds of other stuff. I mean, it's insane. In the comments, Kid, I cannot pronounce the rest of that. Something about 916 says conservatives said that when Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans, it was God punishing them for the sex, drugs, and prostitution. Who the hell said that? When this hurricane hit red states, the Dems created it. Shaking my head. Did they really say that? When Hurricane Katrina hit, they suggested it was God punishing them for sex, drugs, and prostitution. Damn. Yuck. And when this hurricane hit the red states, the Dems, they did say the Dems created the one that just hit. That is true. Sex, drugs, and prostitution. I didn't hear that one. Oh my God. Why is it okay for Elon Musk to do things that the right has accused and vilified Bill Gates for? Because it's happening in favor of the right. It is as simple as that. Just like I had somebody else earlier in the program say that Taylor Swift should have kept her mouth shut. And I brought up that, Hulk Hogan, Kid Rock, Elon Musk, celebrities are speaking out on behalf of the right. And, you're not telling them shit because they're doing something on our side now. That's all it is. We don't want it happening for the left, but if they do it for the right, suddenly it is okay. It is as simple as that. Stop cherry. What does it say? Well, you're not saying it now. What are you guys talking about there? And guess what? President Biden came in and fixed Donald Trump's mess, and Joe Biden also sent out stimulus checks, so give me a break. Yeah, the whole notion that Trump's responsible for people receiving stimulus checks is fucking crazy. I actually had a viewer talk about that. Seriously, like, you really think those stimulus checks came out of Trump's pocket? I don't even know if he can legally do that as president. Certainly when you were about to have a re-election campaign, which he had in 2020, you can't hand out thousands of dollars to citizens that you're actually soliciting votes from. That I don't even think it would be legal for him to do that. You can't just, they're talking about Elon Musk having these $1 million raffles is borderlining a crime. But yeah, as a president, you can't hand out. Now, if Biden wanted to do it, well, even Biden probably couldn't do it because he's promoting Kamala Harris. Now, if once you're out of office, that's one thing, but you can't be in politics and handing out a bunch of money. I don't see that. I don't believe that's legal at all. And that's a question. I'm not saying that's true, says Sunflower. I didn't see it, but yeah, I don't think you can do that. Talk breaks down to there's corruption at every level. Remember Trump's job was to drain the swamp and point out the corruption. His daughter got like 26 Chinese patents when he was in office. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, suddenly got $2 billion invested in him from the Saudis. His wife's family suddenly had all the immigration papers granted. I mean, you're going to tell me none of this had anything to do with him being president? So, yeah, I'm not saying that Biden's any better. I believe his son, Hunter, is benefiting significantly from him being president. But Trump didn't come there and drain no damn swamp. Trump came in there and enjoyed the perks and privileges. Not to mention, MAGA merchandise is off the fucking chain. MAGA merchandise, I mean, I don't know how many millions he's made from MAGA merchandise, but all of that's from being the president. That wouldn't have happened if he had lost to Hillary Clinton in 2016. You would not be having MAGA merchandise. So he's making a killing off of that. Sunflower says, no, MAGA merchandise is ridiculous. Not if it's making that kind of money. I don't give a damn if you're selling ice to igloos. If they buying the shit, sound like a good business to me. Real quick in the comment. Biden had only increased the debt by 16%, least of all presidents in our lifetime. Is that true? Or you're talking about the national debt? You know, when it comes to the national debt, you know, the average citizen doesn't see that. Because under Trump, the national debt went up and went up under Biden and certainly went up under Bush with the war. You know, they talk about we're printing money. The average American, I don't think, uses that as a litmus test for whether we have a good economy or not. Good economy is, can I afford groceries and can I afford gas? How much is in my bank account? What our national debt is to the average American, in my opinion, is kind of irrelevant. I mean, it doesn't affect your life. Any person who is rich or in politics that comes out against Trump will find themselves to be the enemy from within. That is their fear. There's a lot of legitimacy to that. You got folks that can't even admit Trump lost the last election. And they don't have any evidence to prove otherwise. They just can't say it. Well, Biden is in there. Yeah, but who won? J.D. Vance, the guy running for vice president, can't even say it. They're afraid of his wrath. Will G, that's 100% true. Trump is a petty person, and that is too. And I don't think even MAGA disagrees that he's petty. But I really agree with that part about any politician that comes out against Trump will find themselves to be the enemy from within. If you start speaking too negatively of Trump, one way or another, he's coming at you. I don't know how much punishment he can deliver to you, but he's going to try. That's not safe. If you're on the right, that's the end of your career. There is not one right winger that is fairly critical of Trump that is still a respected politician. They all had to leave. They all had to retire or resign, or they got voted out. Liz Cheney was not ready to go. All of a sudden, she started criticizing Trump. Well, she's a piece of shit anyway. You guys were going to keep voting in Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney would have been able to serve until she died. The only thing that made Liz Cheney suddenly become a bad politician is she went against Trump. You go back to January 5th, and you ask Republicans what they thought of Liz Cheney, she would have been a true patriot. January 6th, she's an asshole. We need to get rid of her. Machines still haven't been audited. Well, I want Trump to be audited. He's the one that said he won by a landslide. He should have to prove that. He should have to, you don't come to me with, well, the machines don't look, machines have been audited or look like some dead people. No, he said he won by a landslide. He should be audited. Sir, can you show evidence of this? You didn't say there was fraud. You said you won by a landslide. He should be audited. He can't prove that. And you had folks go out there and protest and riot, and one woman, Ashley Babbitt, lost her life for that shit. And he wonders why someone would take a shot at him. Ooh, I don't like that one, Billy Wop. You say it, and Trump wonders why somebody would try. You know the crazy thing is they're blaming the attempts on Trump's life on the Democratic Party, which to me is just like Trump won by a landslide. There's no evidence of that. I was watching somebody on CNN today, a right-wing commentator going up against somebody on the left talking about the Democrats trying to take his life. There is zero evidence of that. In fact, the 20-year-old, the one that did hit his ear, I believe he previously voted for Trump. There is no evidence that any of those folks that were after Trump were deeply devoted Democrats. That, to me, is wrong for him to even say that. Machines in Texas have already been messed up. Texas mom, good evening, Texas mom, by the way. Good to see you all. I'm fine with pointing out things don't look right. I'm not fine with suggesting that because things don't look right, Trump won by a landslide. Trump stating that he won by a landslide with no evidence, that doesn't look right either. He is in the same category as all the other things you're complaining about. His statement is fraudulent. Just like you want to talk about voting machines and dead people voting and immigrants, all that fraud. His statement is fraud. He doesn't have any evidence of that he won by a landslide. His statement is a fraudulent statement. Okay, there's things that don't look right in this election. We need to investigate it. That could be a legitimate statement. But just jumping up and saying you won by a landslide with no evidence, that's fraudulent. That's fraudulent. So his statement also needs to be investigated. What makes you say that, sir? What evidence did you have to say you won by so much? You don't have anything. In fact, what is the guy named Larry Flynn or whatever his name is? One of the right-hand men of Trump. He was in court, I think, yesterday or today, and he had to admit to the judge that we actually don't have any evidence for the stuff we're saying. He had to actually, because in court they can't say the same shit they're telling us. Because in court they'll get charged with perjury. They'll end up with a crime on their record. They can't go in court and talk about Dominion voting machine switching. Same thing happened with Giuliani. That's why when they were dealing with those 60 court cases, when Trump was saying the election was stolen, they went to court 60 times, they lost all of it because they were going to court and they were not able to make the same statements that they were telling you and I. Because the judges go say, well, show me some evidence of this stuff. If you're saying it to, let's say, MAGA already think the Democrats cheated anyway. You don't need to present evidence to MAGA. You do to a judge. And they didn't have any evidence. That's why they kept losing case after case after case in court. They didn't have any evidence to any of that stuff. Real quick in the comments, I do want to respond to a super chat I saw in there. Oh, I saw that already. What does that say? She just shows up, says word salad shit, and expects the media to help her out. You're talking about Kamala. Jeffrey Blackwell, I don't think Kamala Harris interviews have helped her out. I saw her do one on the Breakfast Club, Charlamagne the God, the same guy Biden said, vote for me or you ain't black too. I thought that was a good interview. The one on The View, 60 Minutes, the one she had on CNN yesterday, the town hall. I don't think she does well on interviews. I think that's why her favorable numbers have continued to drop. In fact, I had this graphic up earlier, and I'll show you folks, because the whole purpose of this live stream tonight was titled, Why is Kamala So Unfavorable? And if I can find the right graphic I'm looking for here, there you go on the screen. If you notice, Kamala's favorable numbers are at 45, Trump's are at 48. He's more favorable right now than Kamala Harris is. Her unfavorable is at 53 and his is at 50. So he's 3 points ahead of her. Now, Kamala's had very little scandal orbiting around her. Okay, people believe she sucked at the border, which you could easily debate that wasn't her job. It was Mayorkas' job, Secretary of Homeland Security, which is why they impeached him. They didn't impeach Kamala Harris over the border. They impeached Mayorkas. But let's just say for shits and giggles, they affixed the failure at the border to Kamala Harris. That's really kind of her only modern scandal. I mean, you got half of Trump's previous administration coming out and saying the guy was a fascist and wanted to live like Hitler and all kinds of shit. Yet, his poll numbers are going up. His favorable numbers, rather, not poll numbers. His favorable numbers are going up, and Kamala's are going down. How can that be? How can that be? Easy Money says, do you really believe those polls? The ones on the screen, I do. The ones on the screen, I do. For the simple fact is, I don't believe there's a lot of love for Kamala Harris. I believe you could replace Kamala with a dog and they would get at least 60% of the votes that Kamala Harris is getting. Kamala is not what people are voting for. They're voting against Trump. You have a faction of American voters that are voting for Trump. They love Trump, believe he's the best direction for the country. And you have a faction of Americans that are voting against Trump. There are some folks voting in favor of Kamala, but I believe that's the smallest margin out of it. I believe most of the Kamala Harris voters are people who don't like Trump. Most of Kamala Harris supporters are people who don't like Trump, which is why Biden, although it looked like Biden was going to lose to Trump, he was still competitive. Trump wasn't running away with it from Biden. He was ahead beyond the margin of error, but it wasn't like a 15-point lead in any of the swing states, because Biden also was going to get probably 50% of the votes that Kamala Harris is going to get. Now, additionally, you got the Liz Cheneys and the Mitt Romney types, the John Kelly types, General Kelly, and all of those. I mean, there's a lot of folks that may have voted Republican. They really just don't like Trump. Trump has kind of made an art of pissing people off. So I really don't. I see somebody said I'm voting for Vice President Harris because she's intelligent. You're saying you're voting for VP Harris. You're voting for Kamala Harris because she's intelligent. My guess is you were going to vote for Biden. You would vote for Gretchen Whitmer. You would vote for Gavin Newsom. You weren't going to vote for Trump, period. Now, okay, Kamala Harris is in there. She makes a good, intelligent competitor to Trump. I get it. But you could have had somebody Democratic that was lesser intelligent, and they would probably still get your vote too. You're not going to vote for Trump, is the point I'm making. You are not going to vote for Trump regardless. American voters don't care about intelligence. It's a popularity contest. Yes, and even more so under Trump, because Trump is a celebrity, an actor, alpha male. Yeah, it was already a popularity contest because it was under Obama too, but Trump's just taking it to a whole new universe. It absolutely is now. Can't even come out with the Democrats with Marjorie Taylor Greene. The Democrats control the weather. Give me a break. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is, they talk about AOC and things they don't like about some of the liberals, and they keep electing Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is yuck. So I don't have an answer for that. Yuck. A vainglorious coward. New word, Nixer Doyle. Vainglory. Okay, I'll leave it. The people who voted for Trump in 2020 wrote Project 2025. The people who worked for Trump in 2020 wrote Project 2025, says Benjamin Brown. That is true. That is actually a fact. Many of the writers of Project 2025 served on Trump's administration. That is true. That is true. Who wants the president who lies, caters to dictators, and a puppet to Russian President Vladimir Putin? Eddie, they don't think he does that. They don't believe that. Democrats have overperformed by 11 points on average in every special and runoff election since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Republicans should be scared. Well, the problem is it's different because the difference is when Roe v. Wade got overturned, we're talking about the midterms. Trump has not been in any election since Roe v. Wade got overturned. Trump overperforms because a lot of MAGA don't answer polls and things like that. A lot of MAGA won't admit they're MAGA. So I don't know. The Democrats have something to be concerned about too. Trump does better in polls than he's expected to. Now maybe Kamala Harris will put on her district attorney hat and discover Trump's hand and make still this time. I don't get that. All right, looking in the comments, real quick before we move on to the program, I do want to see something here. Thank you, folks that have tapped the screen, certainly on TikTok. It was a low audience tonight. I don't know what the hell they did to limit it, but I do appreciate you folks rolling with your boy. Certainly this late hour. We're here every day until Election Day. You guys know how we're rolling it this time. There's even more black people that won't admit they are MAGA. I'm black, says Jay Ward. Definitely so. I agree with that. Certainly if you live in urban areas, because it's not popular, it's not common to be MAGA. I mean, you're black and you can't wear a MAGA hat walking down the streets of Chicago. You can ask Jesse Smollett about that. But I will say that the overwhelming majority of blacks live in areas where being MAGA isn't going to make much of a difference. But they are in the swing states too, though. I mean, you know, Charlotte, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia. I mean, there are, you know, I mean, so it could be relevant. I don't know, because I'll tell you this. I know for a fact Trump is going to do really bad with black women. I think out of every voting bloc there is, Hispanics, Asians, Muslims, men, women, white women, black women are going to be the worst category for Trump. I'm talking less than 10%. By far, black women are going to be. Now, black men, he might get 20, 25% of the vote. The alpha male, the anti-LGBT stuff, even the immigration stuff. I've talked to a lot of black men but women, I haven't met a lot of pro-life women that favor the rolling back of Roe v. Wade that are black. So, you know, black women is probably, it ain't even, I mean, I think he mentioned it at a rally or something like that. I think he even mentioned how bad he was doing with black women and said something like, well, but I'm really improving with white men. I think he kind of dismissed it, but yeah, black women, it's over with. I think Jay Ward is captain. I think Jay Ward is Captain Man. He's not black. I got to see. You don't think Jay Ward is black? Jay Ward claims he's black. My wife does, but she knows the history. All right, so Jay Ward is saying he's black and his wife is MAGA. All right, Jay, all right. Got you one of those Candace Owens? Like I said, it's going to be low. It's going to be very low. Donald Trump was the swamp. Donald Trump and MAGA cult followers are the swamp. He definitely didn't drain the swamp. And in many ways, he acted and benefited like the swamp. As I pointed out, his wife, family, all of a sudden got their citizenship approved. His son-in-law gets $2 billion invested from the Saudis out of nowhere. His daughter gets 26 Chinese patents. Yeah, if you had a liberal in there and that was happening, they would say the liberal president was part of the swamp. They would say that. They would say that. So I don't know how Trump gets a pass on it. Do you want the black president or the white president, says Dinkow. Did he ask that? Didn't Trump ask a question like that? Do you want the black president or the white? Yikes. Did he ask something like that? He was a businessman. Look, you can't answer every question when he's a businessman. Okay, I'm for criminal justice reform. Tell me how a businessman is going to get that done. Because a businessman is focused on profit. I don't want profit being considered in criminal justice reform. Everything, being a businessman is not the solution to every damn thing that comes down the pipe. In a civilized society, you're going to have people who have and people would have nots. Businessmen have no appreciation for the have-nots. They're focused on their bottom line. They're focused on money. The have-nots is something they don't have a lot of time for. So, yeah, being a businessman is not a good answer for every question. There's some things that, like public schools and things like that, you know, free lunch in schools for kids. A businessman is probably not the best notion for that. Yeah, maybe you can find a distributor that gives you some cheaper lunches, maybe. But a businessman might just see giving kids free lunch as a complete waste. We can save that money by coming up with an excuse not to provide it. I don't think a businessman favors, I don't think in every case a businessman is your best option. The tax increase that Trump given to the rich increased the deficit. Donald Trump blundered the economy that President Obama handed to him America. Obama's going around holding rallies talking about that. Talking about Trump bragging about the economy, like, yeah, it was good, I gave it to you. But I give Trump credit. At the end of the day, if the economy had failed under Trump, we would be blaming him. So if it done well under him, he should get credit for that too. I don't want to get to the point where if it fails, we blame Trump. If it succeeds, we blame Obama. So it means the only grade Trump can get is a negative one. I don't think that's fair. Sure, Donald Trump is making money off of his followers. Donald Trump said he likes poorly educated people. They are gullible. Or he definitely said he likes the poorly educated. But the clip I played earlier, I'm going to run this one by you real quick again because I mentioned it earlier. And by the way, before I go to that clip, this is something I haven't played much. I played it earlier, but when I started the show, but I haven't talked about it much.
He is talking about doing away with the entire Department of Education. He's talking, he means it. This is not a joke. This is a guy who also wants to replace every civil servant, every single one. Thinks he has a right under the Supreme Court ruling on immunity to be able, if need be, if it was the case, to actually physically eliminate, shoot, kill someone who he believes to be a threat to him. I mean, so I know this sounds bizarre. It sounds like if I said this 5 years ago, you'd lock me up. We got to lock him up.
Now he's referencing Trump. This got a lot of attention from folks on the right. Biden talking about locking up President Trump. Now, he cleared it up. Political lock him up. But he did use the phrase lock him up, and the right went crazy. My main question on this was simple. Why was it so controversial when Biden talked about locking Trump up and there was no outrage of Trump talking about locking Hillary Clinton up? I mean, there's like 1 million videos online of Trump talking about Hillary Clinton getting locked up. Biden talks about it happening to Trump once. It's election interference. They're after me. He was doing this constantly to Hillary Clinton. I don't get that one. All of a sudden, he does it and it's wrong, but Trump was continuing to suggest Hillary Clinton should be locked up once, even after he won the presidency, where she was not even an adversary anymore. He kept saying she should be locked up. So why is it different when somebody says it about him? We have turned into a banana republic. Yeah, because Trump did nothing to Hillary. So it's okay to talk about locking up your adversary as long as you don't do it. And by the way, as Dencal pointed out on the program earlier, Trump was trying to lock up Hillary Clinton and Spicer. That's what led him and Spicer into resigning, as he was trying to force him to do it. But yeah, if it's wrong to do it, it should be wrong to talk about it. I mean, he's holding rallies in city after city talking about locking up Hillary Clinton. You're saying, well, ain't nothing wrong with it because he didn't actually do it. I don't think folks went to Trump rallies, listening to Trump talking about lock her up and thought, well, he ain't going to do it. He's just joking. They believed that. They actually believed it. They are actually trying, not Trump. Yeah, I don't know where to go with that. You know, it's okay to joke about it and say it, but it's not. As long as you don't do it, it's okay. No. Even threatening to lock up your adversary is wrong, because there's no way of knowing when they're threatening you if they're going to follow through with it or not. I mean, it could affect a host of things. I mean, you got people thinking that she's committed a bunch of crimes, which then would lead to the case if she did, then why didn't you lock her up? So, no, I don't. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. Either it's okay to do it or it's not okay. All of a sudden it's okay. Well, I'm not going to do it, but it's okay to joke about it. And that's one of the things I will say on the program. Only since the era of Trump do we often hear so many controversial statements referred to as a joke. It's literally almost as if we elected a comedian. That was a joke. He was just playing. You're taking that out of context. We didn't elect a comedian. I mean, you're talking about hurting people or locking people. I don't see anybody in a room bust out laughing when he say this stuff. This stuff isn't jokes. He's almost 80 years old. He's not Robin Williams. He's not telling jokes for a living. That doesn't make any sense to me. Look at the wrestling crowd, and that says a lot about the American people. The wrestling crowd, you talking about they go to WWE wrestling matches? Harris has to be flawless and Trump has to be lawless. That's a hell of a rhyme. Will G, Trump and Maga are the biggest hypocrites. There is a lot of hypocrisy there, but I'm not going to pretend like you don't see that on the left. But yeah, I'm a big Fox News watcher. I've said this on the program before. I've been watching Fox heavily for about 20 some odd years. I mean, I go back, what my favorite show on there is The Five, but before The Five, Glenn Beck had that hour. Before Glenn Beck, John Gibson, who's no longer on Fox, had that hour. I mean, I know their whole schedule. I used to watch them that much. And I'm saying this because what Will G is talking about in regards to Trump and Maga being hypocrites. I will say that I have watched less of Fox in the Trump era, because if you've watched Fox for as long as I have, and you see Trump come on this, you see them defending things that you've seen them criticize under previous administrations. I mean, I've been watching them all of George W. Bush's administration, all of the 8 years of Obama's, all of 4 of Trump, and now 4. So that's what, 8, and another. So yeah, that's 24 years. Yeah, I've been watching them that long. And I've seen them ignore, turn a blind eye, or support things that Trump has done, that I watched them be very critical when Obama or some liberal was doing it. And it's like, what? Or I'm watching the evening of January 6th, and I'm watching Judge Jeanine Pirro on TV saying that's Antifa. How do you know? You're not. You're in the studio in New York. How do you know what's going on at that crowd is Antifa? Just throwing out alibis to defend Trump. Like, you don't know that. I mean, so then, of course, the Dominion voting machine. So once I started seeing them do things that were no longer, as they used to say, fair and balanced, you're just doing things to promote Trump at this point. I mean, this is what they were saying about MSNBC, CNN, and liberal networks. They just do things to put it in the bag for, well, you're doing it now. So once they started doing that, it did reduce the amount of time I was watching them, because I'm watching the same newscasters that's been there for years, and it's like, you didn't like this a few years back when somebody else was doing it, but now that Trump is doing it, you seem to be okay with it. And yeah, I mean, whether it's criticizing liberals for having affairs on their wives, all of that stuff was okay when Trump started doing it. So it hurt me with Fox at that point. And then, of course, they don't even show the fair and balanced graphic on the screen anymore. They don't even deny that they're no longer fair and balanced. Even Bill O'Reilly, who does podcasts now, has stated that when he was on Fox, about 30 to 40% of his audience were Democrats. And he's even said, about 90% of Fox News viewers are right. He said they went much further to the right since I've left. So it is what it is. Then vote for the person whose policies were led on common sense. Jay Wood, I don't mind voting for policies that are based on common sense. I like that statement, in fact. But when you hear people say vote for the policies that are best, it's generally somebody promoting Trump. But my pushback is simple. Trump 2016 to 2020 is not the Trump you're about to get 2024 to 2028. Voting on policies. The Trump coming in 2024 is talking about the largest deportation in history. You didn't get that from the 2016 Trump. Obviously, the way we view abortion in this country we've put some pretty big limitations on a woman's right to choose now. Multiple states do not have the option available at all. That wasn't around in the 2016 to 2020 Trump. That's a policy, by the way. Another policy I bring up all the damn time, he wants to bring back stop and frisk and give police immunity from prosecution. That wasn't a policy of Trump in 2016 to 2020. So when you start talking about vote for common sense policies, I don't see any of the ones I just named as common sense. I don't favor giving police immunity. That ain't a common sense policy to me. So yeah, when folks were pushing against Trump in 2016 and 2020, it was with their snowflakes. They're voting on their emotion. They're voting based on tweets and mean tweets. They're not voting based on policy. This time it's policy. This time his policies have went further to the right. Now, of course, the mean tweets are there too, but this time he's promoting far-right policies. He has immunity. He's going to give you 5 to 7 Supreme Court justices by the time he's done. It's policies now. It's a little bit more than that. You're voting on imagination and now not what he did. Well, Jay Ward, and I appreciate your input. In regards to you saying they're voting on imagination, I'd like to hear some examples. If Trump promises to give police immunity from prosecution, and I say I don't want to vote for him because of that, where's the imagination? If he's saying it, maybe he's imagining it, but I'm voting based on what the man is promising. If he is promising to give police immunity from prosecution, how am I voting on imagination? I need you to explain that. Explain what the imagination part is. Because if you're holding him accountable for things that are coming out of his mouth, that's not imagination. That's what he's saying. Kamala Harris is supported by Satan. Damn, Robert Newby says Kamala Harris is supported by Satan. It's all in me. Barack Obama was Aramaic. The English translation is as follows: I behold Satan falling as lightning from the heavens above. What? Robert, I must be on too late. Maybe I need to get ready to log off. What the fuck was that? Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Okay, immunity is all good till MAGA starts talking about accountability. When it happens to them, they call it tyranny. Yeah, it will be tyranny, but yeah, I don't get that one. Where has that gotten black neighborhoods? My neighborhood got worse after George Floyd. The cops don't even show up. Well, I can tell you one thing. I don't want to get a cop's immunity. We can say whatever we want to say about crime or whatever. I'm not going to support giving cops no accountability to bring down crime. That, to me, giving cops immunity from prosecution doesn't bring down crime. It just reverses who the criminals are. It'll just make the cops criminals. I mean, what happens if a cop is frisking an attractive woman? Maybe he wants to grab something. As Trump would say, grab her body. We got immunity. You can do anything. Yeah, to me, what if a cop is shaking down a drug dealer that's got $50,000 of unaccounted for cash on him? I mean, keep it now. I mean, you give police immunity from prosecution, they can't get prosecuted for it. So yeah, I don't think that's going to bring down crime. It'll just change the criminals. There was a time, speaking of this happening in black areas, which is what Trump is promising in liberal cities where black people live. There was a time in this country where cops basically had immunity in black areas. And they were the criminals. They were the criminals in those areas. The cops were far more criminal than the citizens were. I mean, they could just yank you off the street and you'd never be seen or heard from again. Beat the shit out of you and throw your limp body back on the porch. There was a time in this country where cops had no accountability, the ones that were working in black areas. It wasn't a good time. So I don't see any reason to want to go back and revisit that. Like villain waiting in the wings, Trump will not unleash his full evilness until he has ultimate power. Damn, that's a vengeance statement. That almost reminds me of Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction. Now, but there's any politician in a republic or democracy, whatever you want to call it, but any politician in a republic is going to do what Will G said. He said, like a villain in the waiting, or like a villain waiting in the wings, rather. Like a villain waiting in the wings, Trump will not unleash his full evilness until he has ultimate power. I mean, that is kind of how it works. I'm not saying Trump's going to do it, but if he was going to do it, that is the way you would do it. You can't unleash your full evilness and you haven't been elected into office yet. You scare some people away. That's how Hitler did it. He wasn't doing it before he became chancellor, I think they call it over there. What do they call it? Chancellor or something? He wasn't doing it before he became the leader of the country. He might have been indicating he was not very pro-Jewish. But yeah, once he became the leader of the country. Now you coming up with the final solution and all this stuff. So I don't know if Trump will ever get that. One of the things, if you believe that Trump is this awful, one of the things you have going for you is he's much older. He's not young like Adolf. He's not even young as Vladimir Putin. God forbid he's not anywhere near Kim Jong-un's age. Kim Jong-un could be around for another 40 years. So even if Trump gets in there and he does turn into a genuine bad guy, he's going to be gone in probably 10 years, which you can still do a lot of damage in 10 years. Let me not underestimate that. If you got an evil person in power, they can do a lot of damage in 10 years. Have you had gunfights in front of your house? I have, and I have the video proof, yet no one gets arrested or investigated. Sounds like you live in a frightening neighborhood. I don't know if giving police immunity from prosecution is going to solve that, though, Jay Ward. And I don't see where, police do show up sometimes and shoot the good guy with a gun. Now they're immune for that, too. Tim, don't talk about age. You were thinking Biden was going to make it. You got me on that one, Top Vid. I'm willing to concede a point. I definitely was defending Biden before June 27th. Once I saw how he was in that debate, I realized, yeah, maybe I was wrong on that one. You're right. Who said that? Top Vid. You're 100% right. I was saying that, listen, everybody that's claiming Biden is, got dementia or he's mentally ill are people who do not have contact with Biden. They're all doing it through the damn TV screen. And I thought, Biden was, I still think that if he was put in there, because you surround yourself with the best and brightest, I think America would function just fine. But at the end of the day, he's too old. I'm not going to mince words. He's too old, and I got it wrong. Looking in the comments, he outlined his anti-Jewish stance as far back as 1924. Yeah, but he wasn't talking about the final solution. Trump has an anti-immigrant stance. There's no denying. If you listen Trump has an anti-immigrant stance and an anti-LGBTQ stance. When I say anti, I mean every single time you hear him talking about immigrants or the LGBTQ community, it is a negative conversation. Zero positive. Neutral is all negative. So yeah, he has but he's not talking about shit like the final solution. So that's what I'm saying. But yeah, he definitely does not favor the LGBT community or immigrants. Now, some folks will say, well, listen, it's not immigrants. He just has an issue with illegal immigrants. No, because he's talking about getting rid of the Haitian migrants that are here legally. Once he talked about getting rid of them, the whole argument of we don't have an issue with immigrants, just come here legally, went out the window. Once you started talking about getting rid of legal immigrants that are here working, they're not sitting around collecting a bunch of welfare and shit, accused them of eating cats and dogs, and then came back and admitted, well, somebody was telling me about it. So you had no evidence. Once you did that, at least from my standpoint, I don't buy into the notion that it's only about illegal immigrants. I think, as I said earlier in the broadcast, if you don't have confirmed residency when Trump gets in office, you are not safe. You are not safe. There's a good chance still that you could be kicked out of the country. Unless you got that green card in hand, you are not safe. The irony that Trump says that immigrants lie to enter the country, yet Melania lied to get Einstein visa, despite the fact that she flunked out of fashion college. Did not know that. Devious Chris did not know that. Well, if you cross that border illegally, that's a felony. Yeah, I don't disagree with that Top Vid, but as I said, the Haitian migrants did not do that. The Haitian migrants are here legally, and he's talking about kicking them out too. Lily Reed says Trump wanted to build a moat as a southern border deterrent and fill the moat with gators. People in his administration said he did want to do that. He denied it. Trump denies all the negative things about him, but people in his administration said he did talk about doing that. Talked about shooting them in the leg. And that's why I've said before, I don't think you'll get a more effective leader at securing the southern border than Trump. I think by far, if your focus is on securing the southern border, Trump is the best choice for president over Kamala, over any of the 9 Republicans that ran against him, like Ron DeSantis, Chris Christie, Nikki Haley, and all. Trump is by far the best choice to secure the southern border. I say that because I believe Trump is so gung-ho on securing the southern border that he would break the law to do it. He would violate the Constitution to do it. He would be willing to use lethal force to do it. None of the other folks are going to do that. So I do believe he would secure the border. In the comments, MDJ says, what did he do the first time? Well, he tried to have a complete ban on all Muslims entering the country. That got shot down by the Supreme Court. That was one of the things he did. I had to really look into it, but I know for a fact, because I've done the research on it before, but just to be able to orate it properly, I'd have to look it back up. But he made some of the legal ways of coming here. He stopped them. He stopped some of the legal ways of getting here. Remain in Mexico is another one, where you normally used to be able to have this avenue to come in the country, but now you got to remain in Mexico to file. So all of this was going on. I mean, he would be far more gung-ho on securing the border. Like I said, I mentioned shooting people in the leg, and someone mentioned building moats with dangerous. Well, they were shooting down some of this stuff. I don't believe Trump 2024 to Trump 2028 would see most of that stuff getting shot down. The Supreme Court is far more favorable to Trump now than it was when he took office in 2016. It's far, I mean, he appointed 3 people. So it's far more favorable than it was in 2016. I mean, so I think most of his border policies would now get through. I don't know about shooting people in the leg, but I think he's talking about 10 years in prison, hard time. I think most of that stuff would get through. So I do believe that he would be really, really good at securing the border, but you wouldn't like to have the sausage is made. I mean, it probably wouldn't be uncommon to see liberals or independent journalists posting pictures on YouTube or X or social media pages of people laying on the ground dead. They got shot. This person got shot by Homeland Security, we securing the border. We're securing the border. I do believe that Trump would support lethal force, and I think a lot of MAGA would support it too. Keep in mind, you're talking about folks coming to America to rape, murder. They're vermin. They're poisoning the blood. They're eating people's animals and pets. Who gives a damn if they get shot? Who gives a damn if somebody that's coming here to rape and murder people? I mean, you wouldn't want them in your house. You'd shoot them. So if you believe Trump, you believe what Trump is saying. They're coming here to invade. They're coming here to take black jobs. What else is he saying? They're bringing diseases. Just all this this whole ball of wax of negativity. Who wouldn't support one of them losing their lives? I mean, I don't want a rapist coming in the country. Yeah, okay, you shot a rapist. Good job. You deserve a medal. So if you believe Trump, you would definitely support lethal force. He's getting rid of some really, really bad people. So, yeah, I believe MAGA would be favorable to lethal protection at the border. The mindset being, should have thought about that before you entered the country. Remember a couple people drowned trying to get in when Governor Greg Abbott of Texas put those devices in the water that would, it was a ball. And if you try to climb over it, it keeps going back, and then there's barbed wire under there to trap you in the barbed wire. So you see these big orange balls in the water, and the people swimming across would try to climb over the ball. The ball would just spin freely, so it would rotate your back, and then it would rotate your back underwater, and there was barbed wire to catch you down there. And some people drowned. Oh, well, should have thought about that before coming in the country, was MAGA's response. So, yeah, I think Trump would have no problem with MAGA supporting that. Well, gee, thank you. Anti-brown immigrants. If the immigrants were from Eastern Europe, not one word would be uttered. Remember 1789, at this time, it was F the French and Spanish. Blacks were still slaves and natives were getting removed. Fact. By the way, I forgot the legislation Trump was trying to enact, the immigration legislation back from the 1700s. It was something that was used against the French. So yeah, Trump would secure the border better than anybody else. But like I said, you won't like how the sausage is made. I mean, it would be just like Benjamin Netanyahu is defending Israel. But the sausage being made looks terrible. I mean, they blowing up kids and anything moving on the street almost. I mean, it's overkill. It's complete overkill. What happened to Israel on October 7th is horrible. They have a right to protect themselves, but yeah, they going way overkill with it. And that's what I think you get from Trump. I think you'd get that. Is the white Johnny, the 14-year-old in the garage playing with his dad's AK, going to schools? What? I don't know what you mean by that one. Playing with his, you talking about some mass killing, but I don't know what hopefully he makes it electricity fence, says Johnson. So you want Trump to make an electric fence at the border. Well, I don't know to some degree that might be somewhat humane because the electric fence doesn't kill. It stuns you and lets you know this is a bad thing to do. Maybe, listen, I'm fine with putting a wall up or a fence up at the border. I don't see any harm in it. I don't think it's going to work, but I don't see any harm in doing it. If that makes you feel happy, Sheryl Crow, if it makes you happy, I don't care about putting it, but I don't think it's going to work. The reason why I don't believe it's going to work is because our illegal immigration problem is wrongfully being blamed solely on the immigrants. The reason we have an illegal immigration problem is simple: supply and demand. The illegal immigrants are offering something, supplying something that we have a high demand for. What are we accusing the illegal immigrants of doing in this country? They're bringing fentanyl and drugs. They're engaging in child trafficking. And they're taking black jobs, if you ask Maga. They're taking black and Hispanic jobs. These are the things we're accusing the illegal immigrants of doing. That's what they are supplying this country with. They're supplying this country with illegal drugs and fentanyl. They're supplying this country with child trafficking, children being trafficked. And then they're supplying the country with cheap labor that replaces black and Hispanic people. Well, they're the suppliers. Supply is no good if you don't have a demand. Notice how we're blaming the immigrants of supplying fentanyl, but you don't hear any Americans saying they've been pinned down and had fentanyl forced into them. There's a lot of Americans in this country that want the fentanyl. A lot of distributors and suppliers that are making a killing off of it. So they're supplying it, but there is a demand for it. As dark as it sounds, child trafficking. There's no illegal immigrant forcing somebody to enjoy whatever they enjoy from child trafficking. They want it. They want it. So they're supplying things that Americans want. And obviously, the black jobs and employers in America want that cheap ass labor. So you can build a wall all you want. You can build a wall all you want. Fact is, the people in the country want what they're supplying. So if you build a wall, the people in the country that want it are going to find a way around it. I always use the example. Let's say you got a promiscuous daughter, teenage daughter that's promiscuous. You don't want her sneaking out of the house at night. So you build a 20-foot wall all around your home. So she can't climb out of the window and get, so the boys can't climb in the window and come in her room or whatever the case may be. Big wall built around the house. She's promiscuous. She lets boys in through the window. Well, with this wall, they can't just come in, climb over it. So the wall works until the daughter gets out of bed, goes down and opens up the door and lets the folks in. Fact is, the daughter wants it. The daughter wants it. So you can build whatever you want. If the problem is inside, the wall's not going to work. And that's the problem with America. The problem is inside. We want the stuff they're supplying. So you're going to have Homeland Security turn the other way. You're going to have, you know, folks that are responsible for defending the border getting paid off, I mean, by cartel or there's too many people in the country that want the shit. So you're not going to curtail illegal immigration to any significance by building a wall. You have got to start going after the American co-conspirators. And I don't hear Trump talking about that at all. He's constantly talking about going at the immigrants and getting rid of them. But the folks in this country that are co-conspirators in all of this, I haven't heard Trump talk about a meat packing plant that is responsible for hiring 50 immigrants and they're going to prosecute. I didn't hear any of that during his term. Not one time did he talk about Americans that were helping these folks. Not once. So until you tackle that, it ain't going to go away. It doesn't matter to Donald Trump. They're violent, racist, and hateful people anyway. Remember January 6th, says Eddie. You think all Trump supporters are violent, racist, and hateful? All of them? I don't know. Then why do fences exist, my brother? Fences work if the people behind the fence don't open it and let people in. Okay, because you're asking why do fences work? A fence in this case is like trying to prevent an Amazon worker from getting in your yard when you order stuff from Amazon. The fence is useless. You're gonna come out and open it for them. That's what the immigrants are like the Amazon worker. They're offering stuff that we want. So you can build all the fences you want. People want what they're offering. So you're gonna have Americans do what they can to come out and open up the fence for them. You're not gonna keep them out with that. That's the point I'm making. Too many Americans want what they're offering. Coyotes make too much money to have a wall stop them. Yeah, if a coyote's making a fortune, then they'll find the right ICE or Homeland Security agent to pay off and look the other way. It's as simple as that. By the way, most of the drugs, they come in legally. I won't say legally, but they come in through a legal point of entry. Watch any of the shows on Nat Geo, like what is it called, Border Security, or some of them shows Locked Up Abroad. They're not running through the desert with backpacks full of cocaine on their back. They are coming in. Maybe the drugs is packed into their dashboard of their car, or maybe they cut out a tire and put the stuff on the. They're coming in through the. Remember Trump said I'm gonna build a wall with a great big door. They're coming in through the door. They're not climbing over the wall and throwing backpacks full of keys of cocaine over the wall. They're coming in through the legal spot, the spot that you're gonna have there. So, if it makes you happy to build a wall, I'm fine with it. It will stop some immigrants, no doubt. There is a few that run across the desert, but the overwhelming majority of the folks, the ones that are really problematic, the ones you're talking about, the vermin. We're talking about the MS-13 types, the cartel types, the trafficker types, the ones that have money, the ones that actually have money, the ones that are coming over here to engage in dark businesses. They're not running through the desert at high speed. The ones that are running through the desert are really fucking desperate. No, the ones that have money ain't coming that way. So you're not going to stop them. You'll stop the mom with the child on her back, trying to get over. You'll stop some of them on the wall. But the ones that are the real bad hombres that Trump is talking about, the ones with money, they're not coming that way. Will G says 1798 is where MAGA wants to be. I told you anytime before there was any legislation to help women and or brown people is the perfect time. I haven't seen I don't like the giving police immunity in liberal cities because that's going to hurt black people. But I don't see the whole push to push black and brown people back yet. But yeah, the abortion, they're definitely pushing women back. There's no denying they're pushing women back. I've played on the program before. There's like 4 or 5 right-wing states that are trying to get the death penalty legalized for women that have an abortion. I've played the clips on here. I think it was Missouri, Texas, one of the Carolinas. It was 4 states I played, 4 different states. They're trying to get legislation on the books that if a woman has an abortion, she can be executed. So they are rolling back women's rights. They are definitely going after women. I don't, the people of color, I haven't seen it as much, but women, yeah, they definitely going after them. What she said, wrong rally, so no, don't blame Trump. Huh? What she said, wrong rally. I don't get your point there, Lady Ray. Rosie Emilia. Okay, I don't get what that's saying there. Let me look in the comments. They're dealing with dark banks. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's too much money to be made from the criminal element coming across from Mexico. So I don't know about that one. She couldn't even get a primary vote. Now you want her to lead the world. Steve Byron, good question. You know, how the hell could you guys put Kamala Harris in charge? She didn't get voted in. I've been saying it constantly on the program. I don't personally believe people are voting for Kamala Harris. They're voting against Trump. They're not voting for Kamala Harris. They're voting against Trump. So she don't really need to get voted in. They're not voting for her. They're voting him out. People are hesitant to vote him in. They don't think that he is a good person, for lack of a better term. They don't believe he's going to be sportsmanlike in the election. As I keep bringing up, he's talking about giving police immunity. He's going to deport a lot of immigrants, that some of them that are here legally. I mean, they're voting him out. They're not voting her in. So while I hear your point, she wasn't voted in. Okay, I don't think it's relevant to some degree. They're voting him out. They're voting against him. They're not voting for her. He is a very damn good person, but he is sick of the BS, says Lady Rue. Well, I don't know if giving police immunity from prosecution and bringing back stop and frisk makes you a good person. For me, I don't. I mean, when you're doing things that are going to have a high instance of collateral damage, I can't call you a good person. To me, that's, certainly him suggesting that Haitian migrant, or not Haitian migrants, but migrants in general, portraying them essentially as garbage. That doesn't necessarily sound like something a good person would say, at least not in my opinion. So, I mean, there's some pushback to it. But the immunity from prosecution, for me, is one that I take personally, because I do often, well, first of all, I drive about 90 miles or so per day for my day job. Now, I don't have any criminal record, because everybody else, well, if you don't have anything to hide, you don't have to worry. If you just comply, I don't have any criminal record. But what I'm fearful of, because I drive so much during the day, I don't like the idea that I could possibly be pulled over by a cop that has immunity from prosecution. I say this all the time, even though I don't have any criminal record. If you gave me a life where I had zero accountability, I would probably commit some crimes. I mean, I could use a little bit more money in my pocket. I wouldn't mind having a better car and, a few more riches. I could just walk into a jewelry store and grab whatever I wanted and I could not get arrested. I'm not saying I wouldn't do some shit like that. Police are human. Police are human. They're not all sacrilegious. I mean, if you give them immunity, maybe you look like the guy that banged this dude's wife. And he starts taking it out on you. I mean, you give him immunity, problems are going to persist. I'm not going to go with anything other than that. CNN isn't a reliable source. Lady Rue, I didn't say anything that I got from CNN. I got that from Trump's mouth. I didn't say nothing about anything from CNN. I don't know why you're bringing that up.
She deliberately dismantled our border and threw open the gates. She threw them open. The gates to an invasion.
And let me say this in regards to, and I see you said you're speaking to someone else, but let me say this in regards to things you see featured here on this program from me. I understand a hell of a lot of my audience do not favor the likes of a hell of a lot of media outlets, particularly the MAGA side. Now, liberals are not going to favor anything coming from Fox, OAN, or Newsmax. The right is not going to favor anything coming from anywhere else. They only will favor things coming from OAN, Newsmax, or maybe some, Sean Hannity program or something. But for the most part, I know that because of the audience I have, a lot of stuff I present is not going to be favorable if I let, Rachel Maddow say something, and so I try to avoid presenting anything to you that comes from a commentator. Generally, you see me featuring videos that are being said by the person themselves. So, okay, if MSNBC shows you Trump on stage saying something, doesn't matter that it's coming from MSNBC. It's coming out of his mouth. Doesn't matter what network is showing you. It's just him on stage. Now, I will say this. If Trump says something that sounds awful, I'm not going to be able to find a Fox News clip for you because they're not going to show it. Just like if Kamala Harris gets up there and stumbles over questions or don't answer questions, they're not going to run that much on CNN. Fox News, I'll be able to find plenty of video of it. So I show you what I can get you, but I generally only present stuff that's coming out of the person's mouth. So you don't have the, you don't get the, well, I don't trust that commentator from CNN. We're not showing you that person.
Dismantled our border and threw open the gates. He threw them open. The gates to an invasion of criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions, from all over the world, from Venezuela to the Congo in Africa. A lot of people coming out of the Congo, not just South America. They're coming from 181 countries as of yesterday. Right in, we're a dumping ground. We're like a garbage can for the world. That's what's happened. That's what's happened to our, we're like a garbage can. It's the first time I've ever said that. And every time I come up and talk about what they've done to our country, I get angrier and angrier. First time I've ever said garbage can, but you know what? It's a very accurate description.
I want to ask you folks, by way of yes or no in the comments, just simple yes or no in the comments, how many of you believe that most immigrants coming to this nation, perhaps to improve their life for whatever reason they're coming here, are comparable to garbage? How many, by way of yes or no, how many of you folks believe that most immigrants coming to this nation are comparable to garbage? This is not a liberal talking point. That came out of his mouth. He's literally comparing immigrants to garbage. So I want to see how many of you folks favor what he said. Now on the YouTube side, I got a couple yeses. Most of you guys seem to be saying no. Devin Burkett says yes, and so does the Blue Baron. Comparable to garbage. 181 countries, by the way. I think there's only about 190. Trump's garbage, says DJ D's. Says Trump. I mean, he's comparing immigrants to garbage. Jesus. Now, remember, he doesn't have a problem with immigrants. He just wants you to come here legally. Garbage. Wow. I don't have any response for that. And I see in the comments, Danny Dan says you're taking a stand and I'm proud of you. Well, his comment is pretty harsh, Danny. It's pretty harsh. I'm not concerned with them because I don't give a damn about how they live. I think that's apparent if you're okay with him saying garbage. You're saying I'm not concerned with them in reference to the immigrants because I don't give a damn about how they live. I actually think you could have took the how they lived off and just said them. I don't give a damn about them. I mean, it's a synonym. I mean, and Trump clearly doesn't either. Clearly doesn't either. I mean, I don't know. To me, this is as close to I hate immigrants as you can get. I mean, he's at 181 countries. I mean, that's like the whole fucking planet, plus or minus a few. I mean, it's like the whole planet. I mean, essentially anybody that comes here is garbage. Now, in the comments, Lady Ruth says he doesn't want terrorists here. How many immigrants have come to this country illegally? Because remember, you don't have a problem with legal immigrants. How many illegal immigrants have come to this country and committed an act of terror? Is that even significant enough to bring up? Illegal immigrant, terrorist. No, he was talking about certain people from certain places. Okay, lady in the red coffee hour. You said Trump in this case is talking about certain people from certain places. He said 181 countries. What places are you talking about? He said it as clear as day.
To an invasion of criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions, from all over the world, from Venezuela to the Congo in Africa. A lot of people coming out of the Congo, not just South America, they're coming from 181 countries as of yesterday. Right, and we're a dumping ground. We're like a garbage can for the world.
That's like most of the planet. And you hear him saying we're a dumping ground for most of the world. So he's basically saying that just about everything that comes here is garbage.
Right, and we're a dumping ground. We're like a garbage can for the world. That's what's happened. That's what's happened to our. We're like a garbage can. You know, it's the first time I've ever said that. And every time I come up and talk about what they've done to our country, I get angrier and angrier. First time I've ever said garbage can, but you know what? It's a very accurate description.
Now, I see in the comments, Amps480 raises an interesting question. He says, if I had a bowl of apples and 2 were poisoned, would you eat one? Now, the question is no. If I knew 66.3% of the apples you're presenting to me might be poisoned, I wouldn't eat it. Do you believe that that number is commensurate to the immigrant? Do you believe that it is that high? 2 out of every 3 immigrants that come to this country are poisoned, so to speak. Do you believe it's that bad? Now, if you said that if I offered you an apple and it was 1 out of 1,000, would you eat one? I might take a bite. You said 2 out of 3. So that means that more of your apples are bad than they are good. Do you believe that the immigrant population coming to this country is that bad? 2 out of 3? Wow, Jesus. Countries that don't want certain people are being removed from their country and placed into ours. I don't see the evidence of any significance of that. And I'll tell you why I say I don't see the evidence of that. Trump is saying they're coming from insane. Let me see. What else did he say? Because it's worthy of hearing.
Yesterday, right, and we're a dumping ground. We're like a garbage can for the world. That's what's happened. That's what's happened to our. We're like a garbage can. You know, it's the first time I've ever said that. And every time I come up and talk about what they've done to our country, I get angrier and angrier. First time I've ever said garbage can, but you know what? It's a very accurate description.
Okay, I didn't hear all of what he said, but here's the point I want to make. And I see in the comments, Lady Rue brings up Lincoln Riley, and so does Steve Byron. If these folks are this bad, you should have a laundry list of names. The fact that how long? Now I know about Lincoln Riley. How long ago did that happen? If you got several million bad guys coming to the country, you should have a lot more than Lincoln Riley. I'll give you an example. I'm from Chicago, violent city. Not denying that. Not the most violent, but it is a violent city nonetheless. In Chicago, you watch the 10 o'clock news, most nights, somebody has lost their life to gunfire. Watch the news on Monday to tell you about somebody that got killed or maybe a botched robbery or something like that. You watch the news on Tuesday, somebody maybe have gotten carjacked or something like that. You watch the news on Wednesday, maybe a bad drug deal gone wrong. Every night, somebody's losing their life. One thing you'll never see in Chicago is every night on the news, they're presenting you with the same murder victim night after night after night. Because there's enough people getting murdered that you don't have to keep playing the same person over and over again. The fact that Lincoln Riley is still coming up makes it clear they're not murdering a lot of people. You should, if you got 18 million folks coming in the country, and they're as bad as Trump is saying, you should have hundreds of names. Over the last 4 years under Biden, you should probably have thousands of names. Biden has been president, if you factor in a 365-day year, almost times 4. So Biden has been president over 1,200 days. How many victims you got? How many victims you get? How many victims can you present that were verifiably taken by an illegal immigrant? Millions of them are here. Millions. You should have, I'm not, look, one is one too many, but that don't mean you try to make one into a million. Where are all the victims at? These folks are being let go out of insane asylums. What exactly, I'm still curious, where did he say they were coming from?
The gates, he threw them open. The gates to an invasion of criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions, from all over the world, from Venezuela to the Congo in Africa.
Okay, so he said prisons, jails, insane asylums, and mental institutions. Now, if they're coming, if that's where they primarily are coming from, you gotta say they're behaving pretty well. I mean, if you got that many millions of prisoners in this country, for the amount of crime being committed, because at the end of the day, American citizens are still committing far more crime than those immigrants are. And Americans aren't coming from insane asylums. So did they just suddenly all decide to get better now that they're in America? Insane. I mean, are the mental health clinics filled with illegal immigrants since they're coming from insane asylums and mental health facilities? I mean, where are all of the mentally ill immigrants at? And I see the comments, somebody says, you guys just care that they're brown. Yeah, look, the evidence is overwhelming that the exaggeration in what Trump is saying equates to about most of what he's saying. I mean, you're talking millions of people coming in the country, and you're suggesting that most of them came out of jails, prisons, and insane asylums. You should have a lot more chaos than we have. A lot more chaos. If you really opened up Rikers, Menards, or Stateville in Illinois, if you really genuinely did that, you would be able to tell the difference. If you really did genuinely open up the prisons in this country, violent prisons, like they're level 5, so that's what he's accusing these people of, rape and murder. If you let everybody out of violent prisons in this country, insane and mental, you would see what it's really like when that happens. They wouldn't just turn into all good people. It's just insane. It doesn't make any sense. At the same time, a white man unalived an Amish woman. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It should be way more violent. I'm not discrediting that one is too many, but it should really be like 100,000. You shouldn't be. I mean, Lake and Raleigh. Where did that happen, by the way? I'm curious. How far? I mean, I'm aware. Is that the one that happened in Georgia, the one that was run? How far back is Lake and Riley? Because that's still coming up. February 22nd of this year. So, second month. So that's been 8 months ago. 8 months. No way in hell you're going to be watching the news in Chicago and they're still talking about a murder that took place 8 months ago. No way in hell. 8 months. I don't even think you can watch news in Cincinnati or some less violent cities and they're not going to be talking about a murder from 8 months ago like that. That shows you that it's not happening that much, that they got to go back that far and still be using that at rallies. It's Lake and Raleigh. All right, just go with the one is too many argument. Drop the millions of rapists and murderers because there's no justification for that. I think we can see that at this point. That's made up. Dominic Durden, I see. You can present other names. I think you're going to get at the end of the day what I'm saying. It should be way more. It should be way more of them. Way more. And I say that because I know damn well, just like with the abortion cases, liberals are dying to, I hate to use the term dying, but no pun intended, but liberals are dying to find women that suffered because they were denied access to an abortion. They're looking for worse cases. That's what you guys are doing with the immigrants. You're dying to find immigrants that have done some serious felony. If there were more, you would hear them. I mean, Lincoln rallies, if it was that many, Lincoln rallies' name would have been long forgotten. Just like you don't hear people talking too much about the Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs because Trump said so many wild things, you keep moving on because there's new ones. There should be plenty of new ones since Lincoln Rally. Her name shouldn't even be coming up no more. That's 8 months ago. Her name there should be so many more victims. Her name should not even still be coming up. People just don't care about anything but trashing Trump. That's kind of what Trump's claim to fame is, Lady D. I mean, that Lady Ray, rather, that's kind of what Trump's claim to fame is trashing people. One of the things folks need to understand, you like Trump because he punches back, he names names, he drains the swamp or whatever. You do realize when you get in fights, you do get hit. I mean, Rocky won most of his fights in the Rocky movies, but look how he looked at the end of the fight. He didn't walk out looking like he walked in. The MAGA side likes to see Trump punch and hit, but they don't like to see him get hit. That's kind of what happens when you're constantly swinging at people. I mean, he's calling Kamala Harris stupid and said she was born mentally ill. I mean, he has no evidence that she was born with a mental diagnosis. So people are going to say things about him. Where are the 325,000 kids, says Texas mom. I've heard that. I don't know the validity of it. I don't know when because the separation of children from families was happening under Trump and Obama. So I think that in some of these cases, Obama's getting blamed for some things that happened before he became president. I had somebody present a case to me of an immigrant, MS-13 member that done some awful things. And I went and looked it up. We were debating in the inbox. I looked, this guy's been in the country since 2009. Like, why are you blaming Biden for this? Because, the Homeland Security recently released the report talking about how many violent immigrants are in the country. Well, the right believes they all came in under Biden. Now, some of these people have been in the country for years. Like, this guy was in the country from 2009. Like, Biden ain't got nothing to do with that dude. 1798 is where MAGA wants to be. Saw that in the comments, Will G. I did read that. That's scary. That is scary, Will G. If they're going back in time before emancipation, damn, then push back again, blacks don't need to be said. Well, yeah, I get your point now. You say if they want to go back to immigration laws that were indeed before emancipation. Now, 1798 is not before emancipation, though. 1798 is after it, I believe, right? No, is that 18? No, it is before. It was 1868, wasn't it? Yeah, it is. It is before. Okay, you're right. That's scary, though. Jesus, that's scary. Yeah, it is. It is before. Just speak about majority brown countries like he is. You already know. I don't think Trump favors brown immigrants. I really don't. 195 countries in total in the world, 54 in Africa. Trump talked about 181 countries. So for the most part, he's not favorable to immigrants coming here because he said 181 countries. I wonder what 13 of the 14 countries he favors. I think Trump was just throwing a wild number out there. If they started really asking Trump questions about the 181 questions, there's no way in hell that man knows all 181 countries. No way in hell. I don't know them all. I think if they started questioning him on that, it would fall apart. Very similar to the Haitian migrants with the dogs and cats. Well, that's what people were saying. The immigration problem would be something like that. Well, that's what people are saying. I believe Trump will have his Jack Nicholson, a few good men moment. Mr. Trump, did you call her a fucking Mexican? You goddamn right I did. Well, I talked about that on the program. I had to defend Trump to some degree. and I got hammered by my liberal viewers. The thing is, Trump, okay, we had a military, a Mexican woman in the military was murdered. Trump offered to pay for her funeral expenses. Later finding out from his advisor that the cost was $60,000. Trump was allegedly outraged at the price being so high and told his advisor, don't pay for it. And according to the family, he didn't. They didn't get any money from Trump at all, according to the family. Now, Trump's response apparently was, it doesn't cost that much to bury a fucking Mexican. Sounds awful. Sounds awful. It's true, though. I don't favor it. I'm not defending Trump from that angle of what he said. It sounds awful, but it is. I defend him from this angle. Why does it cost 60 G's? Now, I know last night when I talked about this, my left-wing viewers did not like me saying this, but in my opinion, it sounds like Trump offered to cover the family's funeral expenses. And because a rich man offered to do it, they decided to get premium every damn thing, leading to $60,000. And to me, 60 grand seems like a lot. Now, see in the comments, Steve Byron says $60,000 is not a lot for a funeral. Bullshit. 60 G's? 60 grand is not a lot for a funeral? What? How much does the average funeral cost? 60 G's is not a lot. Oh my God, what are you doing on so late? Edie, I just got on. 60 G's is not a lot? Yeah, it is. It is a lot. Shouldn't have been more than 20K, says Alva. Yeah, to me, like I said, I'm going to, now, I don't know about saying I'm not going to pay it, because Trump does have a ton of money. But it does sound like the family, in my opinion, was trying to cash in on the fact that a wealthy guy offered to pay the funeral, and they got the most premium shit they could get. So I do understand some pushback, but yeah, the bury a fucking Mexican part, it sounds awful. Eddie, good evening.
Cremate my ass, man. If it's gonna cost that much, fuck that.
Yeah, so I'm right. That does sound like a lot of money, don't it?
You know what? You know what I say? Just donate your body to science. They keep you for 2 years as a cadaver, and then they cremate you for free.
No. I'd like to be like part of a tree or something, part of something that grows. Put my ashes in.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But if you cremate yourself, like my mom and my stepdad did, because they both donated their bodies to science, because he had emphysema and she had COPD, and they were gone for 2 years, and then they send you the box of the ashes back later, and you don't even know where the ashes came from or if they're really them or not. But who cares? Once a person unalives and passes away, their soul's no longer in that. The essence is no longer in that. That's just a vessel to get us down the road.
Yeah, and that's what they do. They get you. They tell you, well, your loved one would be comfortable. Do you want a nice plush pillow in the casket and all that? People pay, just like people do with their pets nowadays. They're buying beds and shit. Like, dude, this is a dog. It's not meant to sleep in bed. Or people do this kind of stuff. And it's the same thing with this person is dead and you're making him comfortable. He's not going to feel it. He's going to rot in here. He's not going to feel the plush cover in the blanket. He's not going to feel any of this stuff. But they talk these folks up because they know they're grieving. But somebody said,
they've got the laws written that if you are cremated, but you still have a memorial service, where that people come to the funeral home and do a viewing where you're in a casket,
right?
They have to burn that casket. They can't put you in a cardboard box and burn it. They got to take that and burn the casket with you.
Wow, and caskets are clearly not cheap.
Yeah, well, it's some kind of stupid law that they made where you can't put another body because they all leak.
Damn.
Yeah. not the caskets, the people.
Right, I get what you're saying. The bodily fluids come out of them, but I didn't know you would. I mean, couldn't you line the casket with plastic or something? You gonna make them burn the whole damn casket?
Yeah, it's. I've been watching that show that came out on HBO, 6 Feet Under,
Right.
on streaming, because I didn't have HBO when it was on, so I've been watching it, and that's kind of the laws in a lot of states. Is I looked it up, I'm like, really? And I looked it up, and it's like, in most states, you can't. You got to, once the body hits the casket, it's theirs.
Wow.
It's like buying a car.
You can't just wash the fluid out.
You can't. It's all upholstered and nice and comfy, and for a person that doesn't.
Okay, then throw. That's what I'm saying. You take a casket, you line it in industrial plastic, then put all the industrial, the upholstery you're talking about. So if you take a casket, you line it in, like, I want to say black garbage bags, but some kind of industrial plastic, and so that
you're talking about. Yeah, you're talking about Bisqueen.
Whatever.
They used to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, plastic sheets.
Yeah, and then you can put your beautiful upholstery all over the plastic. So you burn the upholstery, like the blankets and stuff that the person's laying on, but you don't need to burn the damn box. You don't burn the metal or whatever the casket. You don't need to burn that.
They do.
Well, like Andy said in the comments, that's capitalism. That's people just finding ways to make money. So that could be a well-known funeral parlor hiring a lobbyist to go talk to a politician to pass a law that requires them burn the casket, because now your ass got to buy more of them.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
we're all about a consumption society.
Right. Burn the casket. Wow, that's crazy. That's incredibly wasteful.
Well, it's a consumption society.
And I bet it ain't even happening. I bet you. Because once listen, when you're at the cemetery, you watch they got the little green fake astroturf around it. You watch them lower your relative in the ground. They don't normally put the dirt or anything. Once you leave, they could get this motherfucker up out of here. They could take that thing back up and resell that casket. You ain't coming to check that.
Yeah, if they got caught doing that on a regular basis, you know what happens to them? They go to jail.
Yeah, but who is going to go and check that?
Come on, handsome. Haven't you ever noticed that bumper sticker says "Don't steal"? The government don't like competition.
I hear you, but when you think about the price of a casket, a good casket.
Oh yeah, I get it.
Yeah, there's a lot of money to be made still in that.
It's not for the person that passed; it's for the living.
Right.
And that's the problem I have with it, because just put them in the ground. I mean, come on. Yeah. They'll put all those chemicals in them. They put all those chemicals in them, and it's really bad.
But you don't want to have a funeral where somebody smell like shit up there. You got to keep them fresh.
But keep them refrigerated. Put them on show. Put them in the hole. I mean, it's like.
So when I get up there, even though I look like a white man because I'm covered in ice.
Well, they don't get you that cold, sir.
No, that is what.
-30.
You want to be.
I used to work with a BIPOC man in Atlanta, Georgia, at a dairy, and he had to go into the ice cream room, and he looked like an Eskimo before he went in there. He put on this big, nice warm suit because it was -10 degrees in there.
Now you need to be in a Middle Eastern country where they bury you pretty quick, so they don't have to put chemicals in you. The funeral or whatever is quick. And real quick in the comments, getting off of that subject, Taylor says, "Show Kamala Harris hating on Jesus, bet you won't." Where are there clips of Kamala Harris hating on Jesus?
I could care less if she did. I mean, Jesus doesn't run this country. Jesus isn't in our Constitution. Our country is not a religious country. It says in the First Amendment that we have the right to and for the right not to have freedom. I mean, freedom of religion or not to have religion. It's nobody's business what people does with their religion.
Well, it
We're
depends.
not a religious country.
It depends on who you ask. A lot of people in this country do.
No, the Constitution says, and the people that wrote the Constitution were not religious. They were escaping the religious bullshit England. The guy kept changing the book to set his narrative. The King James version is so fucked up, it's ridiculous.
Damn.
That book has been messed around with so much that they came out with a damn new version of it.
Well, I will say that a lot of religion is about power and control of the people. It really is. I mean, because religion is a lot of fear mongering. I mean, it's you don't do what he says, you're going to burn in hell. I mean, it's all bad stuff is going to happen to you.
But they had a lot of stuff that all these MAGA are complaining about too. They had abortion. I don't use the other word, by the way. Just
you good? You good?
And I use and I don't. You can say gun on live too, and I don't know why everybody doesn't understand that. But okay, because we've been in it for 6 months and haven't been raspberry for it once. So, but the simple fact is, I mean, come on, man. We are not a religious country. The people that wrote the Constitution were deists. Deists.
Well,
they weren't Christian.
They're trying to make us that way. Whether we were,
They can take that Christo-fascism and shove it up their lily white asses.
Well, currently in Oklahoma, all children now have to read the Bible, so it's law.
Yeah, that's not going to hold up, sir.
Well,
Oklahoma, I think it's Oklahoma's already got a statue of the devil.
Well, I disagree with you. As long as you have a right-wing Supreme Court, a right-wing president. Now, if Trump loses, they may be to get it turned over. But if Trump wins, I think you're going to see more states doing that.
Oh. Can I slap you real quick? Trump's not going to win.
I don't know, man.
There is no path for him being president. And the simple fact is he should never be president again. And I don't understand why Joe Biden hasn't already started stacking the court. We need to get the court up to 13.
Ooh.
Because we got 13 districts.
Ooh.
Why do four of the justices have to do double district duty? That makes no sense to me. We got 13 districts in this country, but we only got 9 justices. We need 4 more justices.
Would you be saying that if there was a 6-3 liberal majority?
No, I wouldn't. But I also think we need to rotate the judges out. They shouldn't be lifetime appointments.
I mean, I like all of that, but you ain't going to get that right now when they got a huge majority like that. They're going to fight for that.
I think every president should get to pick 2 justices. And there's a path for that. If you over a 12-year period where the justices already be. And there needs to be stricter rules about them overturning what former justices have said in stated law. Because this November, Trump's going to lose.
All right. I got to move it on.
There's enough pissed off women in this country about this shit. And I have to tell you this, Handsome, my granddaughter exists because of an abortion. Her maternal grandmother had an abortion on her second child because the baby wasn't viable. The brain was not inside the skull.
Ooh.
So she had an abortion. That baby that fetus would have torn her insides up trying to get it out, unless they'd have done it by C-section. So they did the best thing they could have done. They aborted that child, and they had 2 more children. And that's the problem with right to lifers, is they don't understand that they're not right to future lifers. Because mommy had a kid at home already and a husband. Mommy's more important than a fetus. Mommy can have more babies.
Depending on who you ask.
But and then I'm gonna put the second one on you. Their next kid, emergency C-section, had to be aborted because his umbilical cord is wrapped around his neck. These people that are pushing abortion laws against these women have no fucking idea what a fucking doctor is, and they don't know that doctors know what the fuck they're doing. If you don't know that when you swallow a colonoscopy pill, that it can't come out of your vagina, you're a fucking moron.
I gotta go, Eddie. I gotta go.
I love you, man. I always have. I think you're a great host here.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for the accolade. Appreciate it. Moving on with the program. Okay, you swallow a colonoscopy pill, it doesn't come out of your vagina. Damn. Yikes. Real quick in the comments here. I like this guy. Exactly that. Did somebody indicate that they believe that if you swallow a colonoscopy pill, it will come out of your vagina? Damn. You got a hole in your system or something? And Eddie, I seen you said 1863 was the Emancipation Proclamation, and Trump wants to go back to 1798. Wow. Eddie, have you been drinking? He was wow. Eddie was wow. Anyhow, speaking of wow, I do appreciate the 72. We didn't get many likes on tonight because I don't know if TikTok had me shadow banned, but I appreciate you rolling with your boy. Dude is talking out of his ass. Trump said he is for abortion, for sexual assault, life for the mother and the fetus. Excuse me. Eric, you're saying that my last caller is talking out of his ass. You're defending Trump by saying Trump said he is for abortion in regards to in cases of sexual assault and the life of the mother and fetus. True. You're correct. Trump has talked about these provisions to protect the mother, but, and this is a huge but, he stated that he is going to give it back to the states and let the states decide. So if he believes there should be provisions for sexual assault or if the life of the mother's on the line, but he's saying I'm going to give it back to the states and let the states decide, and there are states that have no provision for the life of the mother or sexual assault, then his opinion is kind of irrelevant. If you got somebody out there that is going to do something as evil as force a mom whose life is on the line to still have a child no matter what, and his response is, I don't agree with it, but I'm going to give the states the right to do that. That's what has happened. So at this point, his opinion is kind of irrelevant. I mean, it's too late for him to step up and start talking about, well, if you're raped, I think you... Well, it doesn't matter what you think. You've given it to the states and you've made it clear you're not going to interfere with them. So your opinion at this point is irrelevant. Now, maybe if he had said that ahead of time, so that every state that passed the ban put those provisions in there, then we may have a discussion. But there's states out there like Texas that provides no protection for a woman in the case of state rape or incest. So his opinion on it is irrelevant at this point. Florida is one of those states that didn't allow the people to vote initially on the November ballot, and that's going to bring a lot of Democrats to the yard. But you say Florida is one of those states that didn't allow the people to vote. None of them allowed the people to vote. Every single state in America that has either a limitation or a complete ban on abortion did so without any input from the people in that state, which is why I'm a strong opponent against saying, well, we gave it back to the states. No, you didn't give it back to the states. The people in the states didn't have no say so. You gave it back to state dictators. You just took it out of the feds' hands and gave it to state dictators. They imposed that on the people without any say so from the people at all. If you want to suggest that giving it to the states was a more reasonable, fair way of doing things, it should have been presented from a standpoint of, okay, Roe v. Wade has been rolled back, and states now have a right to do what they want to do, but before anybody makes any changes, it has to be up for a vote in that state. Then you might have an argument. But none of the women in any of these states have had a vote. And going even further, they've tried to actually prevent the women from voting on it. They've actually tried to prevent the votes from coming up in many of these states. There are people actively fighting against letting them vote. They don't want the people to vote. It ain't about states' rights. It's about the folks who are in control of those states dictating to people in those states what they're going to do without them having any say so. So yeah, you're not giving it to the states. You're giving it to a dictator in that state. Give it back to the governor who aligns with them. Yeah, the governors who align. That's kind of what's happening. I mean, literally trying to prevent the women in those states from having any say so at all. That ain't states' rights. That ain't how states' rights was meant to be. Anyhow, as always, folks, I do appreciate I don't know what I seen up there. 74,000. I'm going to move the program on. You guys know how we do this. We'll be here every day until Election Day. 12 days left, I believe it is, on the 12th day of Christmas. My true love gave to me. Who's president? We'll talk about it. Anyhow, it is your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I will see you folks tomorrow. Follow the program on TikTok and subscription.